impressive.
That ball is gone.
This is Turner Sports.
Is on. Welcome to NASCAR on TNT. You know, Michigan people love their sports. From the proud tradition on the gridiron at UM to the hard-nosed attitude on the ice at Joe Louis Arena, there is plenty of passion. Detroit hosted the Super Bowl in 2006, and many believe their Lions will be contenders this season. And don't forget about the Tigers, who celebrated 4 baseball world championships. The list goes on and on. Take a drive 80 miles west of Motown and you will find yourself in the Irish Hills, home to Michigan International Speedway. The 200-mile-per-hour speeds we will see on the new track surface here today, well above the pace this part of the country is accustomed to. Matt Kenseth enters the championship leader in search of his 3rd win at the track. His owner, Jack Roush, has been in victory lane 11 times here in NASCAR's Top Series. Denny Hamlin, 4th in the standings. He's looking for the Michigan hat trick after winning here in June the last 2 years. Weather as we get set to go racing at Michigan, 76 degrees, 85% humidity, and right now, a 100% chance of rain. Yes, there are some rain showers. We can tell you this cell moving through, and once it gets by, we will be clean and set to move forward with race 15 on the 2012 Sprint Cup Series schedule. Good afternoon and happy Father's Day, everybody. Good to have you with us for NASCAR on TNT. Kyle Petty, Larry McReynolds are here. I'm Adam Alexander. Gentlemen, how do you deal with Mother Nature, and who in the world had the idea to put us outside for this program?
Well, as you well know, I am a big study of the weather, and I have been studying the weather this morning. And right now, this cell, the biggest part of it, is to the south of us. It's not very wide. We will go racing this afternoon. We don't have lights, but we have a lot of daylight in Michigan.
Yeah, for those that want to know, Larry TiVo's the Weather Channel, so he'll watch whatever's happening now sometime tomorrow.
Absolutely. If I can't watch it right away, I'll just watch it a little bit later.
I got lots of paperwork here. So does Larry. He's been studying the weather. What do you have to offer over there,
Well, it's raining
Kyle?
down here. I didn't want my notes to get wet.
I understand.
I'm sorry. Just
I
didn't
understand.
want to protecting my stuff.
You know, the buzzword this weekend at Michigan, no doubt, has been fast. They were fast last weekend at Pocono as well. In fact, some drivers a little bit too fast. NASCAR issuing a record 22 pit road speeding penalties. Why did it all happen? Well, for a look back and a little insight, Kyle Petty, Larry McReynolds, joined by Wally Dallenbach to break it all down. Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson, Kyle Busch, now all on the list of those that have been caught speeding on pit road.
What does that make today?
That's
like
least
8
6
or
or
9
7.
guys.
Yeah.
Those guys don't make those mistakes twice normally, so something's up.
Make sure your pit road's right, man. They're busting everybody. No way. Yeah, no.
Do you remember a time when this many people got caught this quick?
Never do I remember this many.
The big story at Pocono last week was pit road speeding penalties. Now, what I have here is a map of the pit road at Michigan International Speedway. And if you look here, from yellow line to yellow line, that's the pit road speeding area. A driver cannot go over 55 miles per hour, and it's very similar to the pit road at Pocono last week. The real problem at Pocono was the last segment leaving beyond the last pit box. Now, once the driver gets this leading edge of the car to this yellow line where that cone is, that pretty much tells him that he has found the end of pit road speeding area. Now, it's from that yellow line all the way back here to the scoring loops. To the center of this, it's 14 feet 2 inches. And what the scoring loops are, it's 2 antennas. Now, how that's monitored is through a transponder that's on the back of the race car right here, and it's located in the exact location on every single car.
Now Wally and I are going to come down pit road. Wally's going to run 55. We hit pit road at 55, the speed limit. I'm going to accelerate to 60 miles an hour, which will give us that little bit of a buffer zone there. That's what NASCAR gives you. Now, this shows the distance you can be gained by fudging that speed limit, because that much on pit road is 4 or 5 car lengths on the racetrack. Now, most of these guys get busted when they come down pit road. They see the cone, they'll slam on brakes, get it down to 55. You try to match your RPMs. They'll come into their pit, stop, but then when they take off, they accelerate out of their pit. Wherever the timing line is, they can accelerate to the timing line, then they have to slow it down. Once they slow it down, then they try to find that speed again. Is that 5,000 RPM somewhere in that zone, which is 55 in this car. As they come down pit road, they try to maintain, get out next to the wall, but as soon as they see that cone, they accelerate again. If they miss it, they get busted.
Now, Larry, they had repaved pit road last weekend prior to the race at Pocono, repaved the entire track. They've resurfaced here at Michigan as well. So could we see a continuing theme this afternoon?
Well, I think anytime you're at a racetrack where speeds are over 200 miles per hour and you're making green flag pit stops and you have to get down to 55, the potential for pit road speeding penalties are always there. These guys are just pushing the envelope. But the good news, we have a race on this pit road. When Michigan International Speedway decided to repave this place, and they knew they were going to have to do it pretty much between August and June, they knew the window of opportunity with weather and everything else was going to be short, so they went ahead between the June and the August race of last year and redid pit road. So we have that one race in August on this pit road with the scoring loops as they are.
Kyle, when you look at the history of races here at Michigan, we have a lot of long green flag runs. How tough for a driver. You're going roughly 200 miles per hour. You come off the corner, you have to get woed down to pit road speed.
Well, I think it's the change in the racetrack. You know, we talked to Carl Edwards earlier, and Carl said the racetrack at this speed does not drive like a 2-mile racetrack. It drives like a smaller racetrack, more like a 1.5-mile racetrack, when you're carrying that much speed off in the corner and picking the fuel back or picking the gas back up. So I think what's going to happen to them is they're going to have to be really careful coming on pit road, because your entry point was on all the way around to almost turn 4. Now they're going to have to back it down over in turn 3 and in the middle get in position, because as we saw last week, you get busted coming on pit road. This is a place we see guys miss pit road, and when you slow down that momentum and miss pit road here, it's going to be devastating.
I mentioned the fact that they've repaved the Michigan International Speedway. First time they've had a repave here since back in the mid-'90s. That's created a lot of buzz in the NASCAR community. The big question coming into this weekend, would we see a qualifying speed over 200 miles per hour? The answer, a resounding yes. Marcus Ambrose won the pole yesterday, the first of his career. But how about this? He's the 4th pole winner in Sprint Cup Series history to go over 200 miles per hour. It's the first time in qualifying we've had a speed over 200 at a track other than Daytona or Talladega. And 19 drivers yesterday eclipsed that 200 mile per hour mark, and 40 in today's race broke the old track record. So for a little perspective, we put a football field over on the back straightaway. Drivers covering that 100 yards in less than a second, roughly 0.8 of a second. That is fast. But those are single car runs. Now, Kyle, we're going to put 43 drivers out there together. When you talk about big speeds, how does it change the attitude of a driver in the car?
You know, I think we go back to our conversation with Carl and some of these other guys. I think as you look at it, the closure rate, some of these guys, if your car's not driving as good, you know, now you're up at 196, 97, 200 miles an hour, closing on a car that's running 10 mile an hour slower. That's going to be an effect, I think, when you look at that. And I do think that everything that we see and we talk about, from aero push and bad handling, is exaggerated at 200 miles an hour over what it is at 190 or over what it is at 180. So I think we're going to see these guys try not to put themselves in position. This is a 2 and 3 groove racetrack. Hopefully that'll come in. The rain's washing some of the rubber off right now as we speak. But I do believe these guys will be very tentative and very careful in the early going until they figure out what their car feels like in the bigger packs.
But how cool was it, for the first time in 25 years, we saw drivers qualify at any racetrack over 200 miles per hour. The last time was 1987 in the world before restrictor plates. But it wasn't that long ago that when we would see speeds over 200 miles per hour, I'm telling you, smoke would start bellowing out of the NASCAR hauler because that was like no-no land. But I just think the drivers, NASCAR, they have such a comfort level. I don't think we can downplay that this is still a very dangerous sport.
Yes.
I don't want to drive off in that corner over 200 miles an hour, but I think with where the cars are at, with the seat technology, with the safer barriers, there just seems to be right now a bit of a comfort level that we can let these guys go over 200 miles per hour.
And it's good for the sport. When else have we gone to Michigan, and I'm just saying this racetrack, and had this much buzz about Michigan and about being up here? It's been a long time since we've had a buzz like this. And that 200 mile per hour number is a magic number, man. You're flirting with something that not a lot of people can comprehend.
In this weekend, there's never been a concern about the speed. However, on Friday afternoon, Larry, in final practice, we did see some issues with the left side tires blistering. So Goodyear got together with NASCAR. They decided to bring in a new left side tire for today's race. And in something we very rarely see, NASCAR added a bonus practice session here yesterday evening so teams could get acquainted with this new left side tire. How big of a curveball are they hitting today?
Well, the group that really takes a hit whenever we have a repave is the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. And they had to come here about 2 months ago, and they did a test. They did it with 5 teams, like Brad Keselowski, Jeff Gordon, Kyle Busch, Montoya. But the temperatures, ambient-wise, was about 60-something degrees. We've been in the high 80s here. And when we got here, because the track temperature was up so much, and there was so much grip and the speeds were up, all of a sudden we started overworking the left side tire. And the tire is like an insulator, and it was not wearing. And when you don't wear, that rubber just holds in the heat, and all of a sudden we just started seeing blistering on those left side tires. And blistering is no different than when you lay out in the sun. As fair-skinned as I am, if I lay out in the sun, I turn red, and then I eventually start blistering.
That makes two of us.
I am very fair-skinned, just like our man Adam over here. But that's what blistering is.
And you talk about the tires, and as Adam Alexander wanted to talk about in our meeting this morning, own and own and own and own.
I'm trying to dig.
Was
I'm
about
trying to
time
find
on the engines.
storylines.
Time on the engines, which these are self-imposed deadlines. These guys come to the racetrack and they say, I only want to put so many miles on my engine. I only want to do this. Some of those guys bumped up against that, as Adam
I was nervous.
Amply pointed out to us, but he has been worried to death about it. So don't you worry at home. It's taken care of, people. Adam's on that story right now.
Are you worried about it, crew chief?
I am not. But to go back,
Thank you.
These teams, they did have 9 hours of testing and practice with the old left side tire. The good news is NASCAR gave them 75 minutes with the new tire, and for the most part, there's a few drivers that were not happy with this new left side tire.
Imagine that.
I think there were some drivers that really liked it, and we saw some runs 15, 20 laps. We did not see any blistering is the good news.
There's another driver that's very rarely happy. He's going to be a part of our race coverage later today. Wally Dallenbach joins us now from the booth. So, Wally, you've gone fast in many different kinds of race cars. What's the mentality when you climb behind the wheel and you're about to go 200 miles at a place like Michigan?
Adam, this is one of those weekends I wish I was back in a Cup car, because as a race car driver, it's all about going fast. I mean, that's what we all love to do, and it's trying to go as fast as everybody or faster than anybody else. And this is a perfect racetrack to do that. And Michigan is such a great racetrack because, like Kyle said earlier, you've got so many different grooves. There's a lot of place to pass here. It's forgiving. You can get the car a little bit out of shape, and there's a lot of room to catch yourself. So as far as the speeds go, I love seeing it. I think a lot of the drivers love seeing it. And it's something a lot of these guys have to work up to. When you come to a place like this and all of a sudden you're barreling down the straightaways at over 215 miles per hour, as good as these guys are, you still have to work up to that lap. And it had to be breathtaking. But I think, with the tire situation you guys are talking about, I think it's going to back those speeds down a little bit in the corners, but I still think we're going to see very high straightaway speeds. So it should be pretty fun to watch, and it's definitely going to be a fun place to race today.
Wally, this is a racetrack that's been a favorite for drivers forever, and the reason why, you had options. You could run low, middle groove, or high through the corner. They've repaved it. We've talked about the speeds. Do you think we'll see the same kind of racing today that we have here over the years?
I really do, because the way these cars go, especially once you get into the corners and you've got some wear on your tires, the cars just slide. They slide up the racetrack. So you start working those grooves back in, and you'll see drivers searching. If your car's not working, you have options to go different places on the racetrack to search for some grip. So you've got the bottom, you've got the middle, and you'll see guys before the race is over running that top groove. The way they pay these racetracks now compared to when they did 10 years ago, I mean, there's so much more grip in the racetrack, so the racing is better. Pocono really surprised me because I really thought that it was going to be difficult to race on that place, and it wound up being a pretty good race. This should even be better.
So, Wally, there was a lot of anticipation about your tie, and you go tieless in Countdown to Green. We're disappointed. We look forward to seeing it later on, okay?
Well, Bozo the Clown hadn't brought your tie up yet, so I couldn't put it on.
I knew there would be a good comeback. We'll see you for picks later on, Wally. And now we head off to Twitter. And this from Kevin Harvick. Cracking the whip during the rain delay. You better be patient because we got some waiting to do, but we will go green, and when we do, you'll see all the action right here on TNT. We're just getting started on Countdown to Green. Coming up, we're going to be joined by the hometown boy. That would be one Brad Keselowski looking for his first win at Michigan. What's he think of the repave? And NASCAR Generations has a true family feel. You don't want to miss it. It's coming up later on. And NASCAR has a new fastest man. There he is, Marcus Ambrose, over 203 miles per hour. We'll talk to Driver 9 later on Countdown to Green. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. From pit lane to victory lane, every NASCAR driver counts on Goodyear tires. Look who's here. It's Brad Keselowski, driver of the Miller Lite Dodge. Good to have you with us. We had a tweet a moment ago that was asking about the hat dance. Can you tell us about the victory lane dance you got going on? You going to do it later today?
It's a good dance.
Yeah?
It's my favorite dance to do. I don't dance except for victory lane and hats, so hopefully I'll get to do it.
All right, we look forward to that. I know you guys got some things for Brad, huh?
I got nothing.
Come on.
You can see it reflects his notes that he has laid out.
I got the same notes Brad's got. I don't know why y'all are always
I've got all the notes I need in the world. It's on a phone.
That's what I said, but they won't let me lay it here on the desk.
Really? Is that? Oh, then I'm definitely leaving this right here.
Yeah, you're good.
We're rule breakers, Kyle Petty and I.
I do have a question for you, and it has to do, especially with it being Father's Day, your dad, Bob, the influence that he had on your career.
Sure.
And I was reading your quotes from the media center the other day, Brad, and I found it so interesting that you said one thing he taught you: if you're not being successful, you don't point fingers at someone else. You point them at yourself.
Absolutely.
I thought that was very cool.
Well, my dad, he's always been the type of guy who works really hard at everything he does, and I've learned a lot from him. So happy Father's Day to everyone. I'm hoping he's watching. He might not be. He's probably working on something, knowing him.
He's probably working on that car he's going to the Salt Flats with.
Yeah. I'm helping him build this car for the Salt Flats, and by helping, I mean I'm standing and watching and criticizing everything he's doing now. But he's building this car for the Salt Flats, and I'm excited to see that, and hopefully he gets that done. But, he's the biggest inspiration on my career, and certainly all those racers watching, most people would say that their dad was probably the guy that got them started. And, I think that's something that's so unique about this sport and racing, how important family is to this sport. More than anything else, and Kyle, you know that firsthand, and I'm sure your dad was very influential in your career. But
he didn't tell me anything. You see my career compared to his. He never told me anything.
I doubt that.
He let him run his first race ever at Daytona.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I didn't get that. I don't think my mom would have let that happen. How'd you get that by mom?
It wasn't easy. My mom wanted me to be a pharmacist, but I told her, I said, a guy with a ponytail selling drugs, I'm not sure that's what she was into. Sorry about that.
We're all better off that you weren't a pharmacist.
Good point.
So you look at 2012, 2 wins. You're inside the top 10. That's the good news.
Sure.
But if you look at the numbers, it's kind of a roller coaster ride. Some ups
Absolutely,
and some downs. Where are you guys with your program right now?
Well, I think, like you said, we're kind of floating to the bottom of the roller coaster, and I think we've got some things coming up to get us back to the top of it. I think you look at the way Penske Racing works. Obviously Indy is very important for us, so I would say that when we get back to the Indy side of the schedule, that we'll probably start to take back off and hopefully ramp up for the chase. But we need to have strong, consistent runs through this next section to keep ourselves in the top 10 so we can take advantage of the 2 wins we have and the bonus points that they're worth once the chase starts.
You know, we did the last practice, and talking about ups and downs, your week up here has been up and down.
Yeah.
Had a great qualifying run for what you had done in practice, but you talked about the balance on the car. Did you ever find the balance on the car with the first set of tires, and now where are you with the new tires that Goodyear's brought?
Well, you know, I had some people message me on Twitter and ask if I was sandbagging in practice, and the answer is no. We were really a 43rd place car in practice, and we got a little bit better in qualifying, ended up qualifying 25th, which was better than 43rd, but not good with our Miller Lite Dodge. And then once this new tire came in, we're now about a 5th or 6th place car. So, you know, you can win from there. You know, you need to be a top 5, top 10 car to have a shot at winning. So this new tire seemed to really favor our car for whatever reason. Believe me, if I knew what it was, we'd fix it so we didn't have the problem on the other tire. But that's good. So, you know, we're one of the few teams that are smiling with the tire change.
Now, you mentioned Twitter. I go back to the Daytona 500, and absolutely you shot off the tweet that was heard around the world. You
Around the
took
world.
Twitter and NASCAR to a new level, and it absolutely took your number of followers to a new level.
Sure. Well, you know, I had a lot of fun with that. Did you have fun with that?
I did.
Oh, yeah.
I think everyone did, actually.
Everybody did.
You know, the presence on Twitter, I think, is great for the sport. I know there's probably some people out there going, oh, I don't get it. That'll never take off. But, you know, really, it's just fun. You know, it's a new way for me to talk to fans and engage fans. You know, we're always doing autographs and all these things, and those are good too. But, you know, I'd much rather just talk to my fans and just tell them what I think's going on and how the sport's progressing or how my day's going or how our race is going or what I think about somebody else's story. That, to me, is just as much fun as anyone else. And then I like listening, too. And Twitter's a great way to be able to actually listen to our fans.
There's the picture you took. This was sitting in your car on the backstretch not long after Montoya had run into the jet dryer, and you're just sitting there under red flag conditions.
I was a little bored.
But here's my thing. You got in the car that night. You obviously had the phone.
Yep.
Were you thinking perhaps the opportunity will present itself, or did you say, hey, what the heck? I'm going to do it.
Well, I was thinking one of two things. One, and it's Father's Day, so it doesn't make the most amount of sense. I was thinking about my mom, but I've been in a couple really big wrecks, and I had the great fortune of having my phone with me during one of them, and I was able to get a hold of my mom before the media did, and that made a big difference to making her feel a lot better about how I was, because I was a little beat up, and so that it just felt right to carry my phone on me all the time. And the other example was I really wanted to send a tweet from Victory Lane and be the first guy to do that. And so I did get that done. That was at Bristol. So those are two cool things that I was able to do with it. And, you know, it's been fun. I mean, I enjoy the way the fans react to it.
I know you've been following this. Last weekend, NASCAR and Twitter launched the hashtag NASCAR Experience. Twitter users, NASCAR fans coming together, twitter.com/hashtag NASCAR. We're seeing some very entertaining content. You've been a part of it, and this morning,
Yes.
Jen Schuler sending out this tweet. This is the one I mentioned earlier. I hope the Blue Deuce gets to do the hat dance today. I'm curious about the tweet that you said you got earlier. You said you
I
had
just
some
got
good
one
activity.
from the Michigan International Speedway, and they were talking about how long it was going to take the track to dry, and they said, you know, we did have 9 jet dryers, but so now they're down to 8. So, you know, Daytona kind of changed things on them a little bit. But so it would have gone a little bit faster, but
Yes.
thankfully we still have 8. And Juan, that wasn't me. That was Michigan International Speedway. I'm just quoting them. So that's the great thing about Twitter is you can just quote people.
That's right.
It's not my opinion. It's somebody else, and I'm just quoting them.
And we should point out, you don't have to have a Twitter account to be a part of hashtag NASCAR. Just go to twitter.com/hashtag NASCAR. This whole Twitter thing has elevated your image, but I want to go back a handful of years. You're walking through the garage, banging on doors, trying to find a ride. And one Saturday night in a Truck Series race at Memphis, the door opened up for you to get a very solid ride. You go out, dominate practice, lead a bunch of laps, started on the pole. It felt like to me, in one day, everything changed for you in your career.
It sure did. You know, it's funny you bring that up because we were talking about that in the hauler yesterday, and specifically we were talking about this left side tire. This left side tire that Goodyear brought to get us through our issues is 6 years old. So basically, it's older than both AJ, my teammate, AJ Allmendinger, and myself's own career in NASCAR. So,
No way.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny.
That is cool.
But, you know,
I was still driving then.
it was 2006.
This tire was made when I was still driving.
It was.
My God.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
That is old.
That is old, but it's working, thankfully, or so far. But, that was a great night for me. Memphis in 2007 in the Truck Series just completely changed my career. And I think that goes to show you in this sport, one moment can completely take you from the doghouse to, having all the opportunities and blessings in the world. And I think we saw that last week with Joey Logano. I was really happy for him to be able to get that win. And, he went from the conversation of, does this guy really deserve a ride next year, to, man, this guy, he should get a contract extension tomorrow. So, and that just shows you how one weekend can completely change a career and can even potentially change the sport. So that was a great moment for me, and I'm sure every driver has their stories of those weekends, those moments.
Yeah, and talking about change, I know you've got to answer this and tiptoe around a lot of this because it's politically sensitive. But we're halfway through this season. You guys are going to Ford next year.
Sure.
How far along in that program is Penske Racing right now?
Well, I think the first thing you have to understand is that there are only 2 Dodge teams, with the exception of Robbie Gordon, who runs part-time. So there are only 2 full-time Dodge teams, both owned by Penske Racing. And so that means the development cycle of Dodge is completely different than all the other manufacturers, because Penske Racing, as it stands now, holds all the development for Dodge Racing. So if the faucet turns off of development, it's because we turned it off.
Yeah, and it hurts you.
And so
and it hurts you.
We're not going to turn the faucet off on ourselves.
And it's obvious based on performance.
We've got
absolutely.
That. I understand that. I do.
So I think that puts us in a unique position where in the past teams that were switching manufacturers would have fallen further behind than what we are. I don't think it'll be an issue for Penske Racing unless we turn the faucet off ourselves. Yeah. Now the key for us as a group is to develop both the Ford for next year, the 2013 car, and continue to develop the 2012 Dodge Charger to be the best it can to win the championship and run in the chase. So that's a challenge for us. But I think there's also a unique circumstance here too, Kyle, and that's the unveiling of the 2013 car across the board in the series for next year. And that's in every manufacturer. So that's going to put everybody to where they have multiple development cycles going on and puts us on even keel. So if there was ever a time and a place to switch over like we're doing right now at Penske Racing, this is it, and I feel good about our position.
Hey, you knew you were coming to visit Larry Mack. I'm just curious, how come you didn't wear your little Michigan Wolverine hat?
Hold on. My man here last night, we rode in 2 cabs, and the first thing he said was, hey, you a Michigan fan? They're like, yeah. And he's like, you know we're going to kick your butt when y'all come to Alabama.
Did he say butt, or did he say another
No, he said something else. This is TNT. I can't say that on
I like how we had to play against Alabama in Texas. I don't get the math of that
it's
one.
Neutral. It's neutral site.
How is that neutral?
It's very neutral.
Hey, they've graduated a lot of kids in Alabama.
That's some Alabama logic
Maybe
there.
you can beat the line,
Alabama logic. I like that.
I got to be honest, though. I'm a big Michigan fan, but I do like Alabama a lot. So if there was a team, I like Alabama. I like Florida State. I only really like Florida State because of their song. I always love that song. They got their fight song. But Alabama's a great team, too.
And so I'm a little nervous about the Wolverines. I went to the Sugar Bowl and watched them.
You did?
Nice,
that's right.
fast, young football team.
Yes, Denard, I've got to meet him several times up here in Michigan. The school is not too far away from the racetrack here at the University of Michigan.
The big house.
There's a bunch of them actually here this week, and I've got a few of them up in my suite from the hospital at Michigan that help take care of my foundation, the Checker Flag Foundation. It's here this weekend, so some great people, and we'll have fun with it either way.
Yes, we will.
Adam,
but it'll be good.
Remember when Countdown to Green was a race program?
I remember that, yeah.
I remember it, too.
And
about 15 minutes ago.
Now it's all about Roll Tide and Go Blue.
I know.
Here's what I want to see. Let's get Brad and Larry out here on the infield grass. We could do some 40-yard dashes. Maybe you guys do some
I don't have a good feeling about it. We could do some 4-yard dashes.
Now, Kyle, I also remember when, the Countdown to Green had a beautiful blonde young lady hosting it. Look what happened.
It has gone
Lindsay,
downhill.
we miss you. Where are you at?
This has gone
Desperate
downhill.
people do desperate things. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we got a parting gift for you.
Yes.
It's the latest copy of Speed Sport Magazine. You know why we're giving you this?
Because our man, Ralph Shaheen,
That's exactly
is the publisher.
He
That's
is.
right.
You know
He
what?
is.
This used to be one of my favorite things to read growing up. It always managed to find itself in the bathroom.
That one will find its place, the same place. Don't worry about it.
So it's
It'll
great
find its
bathroom reading material by the one legendary Chris Economaki. I hope Chris is doing well. He was certainly a fixture of the sport and has moved on from his role here at Speed Sport, which was great. And now it's Ralph, our man Ralph.
And Ralph's
That's
worked
right.
really hard.
All
on that,
your
man.
team
Really
members
hard.
probably have one because Ralph was out there before the sun came up, passing them out to all the team as they
That's
coming through the
dedication.
tunnel.
I love publications like this, and I like to follow the sport in general.
Yes.
And that's not just stock cars. It's NHRA, F1, and you name it, IndyCar. So it's great to see racing get a magazine back that can cover all those.
Before we let you go, Brad, we got a hit from Twitter. Let's take a look and see what has come in via hashtag NASCAR. And here we go. From Mr. NASCAR, if you're not watching Keselowski on TNT right now, you're missing some must-see TV. The dude is bright as well as witty. That is good
I
stuff.
got somebody fooled.
That was straight from your PR department.
Yes.
No, that was from NASCAR, and they usually think I'm not very smart, so I'll take that one.
Take that one.
Saw Travis Quapple walking through the garage. He's got a Truck Series win here at Michigan. He hopes to get on track today. And, Brad, we hope to see you on track later as well. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. The rain's going to blow out. We're going to have a great day.
Welcome back to Countdown to Green on TNT. Little rain here at Michigan, and as we wait things out, we check out twitter.com/hashtag NASCAR. Kyle Busch said this, man, I wish the rain would stop. I'm ready to go racing in my 18 Snickers Camry. And Mark Martin, I'm thinking with this heavy rain, we will have a crazy different track when we get started in a couple of hours. Both those drivers have won here at Michigan. So has Greg Biffle. He's with Chris Neville.
Well, on Friday, we saw some crazy speeds. Most of the cars going over 200 miles an hour. Greg Biffle going out doing 202, coming back to the garage, making a change, going 203, coming back to the garage, then another change, almost 205. What did it take to go out there and go close to 205 miles an hour?
Well, I'll tell you what, it was pretty fast. It was a lot of fun, actually, because the car was driving really good. You see us come in after a qualifying run, and our hands are shaking, we're trembling, but the car was driving so good. It was stuck to the track. It was actually almost easier to go 204.7 than it was in race trim going, 198 or whatever. So the car drove really, really, really good on those tires. Now we have new tires. Car's still pretty good, but a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns. We often hear, you've got to be adaptable in this sport. We've got new pavement, a new tire. Now this rain, so the track's going to be green. What's it going to take to be successful today?
Well, it's just, getting started. This tire doesn't have a lot of grip for about the first 3 or 4 laps, and that's going to be the important thing. It's going to take patience from these drivers when we all go down into turn 1, and we got a green racetrack, no rubber on it, and this tire. So that's going to be the most important thing. I'm glad I'm starting third. I only have so many cars to deal with in front of me, but that's going to be the toughest thing. On restarts, when the cars are bunched up, we have new tires on, they're cold, they don't have any heat in them. That's going to be the biggest thing.
Saw the engine problems at Pocono. It looked like you dipped a tire in turn 3, maybe behind, I think it was behind Menard, and got some dirt up in the radiator. Is that what overheated the engine?
Yeah, it is. And we didn't want to really lose a lap, and it was kind of maintaining at that temperature, about 270 degrees. We felt it would be okay. We got to the next caution, got it cooled back down, but unfortunately, that did the terminal damage later on. We broke a valve spring, which is directly heat related. We're pretty sure. So, unfortunate for us to give up the point lead like that. We were running good. We're running third when we broke the engine, but we're not out of it yet. We're going to keep digging, and if we can pull off a win here today, tomorrow, or Wednesday, like it was a few years ago, I think we'll keep scratching it, getting back to the lead.
And this is the backyard for Roush Industries. You got 3,000 employees here this weekend. Do you think the 16, the 17, and also the 99 have got a little bit of a home court advantage?
Well, I think so. We've run very, very good here, and we're always proud to win here because of Ford and the manufacturer's close to Detroit Iron. So it's really fun to run here. I like this track. I think one of us has a great chance at winning, considering we're all pretty close on our setups.
Well, Greg Biffle's led 220 laps here in the last 3 starts. Best finish of 4th. Adam?
Yeah, Chris talking about the success for Jack Roush here at Michigan International Speedway. 11 wins in the Sprint Cup Series. That matches the Wood brothers for the most all time. He also has 5 wins in the Nationwide and the Truck Series. So 21 times that group has gone to victory lane here. And you look at Greg Biffle, here's a guy that's been Mr. Consistency all season long till that hiccup last week at Pocono.
Yeah, and I think talking to Greg, talking to him in the garage area, watching his interviews, just like right there, he's a lot more confident. We talked to him early in the year, and he said, last year I went to the racetrack, and I kept thinking, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Because he would run good last year.
Sure.
And then just not be able to close, just not be able to finish. Things would happen to him. And he said last year it was, what's going to happen? He's like, this year I go to the racetrack thinking, we're going to win.
Well, yeah, you go back to last year. Here's a driver that did not win a race. He didn't even come close to making the chase. About this time a year ago, they made the crew chief change to Matt Pusha. Brought some confidence to Greg Biffle. If you look at the chase, I think the turnaround really started in those 10 races, even though he was not a part of a chase. He starts the season off with 3 third-place finishes. He gets the win at Texas. He led the points for 11 consecutive weeks. Had the hiccup last week that we talked about, but I think with 12 races to go, Greg Biffle will definitely be a factor in his championship. The thing that he has to work on as we look toward the chase, they have to work on their short track stuff, especially like places like Richmond, but more importantly, Martinsville, where they have a race actually in the chase.
And for me, what's so cool about seeing Greg Biffle in that championship picture, the fact that he's already won a title in the Camping World Truck Series and also the Nationwide Series, the stair-step program. It'd be neat to see him complete the trifecta.
And I think the older he gets, the more he starts to think about that just a little bit, because no driver has ever accomplished such a thing like that in NASCAR.
Let's hear from another 2-time Michigan winner, Ryan Newman with Ralph Shaheen.
Well, actually, we're going to hear from Brooklyn. Hi, Brooklyn. Say hi. No, she doesn't want to talk to me. It's kind of like you. You don't usually want to talk, but today you're going to talk to me on Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought we'd bring Brooklyn out, see if she wanted to host or whatever, but she just wants to look around.
Yeah. Whoa. She doesn't want to chat. All right, so tell me about the race car. You got to do a little bit of an engine change today. What was the story?
We figured we'd make it challenging. New tires, new racetrack. Also just do a new engine while we're at it. But no, they found something that they didn't like, and us and the 48. So I think in the end it'll be a good change. Obviously the engines were going through a lot of grueling stress with that tire combination, the speeds we were going. So maybe a good thing we do the engine change. At least we get to find it out before the race starts.
You know, Brooklyn's reaching over here for that Army logo, and it's a big day for the Army, too. And it's Father's Day, but it's an important day for the Army. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
It is. I mean, the 237th birthday of the U.S. Army, and, celebrating their birth, but also all the time in between that they've provided a great service to us to have the freedom that we have, even all the things that they, the soldiers go through. Just thankful for what they do and the freedoms that we have. And, another slice of cake is never a bad thing, I guess.
You know, one of the things we haven't really had a chance to talk too much about lately with everything that's going on is all the effort the crew guys have been going through with all this testing, running back and forth to the shops. How have you guys been keeping your guys motivated?
Yeah, my tire guy figured, I think it was the last 2 weeks or whatever, he's done 71 sets of tires. It's 284 tires or whatever that he's had to be responsible for. So just a lot of work. Last night the guys I don't think got finished up until around 11:30 with the engine change and everything, and left the motel at 4 o'clock this morning. So putting a lot of work in the U.S. Army Chevrolet. Hopefully the weather breaks and we get a chance to show that it's all going to pay off.
I guess we got a tweet as well about the crew waiting out the weather. How are you guys handling the rain delay?
I'm just in the bus. My dad's here, my mom, and obviously Brooklyn, and just hanging out. And she's just kind of occupying our time. We kind of focus all our attention towards her.
All right, Brooke, you gonna say Happy Father's Day? Anything?
Can you blow everybody a kiss?
Plus kiss. Oh, sweetie girl. Okay, but you go back inside, okay?
Say thank you. Say thank you.
All right, Ryan. Happy Father's Day to you.
It's nice on Father's Day to spend some time with the family, isn't it?
Did you see the look that Brooklyn gave Ralph Shaheen the entire time that he was doing that interview? But I know the problem, Ralph. You didn't bring her a copy of Speed Sport News.
That's right.
He's upset at you.
Hey, listen, you guys can bust my chops all you want about Speed Sport magazine. Just remember, $24.95. It's a great Father's Day gift. If you're Russian, go to nationalspeedsportnews.com. Sign up. It's available now in digital. And oh, by the way, did you catch Speed Sport on radio this morning? Because we got that going too, and we have an email update. I'd be more than happy to show you those. I am happy to try to get my kids through college. So please give me all the love and all the business you want to give me today on the air.
Happy Father's Day,
And
Ralph.
if you call by 5 o'clock today, we can get you your magazine for...
I'll give you the Adam Alexander rate, just whatever you want. I'm happy to sell them.
That's what I like, though, is a man that won't beat around the bush with a shameless plug.
Hey, listen, I learned from the great Chris Economaki. I worked with Chris a lot over the years, and he's a wonderful man. And he set the bar for all of us in this business, and he was one of the absolute best when it came to getting that magazine, that newspaper out that had been around since 1934. So I am more than happy to do it in his honor.
If I order now, can I get the complete set of Ginsu knives?
Yeah.
Just check
You got it.
TNT's paper boy and delivery man and pitch man, Ralph
That's it.
Sheen. All right,
Yeah,
Ralph.
you got it. Thanks for the love, guys.
So he was talking to Ryan Newman, one of the two drivers that has to drop to the rear today with an engine change. Jimmy Johnson in that same category. Newman doesn't need that. I mean, they were better at Pocono last week, but they had hit the skids for a while here in 2012.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little concerned about Ryan Newman and his 39 team because even though they're 14th in the points, they have one of the wild card spots with 12 races to go. If you look at the fact, since that win at Martinsville, they do not have a top 10 finish. I know they ran a little better at Pocono last week, but there's definitely some work to do. But I think it's so cool when I look at Ryan to know that he's from South Bend, Indiana, which is not that far away from the Michigan Speedway. Yeah. And he talked this past week about his dad, Greg, would bring him when he was just a little bitty boy, and they would come here to watch the Sprint Cup Series races.
And one of the great stories for those two, when Ryan Newman won the Daytona 500, his dad, Greg, was spotting. That was an emotional evening.
Yeah, and that has to be emotional. You know, Ryan, he's focused on the car, but your dad, and you've got a son that raced. I had a son that raced. It is so much more intense to be sitting on that pit box or standing on top of the building spotting for him, or standing on top of a truck watching your son do it. It's so much different because when you're in the middle of the action, you're focused on what's going on. But for his dad, I think when they got to victory lane, when they hugged each other, when they talked after that Daytona 500, that had to be a phenomenal moment for a father and son.
No doubt about it. Certainly, we wish a happy Father's Day to everybody watching us today on TNT. The expanded edition of Countdown to Green. The reason why? We've got rain in the Irish Hills of Michigan. The radar looks good. We're going to go racing. Just be patient and enjoy the show. And guess who's coming up next? As you see the front moving through, Dale Earnhardt Jr. going to be with us. Can he snap the win streak today? Last time he won here 4 years ago. NASCAR's most popular driver next on Countdown to Green. Welcome back to Countdown to Green. If you want to be a part of the NASCAR family, join the party. It's twitter.com/#NASCAR. Yes, fans speaking out about Dale Earnhardt Jr. They would love to see him snap that 143 race winless streak today. Last time he went to victory lane right here 4 years ago. His only points-paying victory for Hendrick Motorsports, it was June 15th, 2008. And driver 88 going to roll 17th here this afternoon. How does he like his chances, Marty Snyder?
Well, he remembers that win very well. You and I were talking about that win the other day, the win 4 years ago here. Was a fun day, wasn't it, Junior?
Yeah, it was. It's always fun to win a race.
You were worried the whole race, though, at the end of it.
Yeah, the last several caution laps and had us tore up.
Mm-hmm. Do you get tired of talking about when's the next win going to come? It's 4 years ago. You get tired of all that talk?
No, not really. I did when we weren't close to winning, but now we're kind of close to winning, so it's kind of fun to talk about it. Steve's done a good job putting a good group of guys around us, and we got a great team. I'm driving some really good race cars, and we feel like we're getting close.
I know the fans really wanted you to go for it last week at Pocono, but you didn't want to go for it. You want to still play it conservative somewhat. Is that fair assessment?
At the time, I was worried that we were going to run out of gas, and the caution lasted a little bit longer than we anticipated, so it helped those guys out. And we probably should have done the opposite of what we did and tried to finish better, but we didn't know the caution was going to last an extra 2 or 3 laps there.
We've joked about your race car. You called it, what, Friday? Super duper comfy? You were happy with it with the old tires, but the new tires, how much does that change the game for you and your race car?
Yeah, those new lefts are really, really hard, and cars are, everybody's, trying for their life to find some grip out there. And it was pretty crazy. I ain't never seen a weekend like this where we went from one extreme to the other on the tire. But, we'll see how things work out. Hopefully it's a good, safe race, and we have a good finish.
I know you felt like you had a car that could win the race on Friday. Do you still feel that way going into the race right now?
Still drive. I mean, my cars are good, and no matter what tires they bolt on them, the car's going. I feel confident about the car. It's a curveball, the changes that they made with the tire, and it's got everybody kind of concerned, and we'll just have to see how it goes. I feel confident about my team, my car, though. We'll perform well.
We saw your dad in black race cars, but we rarely see you in a black car, but you're in one this weekend that you designed. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we teamed up with the new Batman movie, The Dark Knight Rises, is all over the race car, and some of the characters are on there as well. Diet Mountain Dew helped put that together. I want to thank them and our other sponsors, National Guard, and all our partners. But it's been fun. I mean, the car looks pretty good, pretty happy about that. And, it was right there. You see me riding with next to the Tumbler.
The Tumbler is a large vehicle, Junior.
I know it is. I got to look in that thing and check it out. It's really impressive. It's as crazy as it looks up close. So and the inside's really cool too. And it was fun to see some of that movie magic out here on the racetrack and get up close to something like that.
I don't know how Batman gets in and out of that thing so quick, because there's, as I saw when you just climbed in there, not a lot of room in there, is there?
Yeah, I think they used some camera tricks to cut out some of the time, because it took me about a good minute and a half to climb in there and climb out. But there's not a lot of room in there. I'm sure it gets pretty hot in that thing too, but it's pretty impressive, how they put that thing together.
To race in the rain, those 4 back tires might work pretty well today. That would be a good thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he looked like he had some sprint tires on the front, so he'd get some grip for a couple laps or a couple corners anyways.
I wonder if Larry Mack could crew chief that to a win. He might be able to. Who knows what he could do, right?
I'm going to stay away from that one.
We're not sure what Larry Mack could do. Maybe Larry Mack and Kyle could team up and get the Tumbler to victory lane.
Maybe so.
Maybe so. Junior's staying way away from that one, Adam.
I know my man could get it dialed in.
The first thing I would have to do, I think, is figure out which is the front and which is the rear of that car. That'd be a great start to figure out how to work on that thing, especially make it win a race.
You look at Dale Earnhardt Jr., there are 4 drivers inside the top 10 in the standings who have not gone to victory lane. Dale's 10 points out of the lead, second place. Do you have to win before you get to the chase if you're going to consider yourself a true title contender?
Yeah, let's go off of Tony Stewart last year. No, you don't have to win before you get to the chase. Tony Stewart didn't even think he should have been in the chase the way his year was going. And then he gets there and dominates the chase. Junior has had the most solid year that I've seen him have in probably 8 or 10 years when you go back and look at it. Mentally, he's on top of his game. I mean, he's focused on what he's doing. He goes out. He's talking about, we'll bolt on any tires you want to. I may not be perfect, but I'm going to go out and drive the race car. And I think that's a different attitude we're seeing from him. I think the team is behind him 200%. They just believe in Dale Jr. That's the way it is. So I think when you look at it, he's got everything going for him now. He has put together 12, 13, 14 solid races. There's a lot of guys in that garage area, including the guy that's leading a chase, that would probably like to have Junior's races, and he's had an opportunity to win a couple of races. So I think when you look at it, he's doing exactly what he needs to do, just really knocking the rough edges off of it and getting ready for that chase to be prepared for it.
Yeah, he put together a solid 13 races. I mean, if you look at this season, he has completed every single lap of competition. But what I liked about race number 14 last week at Pocono, I think that's the first time that I can say with confidence, outside of Daytona and Talladega, that's the first time in 2012 that I looked out there and I went, you know what? Dale Earnhardt Jr. and this 88 team, they are a contender today to win this race. It's not just going to be a top 5 or just a top 10. They truly can win this race. I understand why they did what they did, because when I look at 3 drivers that stayed out there at the end, let's think about it. Joey Logano, he's rolling the dice. He just needs to win a race. Mark Martin, even though the car's running the full schedule, he's running a limited schedule. All he's about is winning, and Tony Stewart had topped off with 2 laps to go. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Letarte right now, with 12 races to go, the biggest thing, win a race, but look over our shoulder and let's keep a watch on how many points we are in front of that driver that's in 11th position. We get to a point where we have that comfort level, maybe when we come back here in August, then we can start rolling the dice because, A, we know we're in the chase, and we just need to win some races then.
And one driver that really needs wins if he's going to make the chase, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s teammate, Jeff Gordon, the 4-time champion, trying to get it turned around. Perhaps today is the day, Matt Yoakum.
Adam, he's third on the all-time win list in NASCAR Sprint Cup Series competition. When you look at his racing resume, it stands out. He's very versatile. He's won just about everywhere, including right here at Michigan. 2 wins, but it's a win today, your third here, probably going to be the most challenging because of the way things have laid out with the tire situation.
Yeah, and just the way our season is laid out. It's been a challenging year. We've had great race cars this year, put ourselves in position to have great finishes and wins and just haven't been able to put all the pieces together. And this weekend, it started so good. I mean, we did the tire test here, had good speed, went to qualify, and just didn't have the grip and didn't have the speed. And, I'm pretty disappointed in myself, that we didn't get more out of it. So that puts us deep in the field. And then they changed the left side tire, and that changed everything. We definitely struggled with it at times yesterday, but I felt like we made some really good decisions and choices and adjustments and really started getting the speed back. And I feel really confident about today. But as far as having a fast race car, but when you're starting 28th with a tire that's edgy and a new repave, it's going to be a very challenging day for us. We're going to have to be very patient. We're going to have to really come together as a team, and it's going to take the pit stop strategy, me being on top of my game, the whole package.
You use the word very edgy, talking about this tire now that you're going to be running today. Will that make the restarts even crazier as people try to fan out and dive bomb, trying to score a spot here or there before things settle out?
Yeah, and you're going to be on that line of being aggressive and being patient, because you're going to watch guys that don't have patience that lose it, and end up in the fence or 3 grooves up and lose. You can gain spots that way, or there's going to be a guy that puts it up there on the edge of the gray and keeps the momentum up and puts it on the edge and makes up 4 or 5 spots. So, I think that there's a time to do that. And I think as the race goes on, we're going to see more and more aggressiveness on those restarts. And, if we're in that position, we have to do that, then we certainly will.
You mentioned your season, and the results do not tell the tale at all, whether it be an engine failure, a crash, or a pit road issue. This car, the 24, has been stout pretty much everywhere you've gone. And you mentioned a few weeks ago, one of the guys for that was Alan Gustafson. By the way, he and I attended the same high school. And he'll also add, I graduated a few years earlier than he did. But what has he brought to the team that's a little bit different than past crew chiefs?
He's so involved in the engineering side of it. He understands it. He actually runs a lot of that, and then he surrounds himself with guys that are so good at gathering all the data, the tire data, all the data that we get from tests, computer simulation, 7-post, and just putting together. It just seems to me like every weekend, when that race starts, those guys have taken everything we've learned throughout the weekend and taken it to the next level when the race starts. And even though we haven't qualified great this year, when in the race, we've had some of the best race cars that I've ever had. And it is unfortunate that we've had such great race cars and haven't had the results to show for it. But I'm still confident, because those cars are so good and this team is so good, that we're going to get those results. We know we're running out of time. We've got to start making some things happen. Today, the rain and starting 28th, all those things are not in our favor. But you know what? If it was easy, it wouldn't be as rewarding when we finally make it happen.
Now, have you joined the Brad Keselowski fan club? Because with his 2 wins and now he's 10th in points, that gives you and a few other guys a chance to maybe pick up a win or two and try to knock down a wild card spot.
Oh, well, we know the wild card's the only chance that we have, so we're always going out every weekend to win races, and so that hasn't changed and won't change. Maybe the I don't want to say desperate, but the winning races is pretty much all that we have in our bag of tricks right now, but at least we're capable of it. And I know it hasn't shown, and so a lot of people don't count us, they pretty much count us out, but we're not counting ourselves out, and we know we're capable of winning not only this weekend, but we've got some great tracks coming up that we're very capable of winning at, and I look forward to every race, every weekend. I hate that we've all gone home as disappointed as we have, as many times we have, but we still have a lot of positives to work on, and that's what's keeping us going and keeping us strong and getting us to that next race to try to win.
And his Super G fan club guys, they are all jacked up. When you look at the tracks that are coming up, whether it be the road courses, Daytona, he has won everywhere, so keep an eye on the 24. Strong shot to knock down one of those wild card spots.
So we have 5 more races on TNT. Here are 4 of the 5 tracks. Matt just talked about it for Jeff Gordon. 2 wins here at Michigan. 5 times he's gone to victory lane on the road course at Sonoma. 6 wins at Daytona, 3 at Loudon. The number that jumps to me, guys, combined, he's led 3,200 laps at 4 of the next 5 tracks. The only venue you don't see here, Kentucky, where we've only been to one time. Certainly, if he's going to get it done, now is the time to light the switch.
But not to rain on your parade or Jeff Gordon's parade. Those numbers don't know anything about pit road penalties. They don't know anything about engine failures. All of these different things that's plagued Jeff Gordon already in 2012.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the engine problems they had at both Daytona, Talladega, and, of course, Kansas. The cut tire at Bristol and Richmond. The list goes on and on, Kyle.
Yeah, and I think Jeff said it best. Our only shot is winning races. We're not going to get there by points. If he wins races, he's going to be in the top 20. If he wins races and can win 2 or 3, he's going to be in that place where he can capitalize on those wins and hopefully get in the chase. I hate to rain on Jeff Gordon's parade or anybody else's parade either. But as we look at those numbers, not a lot of those numbers happened in the last 3 or 4 years. Those numbers are a little bit older than that. And I think Jeff and those guys are capable of winning races. I think they should have already won 2 or 3 races this year, in all honesty. But at the same time, they've got to get back up to what those numbers were that we saw on the countdown.
But we were just talking about his teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr., the agenda that he and Steve Letarte are on right now. Again, they're thinking about winning races, but they're thinking about the top 10 in points. I won't say the good news, but the difference for Jeff Gordon and Alan Gustafson, they're not worried about points. They're 90 points outside the top 10. That's 2 full races. It's just full steam ahead. I promise you, if they were in the boat that Dale Earnhardt Jr. was in last week at Pocono, or even 4 laps shy, you're going to stay out. You're not going to think about coming to pit road.
Gordon's won 4 championships. He's 3rd on NASCAR's all-time wins list. Can someone like that still struggle with confidence at times, Kyle?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you can. I don't care where you're at in your career. You have those doubts. You have those doubts late at night. You have those doubts when you're riding around leading with a lap to go, and you think something's going to break when you're in a stretch like Jeff Gordon is. So I don't think he ever doubts his ability. I will say that. I think Jeff Gordon knows he's probably in the top 2 or 3, 4 greatest race car drivers that ever strapped into a Cup car. I think he already knows that. But I think there are those doubts, which, is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? Am I going to be able to break through this cycle of bad luck? I think those doubts are always there.
Yeah, and winning 3 races last year, I think definitely his confidence went up with that back in 2011. But I just think we sat down with him and talked to him last week at Pocono. Just the fact that he has speed. He's running well. Jeff Gordon can't sit behind the wheel of that race car and control things like engine failures and loose lug nuts. Obviously, you can control pit road speeding, but there's so many things that's happened to him this year. And actually, 3 or 4 times, he had a race car that could win the race. I go back to Bristol when Dale Earnhardt Jr. got together with him and cut that left rear tire down. He had a car that could win the race that day.
Let's go to Bristol. Let's go to Martinsville. Let's go to Dover. Let's go to 3
Dover,
or 4.
he had them whipped.
He had them whipped at Dover. So let's go to those races, and you look at it. We're sitting here not even having this conversation about Jeff Gordon. We're having a conversation about Jeff Gordon, and he's got 4 wins, and he's leading the points, and who's going to catch Jeff Gordon this year? It's that kind of thing.
I'm guessing, as we transition from Jeff Gordon, that Tommy Baldwin has bought a Speed Sport magazine. You know why?
Why is that?
Ooh, he's with Ralph Shaheen.
Hey, let me tell you something, Adam, about that. Tommy and I have known each other for many, many years, and we just cut a deal a little while ago. He's actually going to carry in his team's truck a couple of boxes of the brand new June issue of Speed Sport magazine to Sonoma for me. So all my friends back home in NorCal will have the new issue. Thank you very much for that, Tommy. Appreciate that.
2 years of free subscription, right?
Of course, absolutely. Yeah. You know, as a quote-unquote independent team, or one of the smaller teams out there these days, when we have stretches like this, all the testing, all the practicing that's going on, tight schedule now due to the rain delay, having to get to Sonoma, what kind of issues is this putting on your team?
Well, I mean, it's definitely going to, if it continues, it's going to be a logistical nightmare for us for sure. But, this has been a normal run for us for a number of years, this type of schedule leading into the Sonoma and Daytona, and now Kentucky's in the middle of it. I don't think it was last year, but we got a lot of different cars to prepare. That's the biggest stuff. We go from our normal race cars right now to road course cars, and then getting ready for a speedway race. And so we have a lot of different race cars we're working on now. And when you got a little bit less people than most, it becomes a burden.
We don't always get a chance to talk to some of the smaller teams. What are some of the bigger challenges organizations like your own are facing these days when you're trying to compete with the Hendricks and the Penske's?
Well, I mean, we're just trying to find, some really good partners to raise the capital to get all the necessary tools that we need to compete. And, we've had some good, runs when we've had everything in our possession and do everything right.
where some things don't make a difference. You know, we're really good on the speedway stuff, and we're pretty good on the short track stuff. So these kind of racetracks, we struggle a little bit because there's a lot more emphasis on the engineering, and those are the tools that we're missing right now. So, you know, if we had money, we can put all those tools in place and the people in place to do it right. We just continually trying to find that money.
We've also seen you come very close, such as Daytona, where you've been able to play strategy cards that maybe you can take a bigger gamble than some of the others at times because you're not necessarily thinking about the chase.
Well, I think if we were in a position to do like we did in Daytona this past February, we definitely could take some more chances than most. But, you know, we have our own fight trying to stay in the top 35 with both the 36 and the 10. So we're racing a whole different race than most every weekend. As, you know, the 7 or 8 guys that are always, you know, the TV's constantly paying attention to. There's a whole lot of different racing going on in the back, what we're all trying to accomplish. So, you know, we just got to keep fighting the fight, and hopefully we can put some good things together and have some people come on board and raise enough capital in order to do everything the right way.
Fans here talk a lot about the top 35, but they might not necessarily understand what that means for an organization like yours. What kind of a difference does it make for you between 35th and 36th?
Well, for one, you can breathe all week and concentrate on just trying to make your race car better for the races on Sunday. When you're not in the shows, you got to do a lot of preparation for Friday's practice and Saturday's qualifying or Friday's qualifying. A lot different than you do, and you can't concentrate on making race runs in practice. So that seems to hurt. And it's a good selling point. It's a good selling point to companies of, you know, being guaranteed in the races and being in top 35 in points, especially lead into, you know, the next year's, 2013.
I know I've tried real hard to get the scoop for our Speed Sport magazine on what you got cooking for Sonoma, but you got some plans up your sleeve.
Yeah, we got a couple. We got some things that we're going to announce hopefully on Tuesday about the road course stuff, and we got some other things cooking. You know, we got the Golden Corral stuff coming up for Daytona in the 36, and Seal Wrap coming back for Kentucky. So we got some stuff going on. We're still looking for a lot of stuff on the 10 car right now with Dave Ruderman driving. So hopefully we can put some things together from now to next couple of weeks and keep racing.
All right, Tommy, thanks for waiting. See that, Adam? Even got one more plug in there.
You are one of the best, Ralph. And when I think of Tommy Baldwin, 2 words come to mind: blue collar. This guy will roll his sleeves up, go to work until the job is done.
You have to have so much respect for Tommy Baldwin. I mean, he is a winning Sprint Cup Series crew chief. He won the 2002 Daytona 500, Bill Davis Racing and Ward Burton. But this is something that he wanted to do. And he showed up at Daytona in 2009 with Scott Riggs, and they made the Daytona 500. They spent most of those first 2 years just trying to find funds, a lot of start and park, and then last year finally got that 36 car into the top 35. He's got the 10 car now, and of course made a big business decision with Stewart Haas Racing by that 10 number being with Danica Patrick. If they can just find some funding, I just think we'd be amazed with what Tommy Baldwin can do and can go out and be competitive.
Yeah, and you know, you say blue collar, I say independent. I think this sport has gotten used to calling some of those teams that run that back there and do stuff starting parks, and that is a business model that works in this sport, and it shouldn't be criticized. The rules are open. You can start and park. Tommy comes to race, and I think he's an independent in the vein of an Elmo Langley, of a James Hilton, of a Richard Childress, and we see what Childress, as a struggling independent, has been able to parlay that part of his career into. I think Tommy works really hard at putting the best product he can on the racetrack with the best drivers that he has, and he's got drivers that can win races, make no doubt about that. So under the right circumstances and the right funding, he could do something. But I think when Tommy leaves the racetrack and he's finished 15th, 16th, 20th, that's almost like a win for that team in a lot of ways, because you're competing against Hendrick, Gibbs, Roush, Childress, guys that are outspending him, some cases 10-1 probably. So when you look at that, if you can compete on the same field that those guys do and at least run with them, stay in the lead lap and do that type thing, that's a huge accomplishment for a guy like Tommy.
And he said it in his interview, somewhere like Daytona or Talladega, that could be where a team like that could sneak up there and win a race. I go back to, I think, 2009, Brad Keselowski driving for James Finch. When you go there, tends to be the equalizer, and you never know who can win one of those races.
In sports, everyone loves an underdog. That's why it's so easy to root for Tommy Baldwin and his organization. Earlier, we talked to Dale Earnhardt Jr., and we showed you some video of the Tumbler, the modern-day version of the Batmobile. You know, they were racing skateboards last week at Pocono, Kyle. I'd like to see you in the Tumbler here at Michigan this week.
I'll take her a lap. I'll take her a lap right now. Let's go. Let's go.
If he'll take a lap, I'll work on it.
Yeah, you may have to pull a jet dryer behind it. The rain stopping at Michigan. We're going to go green later this afternoon, and when we return, we talk to five-time champion Jimmie Johnson. Great to have you with us on this Father's Day. It's Countdown to Green on TNT. Countdown to Green, back live at the Michigan International Speedway. Slight delay this afternoon, some rain showers moving through. And these young ladies came prepared. Who carries that stuff in their suitcase? Joey Logano says he's spending the rain delay playing on his iPad. Come on, Joey, you're supposed to be watching Countdown to Green, for crying out loud. He'll try to sweep the weekend later. He won the nationwide race here yesterday when the weather was beautiful. Not so much today, but Larry, you're kind of our meteorologist. What do you see on the radar?
Exactly what I told you about an hour and 15 minutes ago. This front moving across toward the Great Lakes. We are on the tail end. I have to believe in about 10, 15, maybe at the most 20 minutes, we will hear the sound of jet dryers.
And it will be a magical thing. Right now, let's hear the sound of Jimmie Johnson, the five-time champion, with Chris Neville.
Yeah, and Jimmie Johnson's been one of the hottest drivers on the circuit the past month. But Jimmie, you really had to work for it last weekend. You had those 2 pit lane speeding penalties that put you well back, but you still finished 4th. Are you guys confident that you knew what was going on in pit lane last weekend?
We still have a couple questions, but at the end of the day, it's behind us, and we'll worry about that when we get back in a month or so. But not only did I have those 2 issues there on pit road, there's a restart, maybe 2 restarts from the end, where I was in great position on 4 tires and cooked it into turn 1 a little hot and fell from, I don't know, somewhere in the top 10 all the way to the 20s and still fought back. So we had an awesome car. I hate that we didn't go to victory lane, but passed a lot of cars, and been very proud of where our race cars are on these bigger tracks. It's been a bit of a challenge to get through this whole weekend. We lacked some speed at times, but got a decent qualifying spot. And then I think this new tire kind of helped us. I think our car drove really good in the odd practice session we had last night. So I'm optimistic whenever we can run this race.
Yeah, looking at that new tire, we got the call from NASCAR and Goodyear, I think it was about 8 or 9 p.m. on Friday, that they were making the change and we were going to get another practice session Saturday evening. What does the team have to go through to get ready for that practice session?
Yeah, it was a Chinese fire drill, but I think it's something that the 48 guys really enjoy. And you just start trying to track back when you use that tire last, what adjustments worked. And this tire was used so long ago that it was the old car. So it's tough to go back that far and to really try to find, toe patterns, cambers, pressures, even adjustments that worked well with the tire. But it's a challenge our guys love, and our guys sat there with a smile on their face, even though they had been working, their guts out for however many days here. They were excited about the opportunity to find something before another race team, and the practice session went really good for us yesterday.
Well, the rain has finally let up. I think the weather map, we just looked at it, it's looking pretty good, which is important because you've got a busy week ahead.
I do. We have a really busy week. Heading to San Diego, we have our charity golf tournament for the Jimmie Johnson Foundation coming up on Wednesday, and Tuesday evening is our fundraiser. So just a big thank you to all the fans that have supported it over the years and the different companies, including Lowe's. They're the primary sponsor for our golf tournament. We couldn't do it without them. And just looking forward to raising a lot of money and then distributing that money to the 3 areas, where I grew up, where my wife grew up, and then where we live in North Carolina. So a lot of needy kids out there, and we're helping them.
Well, this team is on a hot streak, and they're still looking for their first win at Michigan International Speedway. Adam?
Yeah, Chris, Jimmie Johnson, one of 4 drivers in 2012. Forged one twice, and there they are.
Did you say drivers or dryers?
I said
4 dryers.
I tried to say drivers, but I said dryers. I was rudely interrupted.
Yes, you were.
So here are the numbers for Jimmie Johnson. 5 tracks where he's not won. One of them right here in Michigan where he has 20 starts. He's been close on a number of different occasions. It's good to see those jet dryers, isn't it?
It truly, truly is. Every time I point out, though, to Chad Canal, Jimmie Johnson's crew chief, that he's not won at Michigan, he reminds me of how close they've been. If you go back to 2009, they led a total of 279 laps between the 2 races. In June, they ran out of fuel on the white flag lap and finished 22nd. The August race leading ran out of fuel with a lap and a half to go and finished 33rd. They have led, I think, over 500 laps at this 2-mile racetrack, but strategy fuel has really hurt them a few times.
And this is a day, Kyle, where you kind of expect them to go out and get it done. Change an engine, drop to the back. Tire that we don't know a lot about. Green racetrack. These are the days where Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson thrive.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how good they really are. I don't think Jimmy, and I say it all the time, I don't think people realize how good a race car driver Jimmy Johnson is. I don't think he ever gets the credit he deserves as a race car driver. And I think starting at the back, anytime you get those guys in a hole, they seem to take it to another notch. When you get them to the chase, they raise their game. That's what champions do. They came out of Daytona with all that controversy, never bothered them. They go to Phoenix, they go to Vegas, they go to California, and they just hammer out those points. And then when they get their points back, where are they at in points? 7th or 8th. They're right there in the mix.
Yeah, I don't want to dilute anything that happened at Pocono last week, but the competition better be glad that he had the issues that he had to have 2 pit road speeding penalties under green, and they had to take the wave around, and it seemed like he was one of the drivers with the car that traffic didn't seem to bother him. He would just slice right through there, and to finish 4th with all those things happening, that just shows you how strong they were last week.
This game is very psychological, Kyle, if you're going to be successful. And it's one of those situations where it appears everybody in the garage area got one eye on their race car and one eye over there on what's the 48 doing.
Yeah, but it's always been that way in this sport. I think you go back, it was that way with the King when those guys did it. It was that way when Junior and Darrell were winning all that race. It was that way forever with Earnhardt. I mean, you always just, what's the 3-car doing? What's the 3-car doing? No matter what everybody else is doing. 3-car may be 25th, but you were watching what he was doing. And I think everybody was that way with Jeff Gordon and then with Jimmy Johnson. And it's been that way with Hendrick Motorsports for a while now.
So the big topic of conversation this weekend at Michigan, all about the speeds. Yesterday in qualifying, 19 drivers going over 200 miles per hour. The best of the bunch. The fastest man in NASCAR right now, Marcus Ambrose. He's on the pole when we go green later today. Let's hear from him.
And I've tracked down the fastest man in the house. So I got to ask you, was it fun Friday, kind of dueling with everybody, trying to see who had the biggest guts to lay down the fastest lap?
Yeah, it really was great. I knew I had a good car, and we had a good practice on Friday. And Saturday, all we were due to do was 1 lap. So I was really geared up for that 1 lap, threw down a pretty good one, and got the pole. You know, it's great to get a pole, but it's even better to get all those records behind it. So I hope it sticks around for a while.
And who would have thought it would have come at Michigan and not a road course for you? So how much have the tires, the new tires, changed your setup and how fast your car is?
I think it changed everybody's setup quite a lot freer for sure, and less grip, less stability. So we were trying to get the rear end hooked up a little bit for us yesterday in yesterday's practice. We started to cycle some tyres too. I think cycles on tyres are going to be really important here. You know, the tyres are so hard that, you know, they just get better and better as you wear them in. So I think we've done our homework. Hopefully it's enough.
You told me after the win last year at Watkins Glen that you were going to give yourself until you got to Sonoma to get an oval win. Why so much pressure on yourself to get an oval win? And you got one race to get that done. That's today.
It's because you guys keep putting me under pressure.
Oh, we don't do that, Marcos. It's you.
Yeah, look, I'm a NASCAR driver, and, you know, I want to be good on all the racetracks I go to and feel like I'm a threat to win. So I think we've really improved our team over the course of this year, and the Stanley team have continued to support me and been behind me all the way through. So we just want to win every week, but obviously the big one to get out of the way is my first oval win, and we're really gunning for that today.
Do you kind of put too much pressure on yourself, you think, to get that oval win? Do you feel like you have to have it to be accepted as an overall all-around driver?
Now I'm the fastest man in NASCAR. It doesn't really matter, right?
That's right.
So,
that's right.
You know, today is all about just we've got a great car. We've got a chance to win for Richard Petty and for Ford. We're in Ford's backyard, so fingers crossed we can do it for him. But it'll come. We've just got to be consistent and persistent.
All right, I got to talk to you about something that I have in my hand here. I tweeted earlier that you were having Vegemite for lunch. So explain to us what Vegemite is.
With every rain delay, there seems to be a Vegemite joke somewhere nearby.
No, not joke. This was more of a story.
It will be a joke. You just wait till you eat it.
Eat it. Oh, okay. Marcos has made us some sandwiches. I believe the boys have sandwiches as well. Are you guys ready to try some Vegemite up there?
You know,
he's got lovely plates for you too. Let me grab mine and Marcos.
We do like my plates.
Marty, we have absolutely got the best crew when it comes to television in motorsports.
I'm going to let you try the
I thought they brought us
I thought
to
Kyle
snack,
would go after it.
I'll try it.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, Kyle, that's miserable.
Do you want me to try
That's
it?
like salt on bread. Yeah, go ahead, KP. Let me see what you got. I can't even swallow it.
Look at Marcus Ambrose. He is
He
enjoying
loves
it.
it.
He loves it.
Let me just say.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, Marcus, how many calories?
God. How many calories?
You did put it on pretty strong.
Oh, gosh.
I will say this.
That is miserable.
He may be the fastest man on the racetrack. I may be the fastest man in TV headed to the bathroom here in a minute.
What is it?
I don't know what
Larry
this
Mack,
is.
you've got to try that.
No,
Come on, Larry Mack.
I watched.
He made you a sandwich. Don't let
I
him down,
watched
Larry Mack.
Rutledge
Come
Wood.
on.
I watched Rutledge Wood try Vegemite.
Oh, my gosh.
A few years ago, and
Larry
that's the
Mack.
sickest I believe I've ever seen a man.
Larry Mack, Marcos is calling you names if you don't try that sandwich. How about you, Adam? You got anything for the Vegemite? Come on.
My thing is, if Larry doesn't do it, I don't have to do it,
no,
right?
Come on, guys. Marcos made sandwiches for you. He's very hurt that you're making fun of his country.
I've eaten half of mine.
Are you sure? Are you sure this is edible?
All right. I want to get back to the fact of what is this stuff, Marcos?
No one really knows.
Come on.
But,
Oh, my
it's got a
God.
half-life of 25 years.
I mean, he smiled. I don't see how you can even smile.
He's
when you
almost
eat
done
it.
with his sandwich, and he puts butter on the other side.
Okay, that's my
the
problem.
key way to eat it.
I got no butter.
All right,
I got no butter.
I'm going to do it.
A little bit of butter on there, but
Go
I mean,
ahead.
It's
Double A.
There you go, Adam. Go for it, my man.
Oh, I wouldn't have gone that big with it.
Yeah.
I would not have gone that big. No. I would not have gone that big.
You want a Diet Coke, Adam? I'll send you
I'll
one.
take
Please.
anything. I'll take
No,
anything.
I don't need a
Got to have
Diet
one
Coke.
right
I
here.
need Santa Flush or something.
Larry Mack said he needs Santa Flush to get rid of that taste. He needs something.
Oh, my gosh.
Vegemite's a staple of Australia. It's actually a vegetable extract. And my kids, 4 and 6, they eat it every day for breakfast. So
Every day for breakfast.
You do get used to it. You get a taste for it. But it is strong stuff, no doubt.
Okay. All right. So we've had our Vegemite lesson for the day. I'm done with the story.
We
Next
know what
rain
the,
delay.
we
I'm
know
not
what
doing
the
that.
secret to
By the
running
way, what
203
plate-
miles per hour
What
is.
plate did you guys get? Marcos gave us a monkey plate for his kids. See that?
Monkey
Very
brain
nice.
damage. You ever heard of monkey brain damage?
Kyle, what'd you
I
get?
got the
Kyle?
gator.
Never mind. I got
He
an
gave you-
elephant.
Actually, Kyle's using his as a paperweight for his notes.
Thank
I
you
am.
for the plates, Marcos.
Yeah, no worries. Always a good time here.
Hopefully your kids don't get mad at us. And thanks for making those boys a sandwich. Too.
Hey,
Yeah, you got it.
I
You did spread it, though. You put it on thick. So
I put it on thick.
ate
Sorry,
my whole
guys.
sandwich. I ate my whole
You did,
sandwich,
Kyle?
man. Yeah.
That's
He did.
impressive.
What's
Got
that?
from
Right
High
there.
Point, North Carolina, eating
Yes.
Vegemite. All right, Adam, take it away. We're done with Vegemite.
Kyle is either starving or he's just flat out a pig. I don't know which.
Both. That was
Hey,
good, man.
hey, have another.
Yeah,
I mean,
here.
I only
No,
bit
no.
off the
Since you
corner.
enjoy it so much, here you go, my friend.
No, that's right. That's right.
There's plenty
I'm
for
pass-
Kyle.
I'm passing
I
now.
will say he might be the fastest man in NASCAR, but if he invites me over to his house for dinner and gives me some of that, he is the worst host I've ever met.
I'm getting ready to leap off here right now in a minute.
Something's getting ready to leap. It may not be me, but
I need a Coke.
yeah, me too. And I think that probably means we need a break, huh?
I think we do
Give me
need a
something.
break.
All right.
Help a brother out. Help a brother out.
All right, so we had a little Vegemite, not the snack I was looking for on a rainy day at Pocono. And look at this reaction.
Smiled for a minute, smiled for a minute. There goes the smile. No longer is he smiling.
Wow.
The jet dryers are on track. Hey, Marcus, fix these guys some sandwiches. They're hungry driving around Michigan as they get this place dried out. We're going to go racing shortly. It's Countdown to Green on TNT.
Countdown to Green. Brought to you by Chrysler. Imported from Detroit. And by McDonald's. I'm loving it.
You just never know what they'll be talking about if you log on to twitter.com/#NASCAR. We're on there, guys. I kind of want to see how bad Vegemite is. I love NASCAR rain delays. They have so much fun. Maybe Marcus Ambrose is having fun. I'm not sure the three of us are with him. And Marcus Ambrose making the TNT crowd choke down Vegemite. The rating's going to plummet down under. I don't think so. They're ready to watch their man on the pole today. Marcus
Yes,
going to lead him to green flag later on. And the man starting deep in the field, a guy who's won here twice, Carl Edwards. He's with Matt Yoakum.
And Adam, the first thing you always do when we're in a rain delay situation, you look at your surroundings and you critique different things. And Carl, you made a really good critique on a young man over in the playground area. What was he doing at Pocono?
At Pocono, I'm not sure whose kid this is, but he was just running into curbing with his bicycle, and a really nice lady was telling me he shouldn't be doing that. But I've seen him twice ride his bike from left to right and just run it straight into the chain link fence. So I don't know exactly what he's training for, but there's no safer barrier over there. I hope he's safe.
Okay, well, he's working on a triathlon. As far as you're working on trying to score your first win this year, fifth twice. Looking at all the drama that's taken place this year, do you feel like that, what your expertise is, being able to adjust to different surroundings, is going to be a big advantage?
Fifth? That's the best we've done this year? Man, that's rough. It is.
I mean, I could lie to you and just say, Carl Edwards, folks, by the way, he just had a crash. See, he needs to work on that.
Yeah, he's having, that's his, what happened there, that's kind of like, that's how my year's been going right there. That's, see him? He's crying. That's how I feel sometimes. We have been working very hard, and every once in a while, you're the fence, and sometimes you're the bicycle, and we've been the bicycle a lot lately. Our Fastenal team, though, we don't ever quit. We don't give up. And I had to remind Daryl after our qualifying problem yesterday, this is not because of last season. We're okay. We had fun last season. We have had unbelievably poor luck. And listening to Jimmy and how those guys plan on attacking this day from the back and having some fun with it, I feel like our Fastenal guys feel the same way. We're starting back there right next to us.
But the good news is the day has already started out positive. You've gone from 43rd up to 41st because of 2 engine changes. Yeah,
I guess we have. We've passed 2 guys.
Yeah, you've got to look at the positive.
That's big. That's a positive. And they changed the tire. So, we respond well to those changes. It was really slick and treacherous. I think our lap tracker showed our 99 car being the fastest car on average. So it should be good. And it looks like, as Larry Mack, I'm sure he's told you that low pressure system that's up north is moved and the cold front's passed now. So should be good weather and a nice sunny day.
Well, he's given us 3 different readings on the barometric pressure. But looking at the restarts, do you think this is where we could see a lot of craziness take place early on in the run with the new tires?
Craziness, insanity. There's going to be a lot happen on these restarts. It looked like yesterday, I talked to a couple of the Nationwide guys. They said when they dropped the green flag, it was like synchronized spinning. Everyone just went down the corner and couldn't hardly keep control of their race cars. The groove isn't very wide. The speeds are very high, and the tire is very, very treacherous. So, I might just, sit back there for the first lap or so and watch and see what happens. But we do plan on having a good run for Ford, for Fastenal, for all the Roush industry folks that are here, and for Speedway Illustrated. I know you guys have talked a lot about Speed Sport News, but I happen to work a little bit with Dick Berger and Speedway Illustrated, and we've got great features in that magazine for local racers. And
you can find that at Fastenal?
Yeah, you can find Speedway Illustrated at Fastenal stores. Thanks for mentioning that. Now, no offense, Ralph. Ralph Shaheen, delivered a Speed Sport News, and I enjoyed it.
He didn't charge you, did he?
In a way, I think he was kind of asking for some money for it, but that's okay. He's in the magazine business, and Speed Sport, Speedway Illustrated, there are a lot of good magazines covering local racing and what's going on out there. And hopefully the 99 being back to Victory Lane. I hope that's the cover. It should be the cover of Speed Sport, maybe if we're able to do that this weekend.
By the way, number 1, the invoice is coming. You'll get it next week. Number 2, trying to be positive as well. He's won here twice, and the little young man that crashed into the fence, he didn't even limp away. He got up and ran away. Tears are all gone. Good things there.
That's my style.
Chris?
Well, Matt, Kevin Harvick is going to be starting second today, and you'd think we're about 20 minutes away from driver introductions. And, Kevin, I would think that you'd be trying to wrap your head around this race, but it looks like more than anything you and Jimmy Johnson are kind of going back and forth on Twitter.
Well, I didn't realize that everybody was going to pay attention, but we were just kind of messing around. And the other day I walked out, and they were taking off on a bike ride, and we didn't get a picture of them. So the guy in the front of the picture kind of looks like a skinny Max Pappas, and Jimmy would have to shrink a little bit in the back, but we've been making fun of them for their bike ride that they had the other day.
Now, track's drying right now. Obviously, this race is going to be changing the entire time. How do you think this thing is going to go down?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think as we went through practice last night, we had to spend some of the time just scuffing the tires, and then you spent the first run trying to get used to your car, and it drives a little bit different than what it did. So we're just trying to wrap our arms around whether it was going to be 90 today or 70, and how hard we should drive it into the first corner. But it's a lot of different elements to take into consideration, and you have to have your car adjustable today and be able to adjust to the conditions that are thrown at you. So it'll be an interesting start to the day.
On a personal note, you and your wife, you're expecting. Your wife's due in about 5 weeks. You ready to be a father?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm looking forward to it. You see all of his stuff in his bedroom, and and all the stuff's in the house pretty much ready to go. So she's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable and starting to get a little bit antsy, but it's been a fun process so far. I can't wait until he's here.
Well, Kevin Harvick starting second today. He won this race back in 2010. Kevin Harvick, one of those 4 drivers inside the top 10 of the standings, yet to go to victory lane. And you look at their organization, kind of some peaks and valleys in 2012.
Well, I think Richard Childress raced across the board, all 3 of their drivers. Of course, they have a 4th entry here with Austin Dillon, but I think they will tell you that they're solid right now, but they're just a little bit behind. It's a typical Kevin Harvick season. He's just top 5, top 10 of them to death. He's finishing races. He's quietly sitting 6th in the points. But no different than the last 2 years when he's finished 3rd in the points. I think if they want to really contend for a championship, they're going to have to turn those top 10s into top 5s into wins.
I think when you look at the numbers that Kevin Harvick has consistently put up over the years, the fact that he doesn't have a Sprint Cup championship to show for it, a perfect example of how difficult it is to be a champion in this series.
Yeah, I think it shows how tough the competition is. But honestly, it shows how tough Jimmy Johnson and you know, we look last year at the Roush organization and at the Stewart-Haas organization. You know, you can be a little bit behind one year and leapfrog over somebody. And I think the Childress organization got leapfrogged over last year. But if you look over the last 2.5 years, there's been nobody as consistent as Kevin Harvick in that 2019. You talked blue-collar earlier. I call them a blue-collar team. It makes no difference what happens to them. They just hammer it out. At the end of the day, they got an 8th place finish. They got a 4th place finish. But I agree with Larry. They've got to go that next step just a little bit. It's not that far, but it's the hardest part of the mountain to climb.
And, you know, going back to Carl Edwards, I know it's not the season he's been looking for, only 2 top 5 finishes, but he actually ought to feel pretty lucky to be 11th in the points, only 3 points out of the top 10. Just think of the things that's happened to him just the last 2 weeks. He qualified 2nd at Pocono. They drove into the side of him in turn 1 of lap 1. Go back the week before at Dover. Qualified well, up in the top 5, and cuts that right front tire down. And then at Bristol, they wrecked right in front of him before lap 25. So they've had a lot of things happen to them that truly was out of their control.
And this is kind of what Carl referred to. There is no jinx about being a championship runner-up and what happens the following year. Kenseth in 07 came back, finished 7th. Jeff Gordon in 08. You look at the numbers here. The bottom line is there are a number of different factors that go into being successful in the Sprint Cup Series, and sometimes things don't go your way. They haven't for that 99 team, but when you look big picture at all the problems they've had, 3 points out of the top 10.
Yeah.
You look at Joey Logano last week, 1 win, and all of a sudden everything changes.
Everything changed.
Carl could go out and get it done today, and next week we're talking about someone with momentum.
It's amazing what a trophy will do for you. Okay, it is truly amazing in this sport. But I think you're right. There is no sophomore jinx for this team. I don't believe that. I think the 11 team and some of those guys, we can go back and look at teams that just fell off the face of the earth the year after they were runners-up. But I think you look at this team comes out every week. They run competitive. They may not be as sharp as what they were last year, but they've had so many things happen to them out of their control. And I think when you look at that, it's like Jeff Gordon. Jeff's had rotten luck. This team's had rotten luck. The difference is Jeff's team has been in position to win a lot of races. This team has not necessarily been in a position to win races yet, but they're farther up in points. So I think when you look at it, these are the two teams for me is Jeff Gordon and Carl Edwards, who's had the worst luck this year.
When you look at the lineup of driver-crew chief combinations, not a lot of long-term relationships. However, in that 99 camp, you got Carl Edwards and Bob Osborne that have been together a good number of years. How big is that chemistry when you're hitting some bumps in the road like they have in 2012?
Well, any time that a driver and a crew chief that you have that belief in each other and you have faith in each other, then you can weather these storms. And we certainly know, even though Bob Osborne and Carl Edwards are 2 completely different personalities, you can see their support and how they care about each other. But the biggest thing, how they believe in each other. Carl never questions Bob on calls that he makes on pit road, and I don't think Bob ever questions anything Carl Edwards does on the racetrack.
They have got a good relationships, and that's what makes you believe they got a chance to get things turned around, put themselves in the chase once again in 2012. The sun's starting to peek through at Michigan. That means we're closing in on an opportunity to go racing in the Irish Hills. Hey, kid, put a helmet on. Oh, my. crash and turn right into the fence on the infield.
He's not a quick learner, is he?
He's like auditioning for the Joey Chitwood Auto Thrill Show, I think. Nothing like the good entertainment during a rain delay. We return to MIS after a break. Glad you're with us. Happy Father's Day from all of us here at TNT.
The aliens find you, and they kill you.
Everything we thought we knew, I only want the truth, was wrong. TNT tonight.
These creatures will leave our world only when we force them to. I know that I have to keep fighting. Keep your heads down! Make every shot count! You gotta do this! Move, let's go! I'm doing this my way! Have that haste in there!
Falling Skies. 2-hour season premiere. Tonight at 9 on TNT.
I think they may have done something in my mind.
You want to save money on car insurance? No problem. You want to save money on RV insurance? No problem. You want to save money on motorcycle insurance? No problem. You want to find a place to park all these things? Forget about it. This is New York.
Hey, little guy, wake up!
Oh, come off it, Mike.
Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Welcome to Michigan. Let's go talk to some of these great race fans about all this American ethanol-fueled horsepower. How much of the nation's fuel supply is filled by American ethanol? 2%, 6%, or 9%? What do you guys think?
Probably 9.
You're correct, 9%. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you 9 American flags. And since it's Father's Day, I'm going to give Dad here a couple T-shirts. You guys got it right. Good job.
Thank you.
How's it going, guys? Quick quiz for you. Does fuel with American ethanol, like Sunoco's Green E15, same thing NASCAR uses, produce more, the same, or less greenhouse gas emissions than traditional fuels? Less. No, actually, it's more, believe it or not. What? I'm kidding. It is less. Congratulations, you got it right.
Nice. Thank you. Do I win something, or?
You could win one of 3 Chevy Silverados if you go to American Ethanol's Facebook page or NASCAR.com. You can learn more there.
Thanks. You get the internet on your phone?
Actually, sure, yeah. You can.
Go ahead and hit up the Facebook now, right?
Sure, yeah. I got all the time in the world.
With your family?
My dad's been a huge part of my life, a huge part of my racing career, still is, and so it's fun to, to have that weekend and kind of celebrate what dads are all about.
My father's helped me out a ton in my career, and he still does to this day. Comes to a lot of races, and he enjoys them, and able to bounce ideas off him all the time.
We're getting close to having our son, and then obviously my dad and I grew up racing our whole lives together, so it's going to be kind of a cool day.
Certainly all of us here at TNT wishing you a happy Father's Day at home this afternoon. Last week we kicked off our new NASCAR Generation Series by talking about $25 race cars and $11,000 laps. This week's feature is truly a special edition. A Father's Day story about the boys who grow up in the garage, then follow their heroes into victory lane. After winning 50 races and 2 Sprint Cup championships, Ned Jarrett passed the torch to son Dale, who began his career in 1984. Following in his father's footsteps, Dale won 32 races and his own title in 1999. Bill Elliott's 44 wins and 1988 Series championship are all a part of NASCAR's history, but his son Chase could be an equally big part of its future. The 16-year-old captured his first big win just weeks ago, backed by NASCAR powerhouse Hendrick Motorsports. And Jimmy Johnson celebrates his second Father's Day as the proud parent of his first child, Genevieve Marie, still at least 13 years too young to obtain a NASCAR license.
I want to ask you a question for Larry and you too. Not you yet. Because I went through this with Adam. How amazed were you guys at their level of ability and how much they already knew about driving a race car, just that they had picked up from you guys?
Well, I certainly was amazed the first time Dale drove in a race. He was a good athlete in high school. In fact, he lettered in 4 sports, but he had never been around the racetrack in a race car. And they were late getting the car to the track that Saturday night at living at that time. So Dale went out there in the back of the heat race, and he just drove up to the front just like he knew what he was doing. And Bobby Isaac ran the length of the pit road and came down there and said, "I thought Dale was going to drive that car tonight." I said, "That is Dale. Can't be." He said, "Nobody can do that." And so, yeah, we were really amazed to see him do that.
Your son Chase just got his first win, Bill, in the K&N series. Did you tell him how much he needs to cherish that and how polished he needs to keep that trophy?
He knows. I mean, he's been around this stuff, and he understands it. He gets it.
Bill Elliott joins the list of winners of the Brickyard 400 in Indy.
Yeah, I was about 6 or 7 or so wasn't very old at all. I was just glad to be there. I was pumped, and I definitely knew it was one of the biggest wins of his career.
Hit the pedal a couple times, knock the pads back, spin the rotors, stab them a couple times.
Well, he came to me when he was pretty little and said he wanted to race, and I said, "That's between you and your mother. You work it out with her, and whatever y'all do is fine."
He's always given me the opportunity and given me the choice to be able to go and do it. It's never been something he pushed me to go do. So, I mean, if I walked over to him right now and said I don't want to race, like, all right, let's go home and play some baseball or something. So, I mean, it's really completely up to me, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Don't do this on my account. You know, you've got to do it for you because it's your deal. You like to live this stuff, live it, breathe it, eat it.
Chase, all you, bud. If a caution comes out next time, Chase, you got to exit the racetrack. No harm, no foul.
I'm trying not to be a soccer dad, you know what I mean? I don't think any kid that takes very good direction from their parents. Well, the main thing if something happens is trying to get that thing where you got somewhere to go or whatever, because it's, you know, like it was last time, they'd run a few laps and be a caution and then be back at it again.
It's always good advice, whatever it is, usually. So whether you're in a good mood, bad mood, want to hear it, don't want to hear it, you better just think about it and try to use it in the future. Oh, I like that, yeah.
I watched your dad when he was driving Coors car.
Yeah.
Cool for him all the time, man.
I hear you, good deal.
Hey, good luck with you.
Thank you.
I hope you ball this stuff.
Appreciate it.
Chase Elliott will see the checkered flag for the first time in his career. Elliott wins at Iowa.
I'll tell you what, he's done a good job, and Lord only knows where it's going to go from here.
I am really high on Chase. He reminds me a lot of Jeff Gordon. He knows how to race without tearing the car up, and that's his dad teaching him. That's the old Bill Elliott way to race, and so he gets all the credit, and I just can't wait to see him mature up into the Nationwide Series and hopefully Cup one day.
I'd like to make it to the Sprint Cup Series. A plan B, I haven't thought of a plan B yet. I'm just going to shoot for plan A, and hopefully it'll work out.
Does that mean more to you seeing him win than when you won yourself?
Most definitely, Ned. I'm sure every one of us can sit here and say the same thing. I mean, my deal's come to a close, but, you know, whatever I can do for him and what can help him get him going in his direction, that's what I need to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't win near the races you guys were a part of winning, but I know when Brandon won Talladega a few weeks ago, that jumped above all of those wins. It's cool when you obtain success, but when your kid does it.
McReynolds makes the pass as they go through the triangle. Can he hang on until they get to the stripe? McReynolds will win at Talladega.
It goes beyond anything that you've ever accomplished. And I mean, it's like with Brandon, I don't know where this stuff comes from. It didn't come from me. I promise you, I'm the guy on the interstate in the left lane, probably with my blinker on, like I'm going to turn left somewhere. But it's amazing what these kids pick up, just looking and listening.
Being a part of motorsports television, we get to do some cool things. Yeah. There's nothing like sitting around with a group of guys like that, including you two, and hearing those stories. I mean, the behind-the-scenes stuff is absolutely magic.
Yeah, and it's so cool. You listen to Bill talk about Chase. You listen to Ned talk about Dale. You know, obviously Adam came along with me, but I don't think I've ever seen Larry more excited, even when Alabama wins. I don't care. I told Brandon, I said, the only thing that made that better if there's a big A on the hood of that thing. But that's what it's all about as a father. Today's Father's Day, but that's what it's all about. And you can take everything that you did. Those guys said it best. You can take everything you did in your career, all the ups, all the downs. It doesn't make any difference. And watching your kid drive a race car or do something that you love to do and were a part of and love so much, and they have that same passion, was incredible. But you on that pit box, that was an amazing day, man.
But, Kyle, I think the reason there was so much excitement there was because of expectations. When we went to Daytona with Brandon and Turner Motorsports back in February, there were not any expectations at that ARCA race, and he led 68 of 84 laps and ran out of fuel just a few hundred yards from the start-finish line. So now you have the expectations that Brandon truly can win one of these races, and I think that's the reason to see him finally seal the deal, to see his disappointment sitting outside that motor coach hours after that ARCA race at Daytona. And being his dad, I wanted to have the right thing to say to him at that point. And I told him, I said, I know I've been in it 30 years. I know I'm your dad. I just don't know what to tell you right now. I think that's why winning Talladega was so special, because of what happened to him and how close he came at Daytona.
But you know what? Honestly, you were there, and all you can say when there's disappointment like that is, there'll be another chance, and I love you no matter what. And that's the way it is.
The other thing that I told him, I said, yeah, your dad's very proud that I won 23 of these Sprint Cup Series races, but I started 470. That means I lost 447. And I promise you, as a racer, you remember a lot about those 447, almost above and beyond what you do those 23.
Brandon grew up in the garage, watching you work on race cars for some of the best drivers all time in NASCAR. Kyle, you saw your grandfather. You saw your father. I mean, this has always been your life. How does it help you as a driver when that's the way you come up?
I think you know stuff without studying it. You learn things along the way. I'm sure Brandon learned listening to Larry talk to Davey or to Ernie or to Dale Earnhardt Sr., being around that environment, being around that. You pick up stuff. You pick up what a push is, what loose is, very early in your life. You have no clue about cars, but you understand things. And I think you begin to want to be that. You want to be what your father was. You want to be in the business that your father was. And I think that's it. I don't know how these kids pick it up. I watched Chase. I watched Brandon drive. I remember when Brandon was born. My leg was broken. I was in the hospital at the same time that Linda was in the hospital.
Kept visiting each other.
We were visiting each other because I was down the hall with a broken leg from Talladega. And it's funny to see Brandon come along and drive a race car, because to me, he's still that kid that was born while I was in the hospital, and he's still a kid. But you realize these guys know so much.
You know, the biggest thing that helped him watching me work on those race cars, he said, this son's going to work way too hard. I think I'm going to try the driving side of it.
Next week, our NASCAR Generation Series continues at Sonoma, and the conversation shifts to the art of the apology. The two of you ever have to say, sorry, man, didn't mean to do it?
I told you I never apologize. No. But I told you, I grew up with the King and them, like I said, and I never remember him picking up the phone. I never remember. Look, if anybody was going to apologize for anything, he and Pearson should have went through it at 76 in Daytona. He and Bobby Allison should have done it a million times. Never discuss it. No harm, no foul. Move on to the next race.
And I think I told you, really and truly, the only group I apologized to on a very regular basis was NASCAR, because they made it very clear to me that I needed the sport much more than the sport needed me.
All right, we got more Countdown to Green coming up from Michigan, but first, some images from hashtag NASCAR. On this Father's Day, Mike Davis, PR man for Dale Earnhardt Jr., he and wife Sarah welcoming in child number 2. That is a real happy Father's Day gift, huh? And how about Clint Boyer giving a shout-out? Love you, Dad. Good luck to driver 15 this afternoon here at Michigan. We told you earlier, Jimmy Johnson dropping to the rear of the field. They had to change an engine this morning. Be fun to watch the 5-time champion drive through the field here today. And is that masked man Kyle Petty?
That is.
Sneaking.
They just wouldn't let me wear it.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Sneaking in the track this morning.
Well, we're closing on driver intros. You know what that means. The green flag not far behind. So glad you're hanging with us on a Father's Day. Countdown to Green continues after a break. It's live on TNT. Getting ready to go at the Michigan International Speedway. Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking for his first win of 2012. He starts 17th later today. Greg Biffle, Mark Martin have combined for 7 wins here. They would like to get it done this afternoon in the Irish Hills. Both were strong in practice on Friday and again yesterday evening. You got to love the fan access in NASCAR, don't you? Championship standings with 14 races complete in 2012, and at the top of the Sprint Cup Series championship race, Matt Kenseth. He jumped there last week. Dale Earnhardt Jr. 10 points behind, and Greg Biffle, we just saw him walking out to the driver intro stage. He's now dropped to third, 16 out after those engine problems at Pocono.
And you see after 14 races, 4 drivers in the top 10 that still not visited victory lane. One driver we've been talking about a little bit, Dale Earnhardt Jr., but only 10 points out of the points lead right now.
And Tony Stewart, the championship, the man who won the championship a year ago, has 2 wins in 8th. And now you look at those outside the top 10. Perhaps thinking wild card, Carl Edwards only 3 out. And then the wild card situation, very interesting. 4 drivers have a win that aren't in the top 10 in points.
Well, we have a template. We know how this wild card system works because 2011 was the very first year, and I think that's one reason this wild card race over the next 12 races, including this race here today at Michigan, it's only going to get wilder.
And if you come up to this part of the country, there is one thing you have to put on your bucket list. It's a visit to Dearborn, Michigan, and the Henry Ford Museum. It's one of the great spots you'll ever find. And that's where our Matt Yoakum got a behind-the-scenes tour. It happened earlier this week when he was with Henry's great-great-grandson, Edsel Ford. Take a look.
For over a century, the one constant through the years for the Ford Motor Company has been their love of auto racing. And Edsel Ford, great-grandson of the founder, when you look across the room here at the Henry Ford, especially the Driving in America exhibit, you can see your family's passion.
You're right, Matt, and it's great because Driving in America just opened a couple of months ago, and now we have all these fantastic cars in our racing collection.
And to know where you're going, they always say you have to appreciate where you've come from. And the hands on this steering wheel is what started the Ford Motor Company.
There's no doubt about it. This was a car called Sweepstakes, and that Henry Ford had won the one and only car race he was ever in October of 1901. And everybody thought that there was no way my great-grandfather would win because the guy had a bigger car, more powerful engine, so forth and so on. Well, the car broke after about 7 out of the 10 laps, and Henry Ford went on to win the race, and the rest is history.
An open-wheel car that also has some NASCAR influence. Jimmy Clark scored the first win for Ford Motor Company, and it was the very first rear-engine Indy 500 winner, and the Wood brothers helped send him to victory lane.
The story has it that Colin Chapman actually called the Wood brothers and said, would you come and pit this vehicle for us at Indianapolis, and I think they jumped at the chance.
All right, Mr. Ford, now down in the NASCAR section, we have everything from Buck Baker's Chrysler to Bill Elliott's 212 T-Bird at Talladega to the Wood brothers, confetti and all, Ford that Trevor Bayne won the 2011 Daytona 500.
This was the single most exciting victory that I've ever been a part of, and it was absolutely a remarkable day.
And Mr. Ford, a huge empty spot from one of Ford Racing's most prized possessions, the Mark IV.
It's on tour. As you know, this is the 45th anniversary of the victory in '67.
Something not seen in about 40 years, the victory trophy for winning that Le Mans race.
I think it's really important for kids to understand what goes into racing and the important part about it. And there's the technology piece of it, there's the car piece of it, and then, quite frankly, Matt, there's the emotion. And a lot of us thrive on the emotion of motor car racing. And I think that this, to me, is a good example of what it's all about.
Kyle, you and I were talking the other day about the Henry Ford Museum. You said it's a must-see, and the one thing you stood out to me, it's not just motorsports. No. Amazing history in that place.
Yeah, it's amazing Americana history when you go there. They've got the chair that Abraham Lincoln was shot in from Ford Theater, the bus that Rosa Parks and the Civil Rights Movement, where that started, and a lot of that. There is so much American history there that you think it's just about cars. It's just automobiles, planes, trains, motors, whatever you want to talk about. But there's so much American history there. I don't think you can go there and spend a day. You need to go there as a destination and spend 2 or 3 days. And I think everybody, it is absolutely one of the coolest museums I've ever been in my life. My mom used to bring us up here when my dad would race here in the late 60s, early 70s. We'd go to the Henry Ford Museum and look around, and I was up there a couple of times last year. It's just incredible.
And not that a race team needs an incentive to win anywhere. That's what they all do every single week. But to see Matt Yoakum interviewing Edsel Ford, and you think about this speedway being so close to the home of 3 of our 4 manufacturers. And as I was listening to that interview, I could only reflect back to know of being a part of winning a couple of races here in the early 90s with Davey Allison, to be standing in victory lane and Edsel Ford standing beside you to show how much it meant to him to have a Ford win here at what they consider their home racetrack.
Matt, I think it's safe to say we're all jealous. You got the first-class tour, and we didn't. That must have been some fun, huh?
What a special afternoon to go through over a century of automotive history, especially with Mr. Ford. And you know, you talk about the educational. And that's why they really wanted to do the driving in America and now the racing in America exhibit, which is what they're working on next. And you look at the different disciplines of racing as you go through the museum, whether it's A.J. Foyt's 1960 Dirt Champ car, Bill Elliott's 87 T-Bird. And what was so interesting, when you saw the deck lid and that spoiler laid flat, and you could see why he went 212. And Mr. Ford said the biggest thing that they want to do is to try to educate our young people of today about our heroes of the past, and no better place to go than the Henry Ford.
Great stuff, Matt. We appreciate you sharing it with all of us. And I was talking to Lynn Wood the other day in the garage area. Ironically enough, he brought up the Henry Ford Museum, and Matt told the story about that 1965 Indy car of Jimmy Clark that the Wood brothers pitted when they put in the winning Daytona 500 car. They're parked right beside each other. I mean, 4 feet apart. That's really cool.
It's amazing that so long ago they were in 2 separate places. They came together through Ford, and then they come together again in Memorial through Ford. And that is amazing. They took that car in, that Jimmy Clark car in, and restored it. And was doing work on it when Rutledge Wood and I went through there a couple of years ago. So that is an amazing piece when you start looking at it. Very antiquated looking compared to today's open wheel cars. But it's a piece of racing history for this country, the rear engine car.
Put it on your list. The Henry Ford Museum in Dearborn, Michigan. One you don't want to miss. And as Kyle pointed out, don't plan a day or an afternoon. Make it 2 or 3 days so you get the full experience. NASCAR on TNT, we thought be racing right now. Unfortunately, Mother Nature not cooperating here at Michigan. But driver intros underway. The track looking much better. We hope it will be soon when we can put the green flag in the air. Should be fun. Happy Father's Day, and good to have you with us here on TNT.
Because we've lost the track, so we can't say that.
NASCAR on TNT, back at the Michigan International Speedway. Hey, Kyle, you want to slap Larry? He told us the rain had stopped. We're getting a little drizzle again. That's not good.
And I'm out of notes. We've been here 2 hours. I'm out of notes right now.
I think Adam's out of notes.
One driver that doesn't need any notes here in Michigan, Kyle Busch. He won here in August. Matt, how's he feeling about today?
Well, one thing, Adam, when you hear about Michigan, they always say if you don't like the weather, wait 15 minutes and it'll change, and that's what it's done. But the track is still dry. But different tire here, and I loved your explanation of it. It felt squirmy.
Yeah, it was definitely squirmy. You just left side felt a little squishy. So, you know, you're kind of trying to figure out exactly what's going on and what you need in your race car. But tightening it up was just the biggest thing. Just trying to get some comfort with the rear end and making sure that the rear end was stuck so you could get back to the gas. I mean, this place is so fast, you got to have so much throttle on time that you definitely can't be waiting on getting back to the gas. You'll definitely be way too slow.
Now, NASCAR will have at least one competition caution, the first one around lap 20. Does that help you even more? Because you're somebody that can acclimate yourself to so many different situations, trying to fine-tune now this 18 with the different tire situation?
Yeah, I think they're just kind of giving the opportunity for some guys to get some more adjustment in their cars, to not get too many cars a lap down early. You know, if we go green for 40-something laps, you know, cars that are going to be ill-handling are going to go lap down pretty quick. So it's a better opportunity for everybody, but sure, you know, us in the Snickers Camry, we've done a really good job at adjusting it and coming from a long ways yesterday in just the 70 minutes or whatever we had. So it was quite quick that we had time to turn around and get adjustments done. But, you know, I'm looking forward to today's race. Hopefully we can get the weather to clear out of here. I predicted it to be gone by 2. It's after 2, so I'm not a weatherman. I'll leave that to Larry Mack.
All right, your prediction then of how long it's going to take you to get the 18 car to the front?
Well, I don't know. You know, I'd certainly like to think we've got a good race car and we can drive through there, but with a 1.5 wide lane racetrack and everybody else slipping and sliding, who's going to be slipping or whatever. It might take a little bit longer than normal. Maybe I'll have to rely on my guys on pit road, but I think before the day's out, we'll be in the top 10.
Well, last August, it was celebration time in Canyonland as they scored the win here at MIS. Marty?
Matt and Joey Logano and I are trying to figure out who we can blame for this weather, which is now starting to rain again. I say we blame Larry Mack. What do you think?
Always blame it on Larry.
That's it.
He's like the weatherman up there, right?
Yeah, well, he thinks he is, yes.
Did he call that the rain was gone?
I don't know. Yes, he did, and Adam said he was going to slap him.
It's easy to tell when the rain's coming when it's already a blob coming at you, but when it pops up out of nowhere, that's when it gets tough.
All right, you're not tired of winning, are you? I mean, good grief. You won yesterday. You won last week at Pocono.
No, not at all. Winning is always fun. It never gets old, and I think I got another good Home Depot car for today, but I'm not really sure what's going to happen in the one. I think its track being as green as it's going to be, and this tire as hard as it is, I don't know. I think it's going to take a few laps for this tire to, wear into the good stuff. It seems like the tire is so old, it takes a few laps to get to the good part of the rubber. And so I think it's going to be pretty icy and pretty sketchy out there. You
learned some drifting skills this week from Ken Gucci, the Toyota drift driver. That may help you today, I think.
I'm going to need that, I think. So I had a lot of fun with that. I learned how to use the handbrake and drifting and all through the turns. I had a blast with that. So it helped yesterday with the burnouts, so that was good. And as slick as it is out there, I might be drifting through the corners anyway.
I offered Larry Mack a ride. He said, still no. Still no, Joey. I know. Come on, Adam.
Thank you, Marty. Mr. Momentum down there hanging out with Marty Snyder,
yeah,
Joey
that's pretty
Logano.
Good. But is Kyle Busch running Michigan today?
Yeah, why?
I don't know, because Matt said the racetrack was dry, and it ain't dry here in Michigan, so I didn't know whether he was interviewing him at a different place.
I'm just glad they're picking on someone else besides Larry Mack.
Hey, Kyle, do you see the bullseye here? Because everybody's throwing shots.
Look, just for the record, I don't control the weather. I just talk about it.
You talk about it.
That's all
good.
I can do.
That's good.
Sometimes accurately, sometimes inaccurately.
Well, it's really easy to be a weatherman. If you just come out every day and say there's 50% chance of showers, you'll pretty much be spot on every single day.
Do you have your seal of approval?
I'm working on that. I've actually done the Weather Channel twice, so I'm working on that.
Okay, that's good.
I love that.
Let's go back to Joey Logano. He wins the Cup race last weekend at Pocono. We talked earlier about what a shot in the arm that is for that race team. Comes out here yesterday, wins the nationwide race, his fourth win in the last 5 races there. This kid's got to be feeling as confident as he ever has.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's ever questioned Joey in the Nationwide Series. I mean, he's run up front and won races over the last 2 or 3 years. He just could never transfer that to the Cup field. What he was looking for, the feel that he absolutely needed to make that car go fast. I think those guys have stumbled onto some stuff, or maybe not stumbled on, have worked hard to get to that place. And I think Joey's been really good over the last 5 or 6 races. I go back to Darlington in particular. I thought he had a good top 3 or 4 car at Darlington. Got in the wall late in the race and still was able to come back and salvage a top 10 run. I think from that point on, his confidence built each and every week. And when he got to Pocono and set on the pole, he was incredibly confident. And it's funny because you can have that confidence in the nationwide level and you lose it when you get to the Cup. But when you start winning Cup races, you go back to that nationwide level, oh my God, those guys are in trouble now. Now that he's absolutely won at the Cup level, going back and running those races on Saturday, he's going to be incredibly tough.
Yeah, but you look at these last 4 races, including that win in Pocono. You talked about Darlington. That's 3 top 10 finishes. Joey just turned 22 years old. Now, if you're going to play in a big boy sport, obviously you have to be a big boy. But when I think about Joey Logano, most of 2011, most of the year he had hanging over him is Carl Edwards going to come take my ride and drive this 20 car. We talked about driver-crew chief relationship. He and Greg Zipadelli, they just grew further apart. And he didn't know up until, I think, Homestead, was Greg Zipadelli staying there or not. I think this year, with new energy coming in there with Jason Ratcliffe, as Kyle said, they're starting to figure out some things. I've definitely seen better things on the horizon. Did that race absolutely make them go run and get the contract extension? Absolutely not. But I think Joey Logano is proved that he can drive a race car. Roush Fenway, Jack Roush just this week said, I promise you, if I had an open spot on my roster, which I don't, I would be looking very hard at Joey Logano.
That's a very nice endorsement. And Larry, you said something that I want to ask Kyle about. He's 22 years old, Joey Logano. how old were you when you felt like, finally, I understand what this is all about? Because I think that's the thing we've lost sight of. Oh, okay.
About 40, 42.
Yeah, I never understood.
Still immature.
No, but let's go back to Joey Logano at 22 years of age. That's the problem, or a problem, a little bit with where we're at in the sport right now. Joey Logano gets a shot at a cup car when he's 19 years old. And if he doesn't succeed, guess what? His career is over with at 22 years old, because he's at Gibbs Racing, an organization that contends for championships and win races. And if you go there and can't win races and can't contend for championships and can't run up front, why would Rick Hendrick want you? Why would Richard Childress want you? Why would Jack Roush want you? So it's a double-edged sword for these guys. When guys like myself, Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, Davey Allison, guys like us come up, there were B-tier teams and C-tier teams, and you got your start there, and you worked your way through the ranks to finally get a shot at an A car. But these kids are so talented. We talked about it. We saw Chase Elliott. You talked Brandon. We talked about it. They're so talented, they get a shot at an A-tier car. But how many guys, and I hate to name names, but we can go back to Casey Atwood, Reed Sorensen, guys like that got a shot at a top-tier car, and now where are they? They're struggling to keep their feet under them and find their way back, because it's a double-edged sword to come into this sport this early.
Marty, there's no doubt it's great to have one of those A rides.
Sure.
You got to be able to handle the pressure that comes with it. That's very challenging, especially at a young age.
Absolutely, and the interesting part that kind of turned everybody's head last week in the post-race press conference, Adam, was when Joey said, listen, I'm still a free agent next year. I don't have a deal for next year. I just talked to J.D. Gibbs moments ago about that situation. He said, we absolutely, no doubt, want Joey Logano to drive for Joe Gibbs Racing next year and beyond that. So we're working on getting a contract done for him. Just really a question of where that contract is. Is it Nationwide Cup? But they are going to offer him something to be in the Joe Gibbs Racing car next year. It's a question of whether or not Joey does accept that. But JD did confirm with me we do want him at JGR next year.
Safe to say, if Joey Logano keeps doing what he's doing, he's going to have no problems. When you're winning races, you are a hot commodity.
Well, you think about what he accomplished last week. By sitting on the pole and winning the race, he already now is in the 2013 shootout at Daytona, and then he's already in the Sprint All-Star race. But I think, unlike stick and ball sports, yeah, Joe and J.D. Gibbs, they want Joey Logano, but they have to make sure that the sponsors are on board with Joey Logano. And as far as what Joey does off the racetrack, that's not a problem. Yeah. But I think they just want to make sure that their sponsors are on board with everything.
But I might disagree with you. It's not safe to say that just because you win a race at this level that there is going to be a place for you at this level. We know, as you look at Roush and you look at Hendrick and you look at these places, these seats are already taken. Where's he going to go? You know, he's not going to be able to go to some of these teams. So I think when you look at it, because of the limited seats that are available, Roush no longer has 6 cars. He's down to 3 cars. And Roush talked one not long ago. If he does have a 4th car, that's Ricky Stenthouse in his stable right there. So he's already got his people. So I think when you look at it, there's not as many places for drivers to move now as there used to be. We talk about silly season. We can talk about that all we want to. The only thing silly about it is talking about it, because not a lot of people are going to have an opportunity to change rides.
Joey Logano, certainly one of the hot drivers in the sport, not just winning last week at Pocono. He was on quite a roll before he went to Victory Lane in Pennsylvania. Guys, I'm going to go upstairs, get ready to call the race. The rain stopped again. Blue skies.
Your jet dryers
And the
again.
jet dryers are back. Larry, you got the keys to the car. I'll see you from up in the booth. We'll welcome Wally into the conversation in a moment on Countdown to Green.
I'll just use Kyle's notes. Welcome back, Countdown to Green. Michigan International Speedway, Brooklyn, Michigan. And what you're looking at is my home for these 6 races of NASCAR on TNT. Now let's come inside and let's open up Larry Mack's toolbox and let's take a look at this fast 2-mile racetrack. Now, even though it's 2 miles in length, you spend a lot of time in the corner. So let's break it down by first taking a look at turn 1 and 2. 18 degrees of banking, and we've already seen right here where drivers turn off into turn 1, speeds at over 215 miles per hour. Now let's take a look at the other end, turn 3 and 4. A lot like 1 and 2, 18 degrees of banking, but much more of a challenging corner, more of a 90-degree of entrance that these drivers have to take into that fast corner. Now let's take a look at the front stretch. It's a pretty interesting front stretch, 12 degrees of banking. Right here at the start-finish line, we've seen speeds over 200 miles per hour, and what makes it interesting on restarts, 4 and 5 wide.
Now, Michael Waltrip Racing has been on a roll here in 2012, and right now, Matt Yoakum is one of those drivers that's quietly sitting in the top 10.
And he, like so many other people here, Larry Mack, ready to see those cars fan out 2, 3, 4 wide going down into turn 1. Your best finish here, 8th on 3 separate occasions. A good opportunity just to gauge where you and the 15 team is at this juncture of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this isn't one of my personal best racetracks, so as a team, you know, to be able to best, you know, my best efforts here will be huge, you know, if we're able to accomplish that. Always important, and it gives a good gauge of what you have for a race team on these fast racetracks like this, where downforce is also crucial, and keeping track position and, you know, doing so on pit road and everything. Track position is so important. To keep that throughout the race so you can have a good finish at the end is very, very important. So hopefully we can do that with our 5-Hour Energy Toyota. Been a long week, been an interesting week for everybody, and, you know, everybody, including our fans up there, can't wait to get this started.
Special message for your dad on the door of your car. Do you remember when you went to him and said, hey, look, this is what I want to do. I want to get involved in racing in some form?
Well, I remember how it all started. You know, we were really little. Andy, my older brother, got his first PW50 and running around the backyard, and next thing you know, we're building ramps over the sandbox, which back then was a tractor tire. I mean, that was like the cat's meow of a sandbox back then. So that's how it all started. And then the car racing, you know, how it started, working at the Goodyear store and just hanging around the guys in the shop and going racing the local dirt track, just to look back at all that, how it all started. You know, my father was the biggest influence in all that. So just appreciate him, and I want to say happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there.
And Clint hoping to jump into victory lane with his first win this year. His best finish, Ralph, 4th twice.
All right, Matt, we're here with Casey Kane, who's getting ready to go here as soon as the track gets dry. Let's talk about the tire situation with you and your car. You happy with it, unhappy with it? Where do you stand?
I was all right with it. I mean, I think our whole Farmers team, Kenny Francis and Keith Rodner, all our guys did a really nice job of, you know, there was a lot thrown at us in a couple days, and they did a great job of making the best out of it, and felt like we got all the laps in that we could with the engine and kind of where that stands as far as mileage goes. So, you know, I just felt comfortable with both tires, and, you know, we'll see how the race goes today. With the track, you know, all the rubber washed off it now, that those first few laps are going to be pretty, the cars will just be really light feeling and really easy to slide around, so you won't be able to overdrive the corners. And the guys who do, it'll definitely probably be a problem, so we gotta watch out for that, all of us do.
Chris, just as soon as they got comfortable, Mother Nature threw him another curveball.
And Mark Martin had that great run last week, almost got the win at Pocono. You've had 5 wins here. We're obviously going to see a race that's going to change a lot. Is it going to be the first 50 laps? Is it going to be the first 100 laps? What's this track going to do?
I think it'll evolve the whole race, more so the first half than the second half, but I think that it will continue to change, and you'll have to adapt. You know, the start of this race is going to be treacherous for sure, you know, especially after the rain and with the left side tire that we have, which has brought the durability into the picture. So we're in good shape, I think, on tires now. But we've got our hands full with a green racetrack and limited time on those tires.
Well, Mark Martin will be starting 14th today. Larry?
All right, we're here at Torque presented by Toyota with Kyle Petty. And Kyle, you heard Mark Martin talking about durability. There's a lot of times maybe when you're out there on that racetrack that if you talk about a vibration or something, I may go, are you sure? Yeah. This may be one of those days where you better make some calls on your own. If you feel something, you hit pit road.
I think you're going to have to. We saw Matt Kenseth a couple of weeks ago. The car vibrated so bad it vibrated the front fender, came apart. He's going to be on pit road this time. With the speeds we're talking, you can't afford a loose tire. And that's one of the things. You can't afford that. But at the same time, you know how the speeds that we're running here will vibrate a car to death.
And we know even with a competition caution at lap 25, maybe even another one, Kyle, that there's going to be some long green runs. And I know as a crew chief, I have to hammer on my guys, no loose lug nuts. But we can't have any mistakes on pit road like we saw at Pocono, driver or crew.
No, you know, I think the crews will take care of themselves. I truly do, because I think it's been hammered in their head. Fill this thing, pack this thing full of gas. We know Michigan can be a fuel mileage race, and get those lugs tight. I think the issue is going to be the drivers. Where are those speeding lines? We saw it. Everybody's going to be on top of that game. But with the speeds they're running, they're almost 8 or 10 miles an hour faster through 3 and 4, even with the new tire that they brought in yesterday. So therefore, Getting in the pits, they're going to have to check up a little bit early. They're used to running all the way to turn 4 and getting in. They're going to have to let off in turn 3 or halfway through. Spotter's going to have to help them. You're going to have to help them.
And I'm going to be hammering on you about the balance of the car. We don't want to be overworking the right front, but we certainly don't want to overwork the right rear. We want that balance just neutral for you at these speeds.
And that was your problem, buddy. You were supposed to fix that yesterday. Now it's my job to drive it.
All right, we need to take a break now. The countdown to green clock is clocking 0. Jimmy Johnson, he's ready for this Father's Day race. NASCAR on TNT returns here shortly. We'll be up with the boys in the booth.
NASCAR on TNT at NASCAR's fastest track, Michigan International Speedway in Brooklyn, Michigan. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Good to have you with us. The rain has moved through. Now it's time to get ready to go racing. We've got sunny skies, and the teams are lined up and focused. Now we send it trackside for this afternoon's pre-race ceremonies here at Michigan. We may be a little behind schedule, but those F-16s have reignited the energy here in Brooklyn, Michigan. Sprint Cup Series getting ready to race for the 15th time this season. So good to have you with us on a Sunday afternoon in the Irish Hills. The Command to Fire engines next on TNT.
Michigan is now the fastest race on the circuit.
Holy cow. We're booking, so you're 220 or so, 218 down into the corners. It's nuts.
Doesn't bother you unless you hit something. So
it'll definitely be pretty mentally challenging throughout the whole race.
You got to be careful. You get up in the dirty part of this racetrack, it'll bite you in a hurry.
I don't think it's going to be really forgiving. I think if you make a mistake, you're going to pay for it.
The speeds this weekend at Michigan have been incredible. The wild card battle, amazing. Joining the conversation with a win last week at Pocono, Joey Logano. He's one of 4 drivers outside the top 10 that have a victory. And that's just the beginning of the story. For more on the wild card picture, let's go trackside and hear from Matt Yoakum.
And the guy trying to hold on to that 10th spot in the championship standings, Adam, is Carl Edwards. Now, his 2 Roush Fenway teammates, they're up near the front in the first 3 rows. Edwards has a car just equally as strong, but he had an issue in qualifying with the engine. They diagnosed it, fixed it. His car was decent in the final practice session, but this is where you're going to see guys like Edwards near the back pull some strategy, track position wise, maybe 2 tires, no tires, trying to get that car further up the grid. Now let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Matt, the good news for Kyle Busch is he's pretty happy with these tires on long runs. They got a long run in at the end of that extra practice session yesterday, and he really liked what he had with this number 18 car. This is one of those teams that's on the wild card edge there. They've got to win at Richmond. They could need 1 or 2. And if you know anything about Kyle Busch, this guy is more than capable of clicking off 3, 4, maybe even 5, and securing himself not just in the chase, but way up in the points, Chris Neville.
Well, Ralph, Ryan Newman 14th in points right now. He was 5th in qualifying, but because of a scuffed cylinder wall, they had to make an engine change, so he's going to start in the back today. This team won back at Martinsville, but in the last 8 races, they have not finished in the top 10. I just spoke with crew chief Tony Gibson, and he said it's not because of lack of speed. They've had the speed in the car, but it's been a bunch of other issues. It's been getting shuffled into the wrong lane. It's been bad pit strategy. He said this team is still digging, and they're hoping to get into the chase. Marty?
Well, Chris, 8 weeks ago, who would have put Casey Kane in the championship talk? But after 7 top 10s in the last 8 races, they have gone from 31st all the way up to 16th in the championship standings. And the former Michigan winner hopes for big things today. He told me our car very good on the brand new tires. They're also very good on the older tires. Very happy with the balance. He said, I honestly think we have a car that can win the race today. But Larry Mack, all that talk down here has been about those tires, hasn't it?
Well, Marty, a crew chief is always wanting to do anything he can to help the drivability of that race car. More than anything, make it faster. Maybe air pressure changes, wedge adjustments. But what you have to do here with speeds entering the corner over 215 miles per hour, you're always walking a tightrope about making it faster, but not hurting the durability, especially of those left side tires.
Thank you, Larry. And we've got a real good one today on TNT for Inside Tracks. Carl Edwards, one of the best ever at this 2-mile oval, made his career debut here back in 2004. He's won here 2 times. Earlier, we heard his crew chief, Bob Osborne, addressing the crew as they get set for this afternoon's 200-lapper.
Oh, you got sweaty palm.
All right, boys. We know the deal. We're in a hole today. Man qualifying, bad spot, good spot on pit road. Let's do the best we can, hit the shit out of this thing today, and hopefully we'll come home with we'll take a top 5 to start with. And if we're in contention, we'll take this thing home and win it. Let's do the best job we can, focus up today, no mistakes, and let's win on 3. 1, 2, 3, win!
They're focused and ready to go. And if they're going to win today, they're going to have to come from deep in the field. Carl Edwards with an issue in qualifying here yesterday afternoon. So he is going to have to drive his way to the front. If you're just joining us here on TNT, we've had a rain delay of more than 2 hours. Looked like we were going to go racing about 45 minutes ago, and then another shower lingering. Moistened up the racetrack one more time, and so the jet dryer's back out working, and as you look at the back straightaway, that's where the focus is now. And as we stand here in the booth and look down at the front straightaway, things looking very good. And this is a fast race. It doesn't get dark here in the Irish Hills of Michigan until close to 9 p.m. Eastern time, so we should have plenty of daylight to get round 15 in 2012 underway. And if you are watching our Countdown to Green coverage, you know we want you to be a part of our fun today. Log on to twitter.com/#NASCAR. Plenty of content there, images from the track, and you can tell us what you think about today's race. We're closing on the start of the Quicken Loans 400. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. Happy Father's Day from Brooklyn, Michigan. This afternoon at Michigan International Speedway. NASCAR on TNT, proud to bring you coverage of the Quicken Loans 400. The weather forecast for today, well, we've shown you plenty of rain. Right now, cloudy skies, 74 degrees. Still a chance of rain throughout the afternoon, but I think we will be good to go. Hey, everybody. Good to have you with us once again with Kyle Petty and Wally Dallenbach. I'm Adam Alexander. We've been talking about it all week long, the speeds here at Michigan. You guys are drivers. You love to go fast. So how does the energy level change in the garage area when you're getting to do something pretty special like these guys are?
First, I'd like to say Happy Father's Day to my dad and my father-in-law and all the dads out there. But, you know, we talked about it in the Countdown to Green, and it's all about the speed for a race car driver. You love going fast, and this is a great racetrack to do that on. I think everybody got comfortable with the speeds, but now with this rain, everybody's wondering about what turn 1 and what turn 2 is going to be like. That's the big question, because when it rains, it changes the racetrack. Not to mention they're running a different left side tire. So I think everybody's going to be real careful getting in through these first couple laps to get a feel for the car. But fast is fun. I don't care. When you're a race car driver, it's all about it. These guys are barreling down into turn 1 at over 215 miles per hour. That's just cool.
Kyle, these teams have been throwing a lot of curveballs this weekend. Change left side tire, the rain, the big speeds. And there are 3 drivers before the green flag even goes in the air that have put themselves squarely behind the 8 ball. Carl Edwards, problems in qualifying. Jimmy Johnson and Ryan Newman going to the back with engine changes. How do they navigate the field?
Well, if you listen to Countdown to Green and you listen to what Clint Boyer and Mark Martin and Carl Edwards and everybody had to say, these restarts are going to be treacherous. So I think from the start of the race, they may be in the catbird seat because they're all the way at the back, and all they have to do is check up because they're talking about how slick these tires are, how slick the racetrack's going to be. But I think those guys are going to have to navigate their way through the field, and it's going to be interesting to see whether they can come through the field. We've seen Jimmy Johnson do it a million times. We've seen Carl Edwards, and we've seen Ryan do it a million times. But this is a different animal. We've talked about it being a 1.5 groove racetrack, the new tires, the rain on the racetrack with no rubber. It's going to be interesting for the first half of the race until the racetrack comes in to see how much progress they can make.
So what are these crew chiefs thinking? It's got to be stressful. Let's hear from Chad Knaus. Here's Chris Neville.
Well, Adam, when it comes to race strategy, Chad Knaus is one of the best in the business. But, Chad, you've got your work cut out for you today. New tire, new pavement. You're starting in the back, and a track that's tough to pass on. How do you get the 48 to the front?
Well, fortunately enough, when we did change the tire to the new left side tire that we've got here, the 40/20, it actually really worked out well for us. Jimmy likes it, likes the way it feels. It definitely suited our race car pretty well, which we're fortunate with that. I think as you start to take some grip away from these race cars, it definitely lends itself to Jimmy's type of driving, and it allows us to work on the cars a little bit more. So I'm optimistic. I think we'll do okay. It's not going to be easy, I can promise you that, but with the speed that we've got in the low Chevrolet and Jimmy Johnson behind the wheel, I think we'll have a good shot at it.
Jimmy Johnson checking out, still looking for their first win at Michigan. Marty?
Let's get a driver's perspective. Matt Kenseth over here hanging out with his entire family over here. Ross and all the girls are over here as well. And a lot of changes here for the, well, first of all, happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, a lot of changes to the racetrack. Have you ever hopped into a car with so many unknowns minutes before you get in?
Maybe last week. It was kind of kind of the same with the pavement. So, yeah, it's going to be really different. This tire obviously has a lot less grip. It was, I thought, a great call by Goodyear and NASCAR to make sure we didn't have all kinds of tire problems, be blowing tires all the time. But it's really threw us for a curve. You know, we're really still trying to figure it out. And, of course, this rain washed a little bit of rubber. There was a way. So it's going to be a pretty interesting, at least first couple laps.
Have you thought about a strategy for the first couple of laps? You started on the outside, which was actually the fastest lane yesterday.
I couldn't tell. You know, yesterday was interesting because it was really about a groove and a half wide, and depending where the other car was is where the lead car made the bottom or the top. So the track is so wide, you know, but there's only about a good groove and a half. And right now I think it'll be pretty equal basically everywhere. So just going to try to slow down early for that first corner and be careful and, you know, try to keep an eye on what's going on.
Best of luck today.
Thanks.
Matt?
And we talk about the different contenders sprinkled throughout the field. Ryan Newman, fast race car, but he will be at the back due to an engine change. So Tony Gibson, looking at the first third of the race, what's your biggest concern and challenge?
Well, picking the right strategy, starting in the back, you know, it's kind of a hard place to be because we're going to have to do something that the leaders aren't doing to get our track position back. So we're going to have to roll the dice sooner or later here pretty quick on 2 tires, no tires, or but you're putting yourself at risk of, we really don't know what this tire is going to do after 15 or 20 laps because nobody ran that long and it was cool. Now it's hot and sunny. So it's a dilemma here that we're in, but we're going to roll the dice here. One of these first 2 stops, see if we can't gain some track position. Because U.S. Army Chevrolet is fast. We just got to get up there. But I think the biggest challenge is going to be pitting at the right time here and doing the right things early without getting myself in trouble.
Ryan Newman looking for his 3rd win here at MIS, and it would be a happy birthday present to the Army. Adam?
Matt, everybody getting anxious. 3 hours ago, we gathered with the anticipation of a race. Rain changed all that. Include Landon Castle among the drivers that's ready to get going. He said, I'm tired of waiting. I'm staying in my race car. And if you want more images like this, you can head to twitter.com/#NASCAR. What's Steve Addington think about today's race? Let's hear from Ralph Shaheen.
Well, he's down here in a meeting of the minds. We've got Greg Zipadelli, Tony Stewart, and of course, Steve Addington here. Steve, we'll chat with you a little bit. What's Tony say about the car now that you've got these new tires?
We really had a fast home. There I go, about messed up. Mobile One Office Depot Chevrolet since we unloaded here, and then we had the tire change yesterday, last night, and it's really got us off a little bit. So we've been working hard. All my guys have been trying to put stuff together to come up with a package here that'll work on this hard tire. So hopefully we threw it at it and it's going to stick and we'll have a good race here.
We were talking with some of the crew guys earlier today about all the effort the guys have had to do the last couple of weeks, and you were saying to me just before we went on air, your guys didn't get out of the garage till after 11 last night because you had to scope the motor?
Yeah, they found a little bit of an issue with the 39 and the 48, so all the guys at Hendrick Motorsports do an awesome job. They checked the rest of us, and us, the 48, 24, and 5, and the 51 all looked good, so it was just an issue with 2 of them. So we're good to go here, but it was a late night, and get back in here at 7 o'clock this morning, so it was short because I went back and looked at notes.
Late night, early morning, Adam, and they haven't even turned a lap yet, and he was telling me Tuesday morning is when the hauler leaves for Sonoma.
Tony Stewart's got a great starting spot today, Ralph, and if you remember last week, he was one of the drivers that adapted quite nicely to the new pavement up at Pocono, finishing inside the top 5. Yes, we've had rain, but things are coming along very well. Over in turn 1 and 2, got a few wet spots. That's where the jet dryers are right now. Maybe some moisture down at the exit of pit road, but it's going to be close. And as you can tell, things very dry there at the entrance to turn 1. So it won't be long before we're green here at Michigan. So which driver will be the fastest out of this week's top qualifiers? How about the top 4? Marcus Ambrose, Kevin Harvick, Greg Biffle, Casey Kane, among the drivers that went over 200 miles per hour in qualifying yesterday. Text FAST to 34763 or go to attfastestdriver.com to play. You could have a chance to win 4G's $4,000 just by playing along in today's AT&T Fastest Driver Challenge, brought to you by the nation's largest 4G network, AT&T. Rethink possible. Jimmy Johnson Loans. Father's Day festivities are out of the way, and now it's time to go to the office. He'll climb on board his race car, and as we said, he's one of the drivers that's going to have to make his way from the back of the field after an engine change this morning. Going to be fun to watch 5-time drive through the field at Michigan. We're coming back as we close on the green flag this afternoon in the Irish Hills. Glad you're with us. Good to have you with us on a Father's Day in Brooklyn, Michigan. We are ready for the Quicken Loans 400. Let's go trackside for the command.
And now, race fans, it is time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here are your grand marshals, Detroit Red Wings goaltender Jimmy Howard and his father, James Howard II.
Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Now, drivers, start your engines!
And now we are close. The wait is over for these 43 drivers who are looking to claim the trophy here this afternoon. We go green when we return on TNT.
Michigan International Speedway. With long straightaways and wide corners, it's one of the fastest tracks on the circuit. These metal beasts were created to run free here, powered by an engine that breathes fuel and air, compressing and combusting gas to generate 850 horsepower.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
And they are the masters of the wheel who are here to tame it, driven by the heart of a machine that pumps competitive fire through their veins, pushing them fearlessly beyond 200 miles an hour, side by side with danger for one goal, that when the day is over, they can say, I am the fastest. Welcome to Michigan.
Good afternoon and happy Father's Day from Brooklyn, Michigan. NASCAR on TNT, proud to bring you coverage of the 15th race of the year in the Sprint Cup Series. It is the Quicken Loans 400. The car is just about ready to roll off the pit lane here at Michigan International Speedway. And before they do that, let's send it trackside one more time and hear from our pit reporters. Roush Shaheen leads us off.
Adam, I spoke with Kevin Harvick just moments ago before he crawled into the car. I said, tell me what your thoughts are about these new tires. He said, when you go down into the corner, the car normally feels like it touched down into the racetrack. Now it just feels like it's up on top. It's going to make turn one for these guys a real challenge throughout the course of the afternoon, Chris Neville.
Well, Jeff Gordon's 20 seconds in points. 2012 has been engine problems, tire issues, contact on the racetrack. But he's got 2 wins at Michigan and a total of 14 wins at the next 3 tracks. If Jeff Gordon's going to turn this year around, it's going to happen in the next month. Matt?
Chris, Denny Hamlin has always been able to count on Michigan as a nice momentum booster going into the hot summer months. He's won here the past 2 June races, trying to make it 3 in a row. Denny was probably the class of the field in practice before the tire change. Now he's cautiously optimistic. And Larry Back, the weather has once again changed. Now it's probably the hottest we have seen it all weekend here at the Michigan International Speedway.
But, Matt, the buzzword all weekend, speed. 19 drivers qualified over 200 miles per hour. But that was 1 lap of qualifying. How about 400 miles of racing? What's too fast and how long can they maintain those speeds? And I think Marty Snyder is with the crew chief that Mike can answer. He was the fastest in qualifying yesterday.
Absolutely, Todd Parrott. And obviously with this tire, we're a little bit slower, about 195 miles an hour, still quick. But, Todd, can you really keep up that kind of pace all day long?
You know, we're going to work at it, Marty. You know, we had a great qualifying effort. You know, to run 203 miles an hour here at Michigan is pretty awesome. But, you know, our happy hour speed slowed down about, you know, almost 2 seconds from where we qualified. So hopefully this Stanley Ford Fusion, the guys in the pits and the team have made some good decisions. It was kind of sketchy there to start that last practice with that new tire. But hopefully we've got a good balance and we put this thing in winter circle.
But, Adam, they certainly honored that speed. Look what the track presented him. They said he's a speed king, a little cheetah for Marcos Ambrose for going 203 miles an hour.
He has been fast all weekend long, Marty. And now we get our Quicken Loans starting grid. Marty just pointed it out on the pole. Ambrose, fastest man in NASCAR, first career Cup pole in the 2010 Michigan winner. Kevin Harvick starting alongside. Casey Kane and Greg Biffle both have won here at Michigan. They're on row 3. Ryan Newman qualified 6th. He drops to the rear with an engine change. Tony Stewart, Trevor Payne sharing row 4 this afternoon. Joey Logano, Mr. Momentum, won here yesterday, won last week at Pocono in the Sprint Cup Series. And Jimmy Johnson dropping to the rear, the 5-time champion, looking for his first Michigan win this afternoon. Denny Hamlin has won the last 2 June races at Michigan. He's on row 6 with Regan Smith. Let's see if we can hear from this afternoon's pole sitter. Kyle?
Marcus Ambrose, it's Kyle Petty in the booth. You got me? Marcus, this is Kyle Petty in the booth. Do you have me?
So we'll check back with Marcus in a minute, maybe talking to the team. You saw Juan Pablo Montoya there in row 11. Row 12, Casey Mears and Scott Riggs. Row 13, Kurt Busch is back after his suspension last week at Pocono. Brad Keselowski, the hometown boy, would love to win here at Michigan International Speedway. Jeff Gordon, 2 victories at this track, but got a long way to go today. He's in row 14 with Michael McDowell. Mike Bliss, Josh Wise in row 15. Bobby Labonte, 2000 champion, 3-time Michigan winner on row 16 with Landon Castle, who did a nice job at Michigan 1 year ago. You want to watch some fun? Let's watch Kyle Busch try and drive through the field today. He won here in August, but he's got a long way to go this afternoon. Now we see once again if we can hear from the driver who's got the view from the front row.
Marcus Ambrose, this is Kyle Petty in the booth. You got me?
So, keep a consistent speed coming to the line. That's all they ask.
Marcus, this is Kyle Petty in the booth. Do you have me?
Yeah, I got you, Kyle.
All right, man. I've been trying to talk to you for about 3 laps. I guess I'm brain dead up here. But how big a change is it going to be with a green racetrack and this new tire?
I've been telling myself all day, just believe in the side force, because we're going to need all of it we can get. These tires are pretty slick. It's been raining, but I just don't quite know what to expect here. So I'm going to get up the start line, try and get a good start, and see what happens.
Well, you're in the right place to be in this mess right now, to be up front. And how much did the racetrack change from the other day when you were here with this tire to this tire?
Yeah, it's been a big change, definitely. We all got caught off guard a little bit by it. Just got to snug the back of the car up, get some confidence back behind the wheel. So I think if we can drive it in deep, deeper than everyone else, I think it'll set the whole car up. So that's what I'm focused on.
All right, man. Well, thank you for the Vegemite sandwich this morning on Countdown to Green. I appreciate that. And I didn't get the King anything for Father's Day, so bring him home something. All right, man?
Okay, you got it, man. That Vegemite is my secret ingredient.
Marcus Ambrose, first career pole. It's going to be bad fast down into turn 1 this afternoon. Now we get our Geico race analysis for the Quicken Loans 400 here at Michigan. 400 miles, 200 laps. We should circle this right here. Pit road speed, 55 miles per hour. It was a big part of the equation last week, Wally.
Yes, it was. And I think I want to get back to what Marcus was saying going down in turn 1. You know, he's the first one down there. So, I mean, that's not the greatest spot to be in. I don't know if it is or not, because at least when you're following guys in there, you can start seeing what their cars are doing and react. But when you're the first guy down in there, it's a Hail Mary.
Yeah, I think like we said in the opening here, I think the best spot to be is Jimmy Johnson, Ryan Newman, and Carl Edwards right now, because these guys are going to need plenty of room. And we saw last week on the start of the race, the 11 car of Denny Hamlin drive in and lose the nose and get up in the Carl. And I think that's what these guys on the outside are worried about on the inside. But it's only a groove and a half wide right now.
Pole sitter gets lane choice. Marcus Ambrose said, put me on the outside. We had a rain delay of nearly 2 hours, but it's gorgeous now. We are ready for a Father's Day edition of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing in the Irish Hills of Michigan. Front row, Marcus Ambrose and Kevin Harvick. We are green at MIS.
Kevin Harvick got a rotten start.
Side by side through turn 2. A couple of guys trying to make it 3 wide. Marcus Ambrose, great start at the front. That's Casey Kane right behind him. Then Matt Kenseth. Kevin Harvick started on the outside of row 1. And as we complete lap 1, Harvick finds himself back in the 5th position. Here's Regan Smith inside of Eric Almirola. Right behind him, Denny Hamlin working over Paul Menard. Trouble behind him. That's Kurt Busch spinning down the back straightaway. First caution of the day.
There you go. Something is wrong. Car is beyond loose. It's like a right front flat.
Had a caution lap 1 last week at Pocono, lap 2 this afternoon at Michigan for the man who won the championship in 2004.
And Kurt had his issues up here in practice. I think he spun 2 or 3 times in between this and the nationwide cars. Yeah. So he's had some issues, but you know, when Kurt talks about the right front being flat, that is so loose, that's what everybody has said, how slick this racetrack. You could see the smoke develop right there. He was already into a spin, but you see the marks. So this thing got away from him. He was pretty good ways from the wall. Whether he was outside the groove or not, you couldn't tell from that. Yeah, he's way up.
Where did he
right
get
there.
The damage in the front? He must have got it to somebody there.
Right there, I think. Yep.
Yeah, he had to. But you see how high he was. He was pretty high right there compared to where these other guys that had started the race.
Kurt Busch 3rd yesterday here in nationwide competition, and there's a good look, Wally.
Trying to see who he gets into right there. I can't make it out.
A little bit of a brush. It's like the David Gilliland machine that got him in the right side.
He one's up there hitting the wall. He's wrecking right in front. You just slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Keep it straight. There you go. Yellow is up.
That's so nice having that pavement down there.
Do what?
It's so nice having that pavement down there. That used to be grass.
Remember when that was grass? Woo. Oh my gosh.
He'd still be going.
Yeah, and when a car would get down there, it just picked up speed.
See, they've done some damage repair to the 51 car of Kurt Busch.
And you could see from almost every one of those angles, the rest of the cars were down. He was up a good car length and a half, or a lane and a half. And there hadn't been anybody running up there. There was no grip up there.
Marcus Ambrose started on the pole. He's led the first 3 laps here today. Your top 5 under caution: Casey Kane, Greg Biffle, Matt Kenseth, and Kevin Harvick. We talked throughout Countdown to Green. We mentioned off the top of the show here, there will be a competition caution at lap 20. Drivers certainly could pit here under caution, but they cannot fuel the race car.
And we heard Kyle Busch talk about it on Countdown to Green and on pre-race, that the competition caution was good because these guys had built in some adjustments to these cars because of the tires and because of the rain. So NASCAR, that is a good call to let these guys, so people don't start getting lapped 15, 20, 30 laps into the race. It gives everybody an equal step up.
Log on to NASCAR.com to experience TNT Race Buddy, presented by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the official beer of NASCAR. Race Buddy has 10 camera views, special reports from Miss Coors Light, and more. Lap 2 crash for Kurt Busch. He has come down pit road, made repairs, returned to the racetrack. David Gilliland also received some damage. He has made a pit stop. You look at the cautions through 14 races in 2012, 80 of them. That's the fewest since back in 1999. Had a couple of early ones last week at Pocono. We've got an early one here, but the lights are out atop the Ford F-150 Pace vehicle, and we are set to put him back under green. Once again, on the restart, Marcus Ambrose, who was the race leader, has chosen the outside lane. To his left will be Casey Kane, row 2. Teammates Kenseth and Biffle, Logano and Harvick on row 3. Bain, Stewart, Almirola, and Clint Boyer complete the top 10.
They've only run a couple laps, but they got a lot more confidence right now on this restart than they did to start, because they do kind of have an idea what these cars feel like going down 1 and 2.
And I'm going to tell you something.
Greg Biffle, power move here to the outside of Marcus Ambrose.
But we saw on that restart a little bit
loose
oh
there.
My gosh. You see Marcus get back down in the groove where the rubber is and just kind of power up off that corner.
Interesting that we have seen guys on the outside this early in the race.
But it's interesting that Biffle got a little higher than where he wanted to be. He was just a little bit, so he had to give up that position. But if we saw that restart, you almost saw the 9 car spin the tires and wiggle a little bit. I think that's why that inside lane is not as good right now, and it's not because as you anticipate when that guy goes and you go the gas, you're spinning worse than he is.
And I think that's what happened to Harvick on the start.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Casey Kane lost some ground on that restart.
I mean, just looking right now, Kyle.
Ambrose sideways off the corner.
I was just going to say, there's a lot of loose race cars like this
race cars. And everybody thought they would be. You know, I don't think there was anybody that we spoke to in the countdown to green or the pre-race that didn't think this thing was going to be loose as we see Biffle just power to the inside of Ambrose because he loses that momentum getting up off turn 2.
Biffle, the new race leader, and the man that went to victory lane a week ago, Joey Logano, right in the hip pocket of Marcos Ambrose. Right behind him, Casey Kane. Working lap 7 of 200 here at Michigan. And off the pace, Trevor Bayne. Team that's had so much success here at Michigan. The Wood brothers, 11 victories and top right for the Ford.
All the gauges read good. Think fine is dead. Plug wire, something's off.
I think it was Adam that was bringing up that could be some engine problems today, Kyle.
Yeah, I think these guys had a lot of laps on their engines. I don't know. Come on now. We don't know how many laps the 21 had on this engine. We are joking about that. But he says that, you know, plug wires, something like that. If you remember when the 99 car went out to qualify of Carl Edwards, the reason he started in the back, the secondaries didn't open up. Or basically, if you had a carburetor, that's the way it would be. But his throttle linkage was messed up a little bit. That's why he only run 170, 80 miles an hour, and they cut it off.
Yeah, look, I don't know if that was Truex or somebody jumped way up the racetrack there.
Trevor Bayne was running 7th when he had the engine problems. He's on pit road now. What do you see with Ryan Newman, Larry?
Well, what I'm seeing is a man that's on a mission going to the front. Remember, had to go to the rear of the field because of an engine change. We're only on lap 7 with 3 caution laps. He's already cracked the top 20 up to 19th.
So Ryan Newman making up some ground on track. Here's what teammate and owner Tony Stewart was saying prior to today's race on the radio.
Everybody else has figured this tire out but me, so I'll keep digging with it, keep working on it. I'll find something today here, so bear with me for a little while till I figure it out here.
That's confidence, isn't it? Saw the big movers in this race. Ryan Newman, Kyle Busch among those that are moving forward quickly in the early portion of this afternoon's event. What's the latest on the 14, Marty?
Well, as you heard Tony say, they were not very happy with his tire change. They felt like they had a winning race car with the old tire, Adam, but with this new tire, it really threw them for a loop. Tony told me I never got comfortable with the tire, and what happened just a moment ago, he came on the radio and said, hey guys, this car's actually pretty good right now.
Josh Wise going to bring out our second caution of the day. Much like Trevor Bayne, he's up in smoke in the 26 car here.
This kind of works in Johnson's favor, and you know, you talked about those guys starting in the back. You know, they get to run a few green laps and then making up all this track time because of the caution. Yes. So it's working in their favor. The guys starting back.
Second caution of the day. Greg Biffle, Marcus Ambrose, Joey Logano, Casey Kane, and Matt Kenseth, the top 5. Welcome back to Michigan. Live coverage of the Quicken Loans 400. The American Ethanol Sweepstakes is happening now. Log on to NASCAR.com/AE Sweeps for your chance to win one of 3 Chevrolet Silverados. American Ethanol, American grown, American made, powering NASCAR. Under caution for the second time today, Josh Wise lost an engine, and this will not serve as the competition caution that NASCAR is planning on at lap 20. A couple of drivers came down pit road here under caution. We'll tell those stories when we come back to Michigan International Speedway on TNT.
The Quicken Loans 400 on TNT is presented by Quicken Loans, engineered to amaze. And brought to you in part by Sprint. Avoid a data dilemma with truly unlimited data. Go to sprint.com/speed. By Toyota Care, caring for you and your car. By American Ethanol Sweepstakes. Enter for your chance to win one of 3 Chevy Silverados. And by Red Lobster. It's back. Red Lobster's 4-course seafood feast. Just $14.99.
13 laps complete at Michigan. Greg Biffle is the race leader. Marcus Ambrose, Joey Logano, Casey Kane, Matt Kenseth are your top 5. Jimmy Johnson started at the rear today with an engine change. They made a pit stop here under caution. Right now the 5-time champion scored in 36th. Here's what he said on the radio to his crew a moment ago.
I'm much faster than these guys. The groove is so narrow that I'm a little cautious, reluctant to do much. I thought I had something working, and then way sideways. So, but the car feels good.
And that's interesting because I think we've seen that a couple of times in the race already. That the groove is narrow, and you can't get out. We saw the 51 get outside the groove. We saw the 16 try the 9 on the outside and then give the position back. They just don't want to press it right now.
NASCAR on TNT back at Michigan. Several drivers have pitted here under caution. Dale Jr. among those. Also Jimmy Johnson took 4 tires. Time now for our Ram. No guts, no glory. Risk versus reward. Johnson pits here, gets 4 tires. Can he manage some strategy when the competition caution comes out?
Gas and go will probably pick up about, what, 20 spots, 25 spots?
You would think it would. So that's probably a pretty good strategy if that's what his strategy is. He's already said, we heard his audio, I got a pretty good car. I just can't get around these guys. I don't want to chance it. So that would get him positions without him having to pass anybody on the racetrack.
No doubt Jimmy Johnson, Chad Knaus have that no guts, no glory attitude. One of the other drivers that came down pit road, the man that restarts alongside Johnson, Landon Castle. In the front row, Greg Biffle, Marcus Ambrose. That's Biffle, the race leader in the outside lane. We'll put lap 16 on the board as we go back green.
Biffle got it done that time.
Denny Hamlin got hung out a bit in that outside lane, lost several positions. See him there on the outside of Jeff Burton, making it 3 wide. Bobby Labonte on the inside. Man, Hamlin falling back a bit early in the run, and on board with Ryan Newman, who continues to drive forward.
You see, Burton got up there way high in that gray, and boy, he lost a lot of ground, and he continues to lose a lot of ground. Like Kyle said a little bit earlier, the groove is down low, and you can see a lot of these guys running down at the bottom of the racetrack right now. They're not as confident as running that high line yet. I think it'll come, but right now they're all fighting for that lane and a half on the bottom.
Yes.
I think I asked you in Countdown to Green, Wally, are we going to see the old Michigan where they fan out 3 and 4 wide? I think we've answered it. They're getting pretty aggressive.
Well, the thing is, a lot of these guys are winding up there anyway because they're sliding up there. They're going down in the corners, and like you saw Burton, every time you get a car to run that high groove up, it makes it a little bit better and better. So, yeah, I still think we're going to see it.
And they're aggressive down the straightaways when you're watching it, because what they're doing is they're getting to the corners and they're all slipping and sliding, and somebody gets a good run and pulls out on everybody. Yoakum?
And the 39er Ryan Newman, look who guys documented, probably the biggest gainer so far. He's up to 16th. Newman says the car chatted the tires for about the first 3 or 4 laps after each restart. But boy, that thing is definitely a rocket. And Tony Gibson told me they felt like their car actually reacted better when NASCAR and Goodyear changed the left side tires. They were pretty confident.
Riding on board here with Ryan Newman. Started 43rd because of that engine change, up to 16th in the running order with 18 laps complete. We will put 19 laps on the board here, and we did get an update under that last caution when Josh Wise lost his engine that NASCAR has shifted the scheduled competition caution from lap 20 to 25. And if you're wondering what's a competition caution and why, NASCAR will do this from time to time. The reason we've got one here today, new left side tire. We had rain, so we had a green racetrack. This gives everybody an opportunity, the teams, Goodyear and NASCAR, to check these tires and make sure we don't have any problems developing. Battle for 3rd place of the racetrack. Joey Logano's got it, and Matt Kenseth coming up behind. Tell you what, Eric Almirola running inside the top 10. Marcus Ambrose started on the pole. In fact, both the RPM cars inside the top 5 right now.
And that's the way they've been since Charlotte. If we go back to Charlotte, qualified on the front row, running the top 10 at Dover, they've just been incredibly competitive and incredibly consistent for the last 3 or 4 weeks.
A lot of their success started happening when Mike Ford moved over there to crew chief that 43. I saw him in the garage area the other day. I'm not sure there's anybody more focused. I mean, he walks on a beeline and he has got a plan. This is a Matt Kenseth kind of track. Long green flag runs. Patience is what you have to be successful. And Kenseth right where he needs to be. 4th in the running order. Kenseth now to the inside of Joey Logano. This would be for 3rd on the racetrack. And Logano lets him go by. Kenseth faster in the 17. Ryan Newman, we've documented, on the move today, running right behind Bobby Labonte. Let's ride on board and see what driver 39 is looking like, Waller.
Well, you can always kind of tell how the car's handling by watching the driver's hands on the steering wheel. And I've been kind of watching, keeping an eye on Ryan. And looks like his car's handling pretty well. I mean, you see him go down in here to turn 1. And you can see him feeding the steering wheel, but you don't see that his hands swinging to the right, which means your car's really loose. So it looks like you know, I believe it was Matt and some of those guys talked earlier that he's making his way through the field. Looks like he's got a pretty good handling car by that driver shot.
See Brad Keselowski sneaking into the picture. He is scored right now in the 17th position. That's Bobby Labonte in front of Newman in that bright green and blue car. And there goes Keselowski to the inside of Newman. Newman made the early charge and now drifting just a bit as Keselowski makes the move to the inside. And Keselowski, one of those drivers, he told this on Countdown to Green. He said, our car wasn't where we wanted it to be on the original tire. They gave us those new left sides and our car reacted. Brad now finds himself 16th in the running order, updating the progress of some of those drivers that started in the back and pitted there at lap 11. Jimmy Johnson up to 23rd. As Tony Stewart looks to make a move on Eric Almirola for position. Dale Jr.'s 27th, Jeff Gordon 26th, and Carl Edwards, who had issues in qualifying yesterday, now finds himself closing on the top 20. He is 25th. Tony Stewart started in the 8th spot, took 7th away from Casey Kane, and now opening the door for 6th on Eric Almirola in that yellow 43. Can't quite get there into the corner.
Well, he's got a good run right there.
And when you look at the diverse background of Tony Stewart in his racing career, you got to love him at a place like this that's got new asphalt and there are a bunch of question marks. And you got to like this guy too. Mark Martin in the 55 to the inside of Kevin Harvick for position. Martin has won here 5 times at Michigan.
You see that 29 get sideways, getting in there, and that's the worst place to be loose at Michigan, is loose getting in, and that's what Harvick looks like right there.
Caution's out.
These guys are going to be making a lot of adjustments. These guys that are loose are going to be making a lot of adjustments. This is a great time to have that caution.
The competition caution coming at lap 25, or with 25 laps complete. We just put 26 on the scoreboard. Your top 10, Greg Biffle, Marcus Ambrose, Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano, Eric Almirola. Tony Stewart unable to make the pass of Almirola is 6th. Casey Kane 7th. Mark Martin, Kevin Harvick, and Clint Boyer make up the top 10. This will be the first time drivers will be able to fuel their race cars. When NASCAR sets a competition caution, the rules say you can't get fuel prior to that time, although you are allowed to come down pit road if you like. Teams to keep an eye on. Teams that have already come down pit road today. They did so earlier. Landon Castle did it at lap 11. So did Dale Earnhardt Jr. Kurt Busch made a pit stop at lap 15, and the big one is Jimmy Johnson. He came down and got tires at lap 11. They're scored 22nd. We thought they may play some strategy. We'll find out right here.
And one thing about Jimmy Johnson is that he said he had a good race car. So if these guys just take fuel and go, they can make up a lot of ground on these other guys, because there's going to be a lot of other cars making some serious adjustments.
And how about this? You change an engine, you go to the back, and within 30 laps you find yourself at the front of the field. That is huge in regard to how you manage the rest of your day.
But it's huge in how they manage the first 25 laps of the race, too. They didn't just fall into coming from the back to the front. They had a plan.
Here they come, Ralph.
Yep, and the first one in is going to be Matt Kenseth. He's got the first pit box off of turn number 4. They're going to add a little tape to the car and make a slight chassis adjustment. He's away, Chris Neville.
Greg Biffle took the lead on lap 6. He says the car right now just a little bit free. Matt Cushing just wanting to do 2 tires and fuel on this dip. He's not going to make any adjustments. Matt.
Marcos Ambrose, fill your screen. Chris, it's going to be fuel only. Todd Parrott told me this morning this was the plan the entire time. He just said absolutely no grip. Kenseth will almost beat Marcos Ambrose off pit road, but I think that first pit stall will pay off for Ambrose, and he wins off pit road, Adam.
Yes, he did. Kenseth up to second. Logano gains a spot. Big mover Mark Martin and Kyle Busch will reset the field after a break. NASCAR on TNT back at Michigan. Won't be long before we go back under the green flag. Driver to keep your eye on, Kyle Busch. He's one of the 8 drivers that pitted here under caution that took no tires. Good move for him. After starting 34th, he has jumped to 6th in the running order. Pit crew feels like they're doing exactly what they need to do. If you want more NASCAR content, go to twitter.com/#NASCAR. The 1-to-go signal being given now. Let's reset the top 5 after pit stops. Matt Kenseth, no tires, is the race leader. Joining him on the front row for the restart will be Marcos Ambrose. He too took no tires. Same for Joey Logano and Mark Martin. Then you got Kyle Busch and Greg Biffle. The first of the drivers inside the top 10 that took tires here, Tony Stewart. He's going to restart 7th. And the other driver that took tires under caution will be Greg Biffle, who, when we go green, will be in the 6th position. And Kevin Harvick's made a couple of pit stops here. Tough break for this race team, who started 2nd today.
Yeah, that's his 3rd time down pit road under this caution. So obviously whatever adjustments they were having to make, Wally pointed it out earlier, that thing rolled in the corner sideways, wiggled, and he lost a ton of ground. We saw the 15 of Clint Boyer come up on him. But whatever adjustments they had to make obviously were time-consuming adjustments.
They're big adjustments.
Yeah, big adjustments. That's big adjustments because he came in on all 3 laps of this caution.
8 of the top 10, no tires. You guys surprised?
It surprised me. I guess it surprised me. It's 29 laps, and they really haven't run that many green. But I did think that more of the guys were going to take some tires.
Yeah,
and stuff.
I really did too, just to get a good read on where the tires were, because we've heard these guys say, you know, scuffs or putting a cycle on them was not bad. Well, 15, 20 laps on a cycle, and that's basically all they had over those first 25 laps because they had cautions. Remember, it was not a bad cycle on a set of tires.
This was all about taking the tires off and making sure they didn't
and nobody took them off. So I guess NASCAR can't look at that.
And they are going to have another competition caution at lap 50. You cannot fuel your car until then. We're going to go back green as we complete lap 30 here at Michigan. Matt Kenseth, Marcos Ambrose out front here. Ambrose in that number 1 pit stall. Great pit work, and now the fight begins down into turn 1 for the race lead.
And you can see they're fighting a lot more than they did at the beginning of the race. So, the track is coming in.
Yeah, and you see that time the inside lane got a really good start. Matt Kenseth almost pulled him down into turn 1, but Matt's car jumped up a little bit. He had to check up out of it. You see Ambrose go to the front.
Jimmy Johnson getting out of line. He restarted back in the 20th spot, so he slowly but surely is coming to the front today.
Again, Jimmy talked about how good his car was. He didn't want to chance it, but I think he meant he didn't want to chance it on the outside. But he was all the way on that white line going in turn 3, so he feels a lot more comfortable about where he's at.
Keep an eye on Greg Biffle and Tony Stewart. They're the drivers that did take tires at lap 27 when they pitted, of the drivers that restarted inside the top 10. And here comes Matt Kenseth knocking on the door for the race lead. Inside of Marcos Ambrose, Kenseth goes to the point at Michigan.
This is an impressive early run by Matt, because Matt tweeted last night after that final practice that they had lost the balance on that car, and he was hoping that Jimmy and those guys found some magic in some of the adjustments that they needed to make. So I don't think, from reading his tweets and stuff, that he was very optimistic last night, but obviously they went the right way.
Tony Stewart just ran around Kyle Busch. He's now 6th, Marty.
Adam, as you mentioned, 2 tires on that stop for Tony Stewart, who was surprisingly fast earlier with that race car. And here's what he had to say on the radio after a little focus in that first run.
No prisoners the rest of the day. 0.
And guys, Tony clearly moving forward. Those 2 tires not hurting at all, and happy with that race car. Happy Smoke means happy 14 months, Adam.
Another driver who's got to be happy in the early part of this race is Mark Martin. He just went around Joey Logano. He's up to 3rd in the running order. And while Marcus Ambrose lost the lead to Matt Kenseth, he's not letting Matt get away. As you go on board with Stewart here. And look at 2012 for the defending champion Tony Stewart. Some highs and some lows as he works over Joey Logano here.
And as loose as these cars are, when you drive on somebody like that, especially getting into the corner, it makes the car you're pulling up on even more loose.
Even more loose. We saw it yesterday in the Nationwide race with Dylan and when Danica spun around. But Tony really is rolling into the corner and through the center free. You saw how much he gained on Joey Logano getting into turn 3 the lap before. He just closed up into the center, picked up the throttle, not full, just a little bit, and really closed up on Joey and got that run on him down the front stretch.
And I made the point earlier, these are the kinds of days that favor a guy like Smoke, who's been everywhere and driven everything on every kind of racetrack. It's got to help, doesn't it, Kyle?
Yeah, no, I think it helps. I think the more experience you have on different facilities or different types of surfaces and stuff, it's good. But at the same time, let's be honest, we've seen Tony go to some of these places this year, and it looked like he had gone there for the first time. That's how bad they ran. And I think he and Steve have worked really hard to get back to where they were when the season started, when he won 2 out of the first 4 or 5 races. I think they lost their way a little bit there.
Denny Hamlin to the inside of Jimmy Johnson. That's for the 17th position. And back behind them in 28th is Kevin Harvick, who made multiple pit stops under caution a few moments ago. Ralph, what's the story there?
Adam, it was 3 stops. He came in for the first one, just a routine stop. Then this fell off. This is a dust cap that goes in the center of the tire like this. Very rare that one of these would fall off. You can see how they're fastened on to the car right here. When that fell off, they had to come back in, put the new one back on, and then they came down a 3rd time, just a complete tightening up the car. Pretty rare, Kyle and Wally, to see one of these come off the race car.
Yeah, that is.
I don't think I ever have.
Yeah, I've seen them come off the rear when the axles will beat them out.
Right.
You know what I mean? We'll just constantly beat on them and beat them loose. But one on the front, and that's where they appear to be working. One on the front like that. Obviously, it doesn't appear to be that it was tight when the race started and worked its way loose.
NASCAR Sprint Cup Racing from Michigan International Speedway is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by McDonald's, I'm loving it.
Happy Father's Day, everybody, from all of us here at NASCAR on TNT. If you're just joining us and saying, what, only 43 laps have gone by? We dried things out. It's gorgeous now. The race leader, Matt Kenseth. Marcus Ambrose, Mark Martin, Greg Biffle, and Tony Stewart are the top 5. Saw a spirited battle there between Brad Keselowski and Eric Almirola for the final spot inside the top 10. So as we work on lap 43, Larry, what do you notice?
Well, one thing I do notice when I look at our top 10 drivers right now, Adam, 4 of them did change tires. I just think the reason the other drivers did not worry about changing tires, they only had 15 laps on their tires, and they know they've got that caution at lap 50. And remember what Greg Biffle told us in the countdown to green, these things are treacherous when you first put them on with lower air pressure.
You know, something we have not talked about a lot today, but appears in some different situations to be playing a role, is the draft here at Michigan. A lot of suck up on the bumper of the guy in front of you.
Yeah, well, you're running the speeds these guys are. You're definitely going to see, and you always have seen it at Michigan. Another thing is, this place, when it gets cloudy, it changes the racetrack. We saw it sunny earlier. Now all of a sudden we got half the track is
dark in the shade, it changes the racetrack. So, I mean, these guys are going to be earning their paycheck today trying to get these cars to handle.
Hey, Chris, 6 laps away from that competition caution at lap 50. What do you make of the tires?
Well, under that last caution, the 16 was one of those cars that took right side rubber. And Greg Biffle was saying, hey, let's not take rubber on this stop right before he came to pit lane. But Matt Pusha told him on the radio, I want to put tires on the car. I want to see what the right side tires look like. So I feel more confident later in this race, maybe not taking tires. Matt Pusha right now telling Greg, hey, only a couple more laps. We're probably just going to do fuel on this stop, so we'll pass these guys.
Biffle's got a pretty strong car right there.
Well, he and Tony Stewart right now 4th and 5th. And following the caution a while ago on the restart, they were the 2 drivers in the top 10 that had taken tires. There are some others now that have jumped inside the top 10 since the restart that also took tires back at lap 27. And 2 names that jump out to me in the top 10, Brad Keselowski and A.J. Allmendinger, the teammates of Team Penske, as Dale Jr. goes to the inside of Ryan Newman for 12th, Matt.
And the team that probably was most affected by the tire change, Adam, was the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's been a struggle ever since the swap over. It was real edgy at the beginning of the race. They pitted back on lap 11. They took the left rear off, pushed the spring rubber in, and made a track bar adjustment, trying to get better balance. The car was still tight. Back on lap 27, they made 2 more changes. Steve Letarte asked him back on lap 41, have we made inroads? And Larry Mack, Dale Jr. said, yep, the balance is really good.
Yeah, Matt, I don't know if he's feeling like he made gains, but when I go back, remember, he started in the 15th position. He had fell out of the top 25, and I think with that change they made there on lap 11 and then 2 tires on lap 27, he's actually fighting his way to the top 10. What a turnaround for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
And you know, it's amazing, Larry. He restarted 23rd at lap 31. So after that cycle of pit stops at lap 27, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has put the whip on the rear of his race car, and he is driving it to the front. Clint Boyer having a nice day. He's inside the top 10 in 7th. Told you about Kyle Busch. Picked up 5 positions on that cycle of pit stops a while ago. He stabilized in the 8th spot. Eric Almirola, who spent time in the top 5, is now dropped outside the top 10. He is 11th. And that's the next driver Dale Earnhardt Jr. will see on track. And the leaders are in traffic.
Oh, nicely done.
Kenseth to the outside of Ken Schrader.
Look how sideways he is. That was cool.
Man, that was good. Kenseth unhappy there? Is that what you read into that?
Hey, that was a good move on Ambrose's part.
When Matt went to the outside, obviously Ambrose thought his car would stick, and it did stick until he started up off the corner, and it had just enough of that shove in it that it slid up the racetrack.
That was Ken Schrader.
Taking a look right now.
It's Ken Schrader in the 32 that they had to drive around. Ambrose has taken over the lead, and as Wally pointed out, Mark Martin is there, and so is Greg Biffle.
Yeah, that closed him up.
NASCAR calling for a competition caution at lap 50. And the next time the leaders come around, we will complete 50 laps, the 1/4 mark of this afternoon's 400-mile event at Michigan.
Almost sounds like the old days where it's
like
you're kind of
playing with
you're playing with it. You're not just flat into it, getting up like we saw in practice all week long and like we saw in qualifying.
Here's what's interesting. Matt Kenseth leading, Marcus Ambrose right with him. Marcus Ambrose gets the lead, clean air, checks out.
It's definitely important. Definitely, being out front, you'll always see the guy out front just a little bit quicker most of the time.
All right, yellow's out, competition yellow.
And there's our competition caution, the second one of the day, 4th caution overall, as you look at top speeds from this afternoon. Matt Kenseth dominated this stint in the race until he got into lap traffic. Tony Raines in the 10, Ken Schrader in the 32. Kenseth tries the outside, Ambrose on the inside.
Well, Kenseth had to check up a little bit when he went out on the high side, and Ambrose had a pretty good run going. You see him slide it up there.
Yeah. It pushed, and you see him, once he gets up there, he comes back down the racetrack to get out of the way because he knew that was his fault. I just made a move, and I didn't give him enough room, and I came back down the racetrack to get out of his way. which was pretty good. The other good thing when you saw that, they're passing Kenny Schrader, who's probably got more laps on this racetrack than anybody else. Kenny just held his line, and that's important from a trust factor for a Matt Kenseth or a Marcus Ambrose to know that guy that I'm passing is not going to do something crazy like we saw in the Le Mans race when the Ferrari cut down on the Toyota. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a trust factor out there that all these guys have in each other.
Tony Raines got the free pass under caution. He was the first car one lap down. Last time they pitted, lap 27. That was a competition caution put out by NASCAR. A number of drivers elected to take no tires. So what strategies will play out here? Pit road is open, and this cycle going to happen at lap 52, Ralph.
Matt Kenseth has a bit of a vibration in the right front. He also needs help getting that car to turn in as he makes his pit stop. They're just going to take right side tires, make an air pressure adjustment, take a little air out of those tires, Chris Neville.
Ralph, well, initially the 16 crew was just going to do fuel, try and gain some track position, but Greg Biffle saying he's sliding the nose, and then the car is snap loose. So right now they're going to do right side tires, try and tighten that car up a little bit. Marty?
Chris, planned from the beginning of the day, Marcos Ambrose will come down pit road, take 2 tires here. He said he lacks a little bit of grip early in the run, but that's it. He did have a small vibration, just like Matt Kenseth a little bit earlier. He will not win the race off pit road this time, Matt.
And Kyle Busch's service already complete. His car just would not turn when he would try to get back in the gas, so they made an air pressure
here today. Remember, text FAST to 34763 or visit attfastestdriver.com. You could win 4Gs just by playing. Brought to you by the nation's largest 4G network, AT&T. Rethink possible. We're going to get the restart as we complete lap 55. Greg Biffle is the race leader, and he, like we've seen throughout the day, elects to restart in that outside lane. Mark Martin strong as we finish that last run. We'll restart second. Brad Keselowski, Marcus Ambrose, and Eric Almirola back in the top 5. He restarts alongside Dale Earnhardt Jr. If we get a late caution, you know why it's going to be big to win the race off pit road? Lane selection. That outside lane, huge today on restarts, Wally.
Yeah, Biffle got a good one there. It's going to be interesting to see if he just checks out. I mean, he's been watching his times. He has been laying down some really good laps. Now he's out front. See if anybody's got anything for him. Jimmy Johnson also has been running some very fast lap times, and that's been in traffic.
Johnson's 18th after starting at the back today. Saw Martin Truex Jr. starting to come through the field. He is 12. Maybe some drivers to keep an eye out on this run. The ones that took 4 tires in that last pit stop. Tony Stewart did, Joey Logano, Casey Kane, Kyle Busch. Matt Kenseth strong on that last run, but lost some ground on pit road. He's 7th right now. What's he saying on the radio?
Hey, we got to figure this out, Jimmy, here. That was, man, that was bad.
I thought that play would have been the fast play. We should have saved 2 seconds on that with a full tank.
Yeah, we definitely didn't save any time. We lost 6 spots, and 55 got me by about 2 or 3 seconds there. At least we sat there longer than him. Got to figure that out. I know last week it was my fault. I was in the stall long, but stops. We got to get this figured out, install, and get it done quicker, because you're not going to be able to pass today.
That key. I mean, as hard as everybody's running so good right now, it is difficult to pass when you give up that kind of time in pit lane. There's nothing more frustrating to a driver than that.
To that story and talking to some of the crew down here, they decided at the end to go with a full tank of fuel, but they only took 2 tires. So that's where some of the confusion was. When they took that full tank of fuel, they might as well have gone ahead and put 4 tires on, and that's a bit of where the frustration was with Matt.
Correct. Yep. Yes, that's a good call, Ralph, because that. Yeah, if you're going to put gas in it, you may as well put 4 tires on it.
But and we talk about it every week. All the other broadcasters talk about it. It's the most disheartening thing in the world to work your rear end off for a few laps. work your rear end off for a few laps, make that pass, and then give it up on pit road.
You said, Wally, on the restart, it'll be interesting to see if once Biffle gets the lead, he pulls away. The answer, no. Marcus Ambrose going nowhere. And as he got up alongside Biffle for the top spot, it allowed Mark Martin to close a bit. And Dale Earnhardt Jr., who restarted 6th a moment ago, is 4th, and he's right in the middle of this mix.
They're not out of the gas long.
Not long at all. Not long at all. I mean, they let it roll down, and just when it settles in, they pick back up the gas and drive it through the center.
Jimmy Johnson, 15th right now, Chris, but maybe some concerns in the 48 camp?
Yeah, right before he came into pit lane, he told the team that the car is awesome, but it's a little bit loose in traffic. However, they took the right side tires off that car, and the right rear had blisters all the way around the center of the tire. Now, this team was having to deal with a lot of blisters on the left side of the car in practice all day Friday. Now that they've got harder left side tires, that issue that they're dealing with the handling of that car, it looks like it might be migrating to the right side.
Chris, can I add, when he pitted early in the race and changed tires, did they put stickers on during that time, or did they put scuffs on? Do you know?
Kyle, I don't know. I know they just did 2 tires on that stop. I don't know if it was stickers or scuffs.
Yes. All right, thank you, man. A lot of times, and Larry can speak to this, you know, as we come back from break, Larry can probably speak to this. A lot of times, that one heat cycle will keep a tire from blistering because that hardens it up and it changes the compound just enough.
The cat in the hat, no stranger to success at Michigan. Jack Roush has won here 11 times, and his man Greg Biffle out front this afternoon in the Quicken Loans 400.
Mountain Dew and the Dark Knight Rises partnered to create a custom paint scheme for the Diet Mountain Dew number 88. And if you're a Dew and Dark Knight fan, you can go inside Gotham City at DewGothamCity.com, where you can gain unprecedented access into Gotham City, including never-seen-before content.
The Dark Knight not only rising, it's moving to the front. Dale Earnhardt Jr. closing on 2nd place. Marcus Ambrose, your race leader, is Greg Biffle. But for more on Jr., who's trying to snap that 143 race winless streak, let's go to Larry McReynolds at our Toyota Torque Car. What's up, Larry?
Adam, this is why I think Dale Earnhardt Jr. is in the best shape that he's been in a long, long time. You think about it. He started this race in the 15th position. He dropped like a rock all the way back to the 27th spot. Steve Letarte on lap 11, the car was too loose. Junior could not think about putting the throttle down. Steve Letarte called him in. They pulled the left rear tire off. They took this spring rubber, and they inserted it right here in the left rear spring. That stiffened the rate of the spring. Now when Junior puts the throttle down, he can stay in it, and he's cracked the top 5.
You know, it's interesting. Came here on Thursday for 2 3-hour test sessions. Junior, one of the 2 drivers to go over 200 miles per hour in both sessions. Quick here in both practices on Friday as NASCAR began the official race weekend. Then they got a curveball with his tire, and Junior, one of the guys that wasn't sure, as you see Marcus Ambrose going side by side with Greg Biffle for the race lead. Junior adjusting nicely to change.
That 88's going to be right there in the picture right
here
there.
He is.
Because it catches that draft down the backstretch.
Biffle slides up the racetrack.
Oh, and there's Junior in the second. But Junior was the most vocal guy after that last practice last night that he didn't like the way his car was.
Let's get a report from Matt on Dale Jr.'s car.
Adam, you saw Larry Mack talking about pushing in that spring rubber, a dramatic change for Junior, then a slight track bar adjustment. The car has absolutely come to life. A little tight in the center at both ends of the racetrack as he works all over the 9 of Ambrose on the inside. But the biggest thing, he says the groove is starting to widen out a little bit. It was so narrow and edgy earlier on. 88 moving to the front.
And Samantha's got it right. The Batmobile has come to life. Put Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the point at Michigan, but he wiggles off of turn 4.
Ambrose gave him a little bit of a break there.
Yes, he did. But that was a power move up off turn 2 and down the backstretch. He just powered by him. That's been impressive watching him come up through there.
You know, it's interesting. After Dover, where he finished inside the top 5, he was very quick to point out, we're going to some tracks where history says we may not be very good. We have got to get our act together for the summer. Dale Earnhardt Jr. answering the bell. Solid run all week last week at Pocono. Top 10 finish and leading today here at Michigan. And Greg Biffle, who was leading a moment ago, Chris, has dropped back to 3rd.
Yeah, Adam, just saw him slide back to third, now possibly going to slide back to fourth as Mark Martin's on his tail. He just radioed crew chief Matt Puccia, said, hey, the car is way too loose. I can barely hang on to it right now. Matt Puccia radioed back, hey, just hang on the best you can. This next stop, I'll get you tuned up. Marty?
In front of him is Marcos Ambrose, and actually kind of an odd thing. These cars love clean air, but Marcos said his car is actually a little too loose when it's out by himself. You know, Wally, sometimes you'll make these cars adjusted for running in traffic, and then when it gets in clean air, it handles completely different.
Well, actually, you're right, Marty. And if he could get close up to another car, that makes his car push, which kind of balances the car out. Kyle and I were talking about that earlier on the break, that it looked like his car was a handful when he was out front, but it looked better when he was tucked up behind somebody.
I know it's early, but Dale Earnhardt Jr. is out front at Michigan trying to do what he did here 4 years ago. Nice save off the corner, 88. Let's take an inside look and get unlimited access to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, brought to you by the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile app and truly unlimited data on the Sprint Network. Jimmy Johnson, big mover today, 42nd to 13th. Get live in-car audio and real-time stats on the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile Android app, only from Sprint. Learn more at sprint.com/speed. 11 lead changes today among 6 different leaders. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the man on point right now, grabbed the top spot from Marcus Ambrose a handful of laps ago. Marcus Ambrose, Greg Biffle, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart are the top 5. Matt Kenseth, who had some issues on pit road a moment ago, is 6th. Brad Keselowski is 7th. Not sure that we ever really talked about Juan Pablo Montoya, who picked up 12 spots when he came down pit road a while ago. He's in the top 10, as are Clint Boyer and Jeff Gordon, and we're seeing some green flag pit stops here. Denny Hamlin coming down for service. Martin Truex Jr. also coming down at lap 78.
On schedule for the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Tight from the center off. That's been his biggest issue all race. Just trying to find more grip.
Last time everyone pitted under caution at lap 52. That's 27 laps on this run. The lead for Dale Earnhardt Jr. 1.1 seconds over second place Marcus Ambrose. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon both started outside the top 20. Gordon because he didn't qualify well. Johnson on an engine change. Gordon is in the top 10 in 10th, and Johnson right behind him at 11th. And Carl Edwards starting to make some things happen.
Junior's really been the first guy who's driven to the front, taken the lead, and driven away.
Yep.
The other guys, as we saw, the 16 car of Biffle, or the 17 of Kenseth, or the 9 of Marcus Ambrose, when you look at it, they could just maintain.
A.J. Allmendinger spent a lot of time in the top 10. He comes down and make a pit stop, and while he's there, we get a caution for debris.
A lot of damage on that right rear of the 22. I don't obviously got in the wall or something, but
I don't know if it's a crush panel or something out of that race car that has caused the debris on the racetrack. You can see it just kind of sticking out there to the right.
Allmendinger spent a lot of time inside the top 10. There you see some foam blowing around on the back straightaway.
Well, that's out of probably Allmendinger's car.
Yeah. Wonder where that foam came from. That's the,
here we go right here.
Here we see him. Well, it's already kind of laying
it's
there.
Already there.
That's interesting on where that came from.
Well, they've been a lap before.
Yeah.
If he has, I can't tell if he has the damage there or not.
Well, you'd think we would have been able to see that though with the way it's. Well, they're saying it came out of the safer barrier, not from a race car.
Yeah, and at certain angles you can see there's huge pieces of foam stacked between the sulfur wall. Right, if we panned on around this corner, you can see it a little bit. Huge pieces of foam stacked down in those little openings that you see right there to the left, inside the wall. And one of them could have just come undone and just been drawn out by the force of the air coming by into the middle of the racetrack. And maybe that's what happened to the 22. Could have hit it. Yeah, could have hit it when the first time buyer or something.
Here they come for pit stops, Ralph.
It was no tires on the first stop for Mark Martin. 2 tires on the last stop. This time it'll be 4, and they'll be scuffed tires. He's been a little concerned about the left rear, and he's been a hair loose, Chris.
Well, Greg Biffle still complaining that the car's way too loose. It sounds like they're going to make a wedge adjustment, left rear 4 tires on the 16. Matt?
Impressive segment of the race for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Said the car was very neutral. Just trying to top him off. Caleb Hurst said he is full. Marty.
That'll be 4 tires for Marcos Ambrose. Very happy with the chassis. A little bit of wedge in the left rear. Trying to make it better when it's out front. Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins the race off pit road very easily. Ambrose will come out about 6 or so.
Several different strategies here. Some 2, some 4. The battle off pit road goes to Dale Jr. Big gainers, Tony Stewart and Clint Boyer. Jeff Gordon now in the top 5 at Michigan. Happy Father's Day. Thanks for joining us for the Sprint Cup Series live at Michigan International Speedway. TNT tonight. The end is just the beginning. From executive producer Steven Spielberg and DreamWorks Television, Falling Skies. Don't miss the 2-hour season premiere. It happens tonight, 9/8 Central, only on TNT. And for the latest, you can like us on Facebook. The caution came out for debris. We saw A.J. Allmendinger on pit road. He definitely had some damage. How did he get it? Here he is down the back straightaway. Right there.
Just clipped the wall. That's all, yeah.
He just swung out when he got there.
He really kind of get an angle on that corner.
Yeah. It just ran out of room.
AJ was in the 16th position when he popped the wall.
I don't think that's where all that damage came from. That was just a brush.
Yeah, that was just more of a brush.
Something
it looked
got
like,
up in that fender well to do that damage that we saw when he was sitting on pit lane.
Because it pulled the lower part of the quarter panel out and up. So
right now, Allmendinger 1 lap down in 34th. What are you seeing on tires after another pit stop, Marty?
Adam, remember we told you that Marcos Ambrose had a bit of a vibration. Well, this might explain it. The left front off of his car. And the first time we've really seen this weekend down to the cord. And you can see on the very top of the tire where they measured it with a durometer, only 17. You see across like 70, 72, only 17 on the outside. That's the left front tire for Marcos Ambrose. We also heard a right rear tire blistered for Tony Stewart. Matt?
Marty, absolute shock in the 18 pit of Kyle Busch. Dover, Pocono, and now Michigan. Engine problems for the 18 of Kyle Busch. He is taking the Snickers car back to the garage. Another huge blow.
But Kyle, taking a look at that left front, if you're going to have a tire blister, I think that's where you want to have it, the blister, though.
But that wasn't really a blister.
It was wore out.
That was worn out.
Right.
There's a difference, and that's why I was going to ask Matt or Marty. Marty, can you hear me?
I got you, KP. What's up?
Marty, that tire that came off of
Indeed.
Of his car, how many laps was on that tire?
Now, that had been, to be fair, on since the beginning of the race. But on a day where everybody had been saying, we can leave the left sides on forever, we can go a couple of stops and not change left sides, clearly crew chiefs are coming down here and noticing now probably not a good idea for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and that's good information, but that's going to be a little bit misgiving too, because that's 85 laps on a set of left sides. That's more than 2 stops.
Yeah.
That's more than 2 stops, and that was not a blister. That was worn out.
Greg Biffle going to restart 7th here, Chris.
Well, we showed you the blisters on the 48. Now we've got blisters on the 16, the right rear of the 16. Greg Biffle was saying the car was very loose on that run when they pulled the tires off that car. Blisters all the way around the right rear. Those were scuffed tires prior to going on that car. Talked to Matt Pucci about that. He said he is concerned. They did do a wedge adjustment. He's hoping that helps with that situation. Also checked on the 48. The tires that came off the 48 looked good this time.
The Coca-Cola in-car camera on TNT Race Buddy lets you ride shotgun with a Coca-Cola Racing family driver like Tony Stewart. Go to NASCAR.com and check out the Coca-Cola in-car camera on TNT Race Buddy. Kurt Busch received the free pass under this, our 5th caution of the day. And you may remember Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. had come to pit road under green prior to the caution. They get the wave around here. They elect to take the wave around, I should say. Race leader Dale Earnhardt Jr. as we get set to go back under green.
You see Stewart up there, and Marty could probably touch on this. It looked to me like Tony's car didn't come in until later on in the run. It looked like he struggled at the first part of the run. I don't know what adjustments they've been making. They obviously had a great pit stop.
And a great restart.
And a good restart. But it'd be interesting to see if he runs a little bit better on the get-go.
And I think that restart also shows these guys are getting more comfortable with these tires, because that's really the first time the inside line has been the way to go. The inside line has always lagged back just a little bit on the first 2 or 3 restarts that we have.
And that's one of the advantages to being up front throughout the race. You can experiment and learn these things for later in the race. Clint Boyer, as good as he's been all day long, 3rd right now in the running order. Jeff Gordon, we told you, after a nice pit stop, was up in the top 5. He's 4th. Greg Biffle is 5th. Marcus Ambrose right behind him. Give a call to Ryan Newman. Changed an engine, started at the rear of the field today. The 2-time Michigan winner has put himself in 7th spot. Jimmy Johnson did the same. You see him right here in front of Matt Kenseth. He is 16th in the running order.
Yeah, Jimmy's kind of been hanging around that spot. It really hasn't made a whole lot of gains. Stuck in traffic back there.
It's time now for KFC Fresh Off the Wire. Big topic of conversation this weekend, tires. Marty, what can you tell us?
Tires, and Tony Stewart taking the lead. These are the right side tires that came off of Tony Stewart's car, and you can see the right rear just completely chunked out. That's all the way around. That was 30 laps on these right side tires. And KP, to answer your next question, because I know one's coming, they went on as stickers. So they went on as stickers, lasted 30 laps, and you see what happened to them.
Yeah. That's not what you want to see.
No, that's not what you want to see. And that's one of the things these guys got into. And I'm not sure Marty and those guys in the pits will have to check this. But a lot of these guys, and we talked about it in practice on Friday, had scuffed all their tires to prepare for this race. When they brought new tires in and the left sides, I'm not sure how many more laps they put on their right side tires or whether they scuffed them again. But everybody talked about putting 2 or 3 cycles on a set of tires, made the original tire here back.
Hang on, and Mark goes.
Tires, what are fresh off the wire this weekend at Michigan. For more Fresh Off the Wire presented by KFC, visit NASCAR.com. Larry?
Yeah, all they're doing when they scuff these tires is that you just have to run them 1 or 2 laps and just bring them up the temperature and then come in and let them cool completely down. And it actually hardens them up a little bit, which makes them just a little tougher, possibly where they won't blister.
I want to give a call out there that Austin Dillon's did a nice job today.
He is.
33 car right there.
Austin Dillon won the Truck Series championship last year, figuring nicely into the nationwide championship battle, and right behind him.
Oh, look at how it moved Johnson up. You saw Kenseth slide up the racetrack, and Jimmy Johnson had to give him room. And boy, when she got in the gray stuff, you're done.
And you see, he has to get all the way out of it. Now he's cleaning his tires.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, by the time he gets to the corner, 2 or 3 cars have gone by him, and he's got to go in on the high side again, which is not where you want to go when you've got dirty tires.
Casey Kane got by, so did Eric Almirola, and here comes Martin Truex Jr. Took the wave around after pitting under green prior to our last caution, and here's the driver of the 56 knocking on the door of the top 15.
I'll say that move when you saw Kenseth go down in the corner and slide up and almost slide into the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson. These guys are driving right now and giving each other plenty of room and respecting each other's space right now. You don't see that really hard side by side. You see these guys giving each other room.
Tony Stewart, the man out front, he has a win at Michigan, closing on halfway on this Father's Day edition of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Glad you're with us on TNT. 4 laps away from halfway at Michigan International Speedway in this afternoon's Quicken Loans 400 on TNT. Tony Stewart, the race leader, he's led 11 laps today. He's 0.7 of a second in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Clint Boyer, Jeff Gordon, and Greg Biffle are the top 5 with 97 of 200 laps complete. Carl Edwards back in the 24th position. Let's listen to what they're saying. Here's Inside Tracks.
Let's go back to stickers. Tires look good there, bud. Tires look good on us. There are some cars having trouble, 48 and 16. The 48 were front tires. The 16 was a right rear.
Now, I'm wondering, and Marty, once he gets, I'm curious, Marty, and some of these guys that are blistering tires, if they're telling the drivers they're blistering tires or not.
Well, Wally, when I listen to the 14 radio so far, Steve Addington has not told Tony Stewart that he had a blister on his right rear. I was going to go talk to Addington in a moment, but would you want your driver, would you want to know if you were going for the lead, if your right rear might have been blistered in the last stop? I'm sure you would, or you would not.
No, that's what I was going to say. I mean, you know, obviously when a tire gets blistered, if it's like a rear tire, you get loose. And loose is okay when you're driving hard and all that, but I don't really want to know on blistering tires unless it gets to the point where it happens early in a run and they tell you have to change your driving style.
Yeah, exactly. And until that crew chief says, look, we've seen little blisters or we've seen these things and they're not going away, you're going to have to back it off a little bit.
Right.
But for where they're at right now, these things are chunking, and Marty talked about them, just chunking out. They're not really seeming to come apart yet. So when you look at it like that, yeah, it's a concern, but that driver knows in the back of his head, okay, we've had blistering problems. This thing, boom, from one lap to the next, I'm getting loose. I've got to have a tire somewhere that's, so you back it down a little bit as a driver.
Just past halfway, Tony Stewart, Dale Earnhardt Jr. running 1-2, and Kyle Busch finds himself in the garage once again, scored in the 35th position, Ralph.
Yes, and you're looking at Kyle Busch's car in the garage area. They're working once again on the internals of that engine. I spoke with Jimmy Makar. You might see him in the background, the man in the baseball cap and the blue short sleeve shirt. He's one of the head men in the racing operations for Gibbs. And I said, what's the problem? He said, this time we think we broke a rocker arm. A very different situation than what they had a week ago at Pocono. I asked him if this has been the same problem. He said, nope, something different every time. That's a frustrated bunch.
And we should point out, these are the only 3 engine problems that Joe Gibbs Racing have had all year, and they've happened in successive weeks to the same driver.
Yeah, and as you see a tweet there from Kyle's wife, I'm at a loss for words 3 weeks in a row. But I think when you look at this, that's incredibly frustrating for a team. If you're knocking the bearings out of something week in and week out, you know you've got an oiling problem. If you're breaking valve springs, you know you've got a bad batch of valve springs or something's come along, whatever that may be. But when you're chasing a problem through the engine, there's more working components in there that you can't see and can't tell what happens to it. And all you're doing is trying to figure out, take the broken parts and say, how did this happen? And so you're always chasing a ghost.
And here's a tough thing about it. They won at Richmond, top 5 Talladega, Darlington, Coke 600. Now 3 straight weeks they're in the garage prematurely. Marty?
Adam, I did just talk to Steve Addington, finally got his attention, and they did tell Tony Stewart, Wally, about the right rear. Steve said he just wanted him to know, wanted to make sure he knew what was going on with the tires, but obviously Tony not fazed by it at all. He went for it on that restart to get the lead.
Yeah, guys, just back to Kyle Busch and that 18 team, talking about 3 consecutive engine issues. You think about Dover, they had a reason. Too many RPM buzzing the tires. They broke valve springs. Last week, Dave Rogers told me it was pretty much self-inflicted from an oiling system issue, and now a broke rocker arm probably definitely has them scratching their head.
I'll tell you who's going to be scratching his head in a moment. Tony Stewart, because he's got company. Here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. Yes, the dark night is rising through the standings at Michigan. .108 of 200 laps complete at Michigan International Speedway in the Quicken Loans 400. And there is a new sheriff in town, and his name, Dale Earnhardt Jr. While we were away at break, Tony Stewart, the race leader, you ride on board with Jr. Stewart said, go on by. You were faster, my man. And Junior's back on point. Tony Stewart running second, and you got Clint Boyer in third. Now we go McDonald's through the field. Matt Yoakum leads us off.
4 years ago this weekend, the last time Dale Jr. went to victory lane, right here at MIS. The program just continues to improve. 5 top 5 finishes this season, more than the entire 2011 schedule. Junior says that the cloud cover is out, the race car much more neutral on this run, a tick free on entry. Marty.
Tony Stewart in second, took the lead for a while, as we saw, just lost it to Dale Earnhardt Jr. a moment ago. He said it's gotten tight on entry in both 1 and 3. That's what his problem is. Remember earlier he said, we're taking no prisoners today, going for his first Michigan win since the year 2000. Ralph?
Well, here's one you didn't think you'd hear today. Clint Boyer just said, you know, you may find this hard to believe. The car's feeling really good. That was a lap ago. So Clint Boyer pretty happy with the car right now. Jeff Gordon's up next.
Jeff Gordon's made a good run from back in 20th, but they've been just doing two right side tires the last two stops. Said on this next stop he needs 4 tires, and he needs the car to be tightened up. I looked at the team's scuff tires over there. They've got 6 sets of scuff tires at the 24. The 16, they were way loose before that last caution. Just checked in with Matt Fuchsia. He said now they've gone the opposite direction. The car way too tight. This team, only 2 sets of scuff tires left. Matt?
What an impressive run by Ryan Newman. Started at the back. Now he currently runs in the 6th position. Ryan has one win this year. We documented at the beginning of the show. He's one of those drivers trying to score another win to give him some insurance to lock in a wild card chase spot. The sun's back out. Ryan says the nose a little more positive the previous run. Marty.
Matt, Joey Logano told me Tuesday his confidence is better than it's ever been in the Sprint Cup Series. In the 7th position right now. They were loose on the very first run of the day. You see him trying to get around Ryan Newman. They have made several changes. They've been tight ever since. Can't get that tightness out of the car. Very close to green flag stops, Ralph.
Mark Martin lost his father Julian back in August of 1998. He's running his father's name on the door today. His car right now still a little free, Matt, but he's working it pretty good. He's running inside the top 10.
While Pablo Montoya has brought that 42 machine all the way up to 9th, he has been fighting loose from the drop of the green flag, the racetrack. Just 2-3, looking to make some big adjustments as we close in on the next round of pit stops, Ralph.
Matt Kenseth, Matt, is another one that's a little bit loose right now. He's inside the top 10 as we get a little bit closer to another round of pit stops coming this way. They're going to try to get the fuel in that car. Everybody working on saving fuel here, Larry.
Ralph, the fastest man in NASCAR in 25 years, our pole sitter Marcus Ambrose sat on the pole. He's led 13 laps, but as Marty Schneider reported, because they had not changed left side tires on this 9 car since the start of the race, 4 tires on that last caution, lost the track position, and he just can't seem to get anywhere. He's sitting back there in 11th spot right now.
So Marcus Ambrose in the 11th position, and while we were going through the field, brought to you by McDonald's, we did have a green flag pit stop. Brad Keselowski coming down under green. Let's hear what he had to say on the radio.
Yeah, I got to notice this thing is getting really loose. Just a small vibration. I got to come here, man. This ain't right. Bring it to us here.
He was running 14th when he came down, Marty.
Yeah, and that vibration was a blistered right rear for Brad Keselowski. They came in a lot earlier than everybody else and walking up to the tire now. Not as bad as Tony Stewart's was, but again, chunked all the way around for Brad Keselowski on that right rear tire.
And when a tire blisters, and when it does happen, it almost gives you a feel like that tire is rock hard.
Yes.
It goes to loose, no traction whatsoever. So you know when you blister a tire.
Everybody pitted under caution at lap 82. Here they come down under green at lap 115. Logano and Newman get it started, Matt.
And Newman, great qualifying effort. We documented starting at the back. What an impressive run. Solid stop by the Army guys. Newman said the car, if anything, near the end. Cloud cover coming in and out. A wedge adjustment. The car just a tick on the free side. Marty.
Joey Logano still tight like we talked about. They go up 1 round on the track bar. He too said, I have a vibration. They said, bring it in right now. Don't worry about it. It's going to be 4 tires for Joey Logano. Coming down pit road right now is Tony Stewart. Also Jamie McMurray coming down pit road. Stewart about to hit his stall. He was tight entry in the first part of that run. At the very end of the run, he said, I started to get loose off. So they'll make an air pressure adjustment for Tony Stewart. It will be 4 tires for him as well, Ralph.
Marty, it was 4 tires of fuel for the 15. As I told you before, he loved the car, so he stayed right with the setup the way it was. Kevin Harvick is in as well. They're going to make a quick chassis adjustment on the number 29, and they get all the fuel in there they can. Everybody's watching that fuel mileage, Matt.
Ralph, further up pit road, Denny Hamlin, who's won the past 2 June races here at MIS, in his box. He said the car was tight from the center off. Air pressure change for Hamlin. Ralph.
17 of Matt Kenseth is in all the way down right at the entrance to pit road. Quick chassis adjustment to the right rear of that car. And as far as Casey Kane goes, it is fuel and 4 tires on the number 5. The quick cleaning of the grill. And Casey is off on another way, Chris.
Well, Jimmy Johnson saying that sometimes the car a little bit tight, other times the car a little bit loose. Going to do fuel and tire, slight air pressure adjustment. Matt?
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. makes his way to his pit box. Remember, the last time on pit road, Steve Letarte went with a 2-tire change, track bar adjustment to tweak the balance. This time they're going to go 4, just keeping the cycle of 4 to 2 to try to keep this car, Chris, on 2 tires as much as possible.
Well, now they're going to try and loosen up the 16. Got a wedge adjustment at the left rear, 4 tires fuel. Marty?
Marcos Ambrose all the way at the end of pit road. He said his car got a little too tight this time. For Ambrose, who, as Larry Knight pointed out, never made his way back into the top 10. Matt?
Waiting on fuel for Martin Truex Jr. They topped him off. His car just not consistent, Chris.
Well, the last 2 stops, it's just been 2 right side tires for the 24. This time they're going to do 4 tires on that car. Also, track bar down 2 rounds.
Jeff Gordon getting his service at lap 119. And we have just about gone through the complete cycle of green flag stops as we have crossed past the middle stages of the Quicken Loans 400. One driver that is yet to come to pit road under green, the man you see right here, Juan Pablo Montoya, has inherited the race lead, and we have a caution, 6th of the day, and once again it's Kurt Busch down the back straightaway.
I think Kurt would like to go home right now.
Yeah, and you know, he's already got damage, so he's got his hands full anyhow. We've seen him in a couple of different shots with faster cars and him pulling down, getting out of the way. But that thing was pretty much juking and jiving on him a few times.
It was, yeah, he was having a hard time when it was good.
When it was good.
Yeah.
Field a little discombobulated with a cycle of green flag pit stops. We'll get everything reset when we return. As of now, it's Montoya on point at Michigan.
NASCAR Sprint Cup Racing from Michigan International Speedway is brought to you by KFC. Come in today and taste why fresh is better. By Sprint. Avoid a data dilemma with truly unlimited data. Go to sprint.com/speed. By Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By American Ethanol Sweepstakes. Enter for your chance to win one of 3 Chevy Silverados. And by Chrysler. Imported from Detroit.
And the top 2 drivers that did not pit under green have now done so under caution. Juan Pablo Montoya, Carl Edwards. Mark Martin got the free pass. We'll set the field after a break. Welcome back to Michigan. Let's take an inside look and get unlimited access to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, brought to you by the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile app and truly unlimited data on the Sprint network. Most laps led today. Greg Biffle, 35 circuits. He's been out front this afternoon. And get live in-car audio and real-time stats on the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile Android app, only from Sprint. Learn more at sprint.com/speed. And speaking of speed, the top speed today, Tony Stewart, 215 miles per hour. So a number of drivers had made pit stops under green. The 2 that hadn't, Juan Pablo Montoya and Carl Edwards, they came in under this caution. The driver that got the free pass was Mark Martin. 21 drivers took the wave around. And now that we have reset the field, the race leader will be Jeff Gordon, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who was leading when that cycle of green flag pit stops began, will restart second. And right behind him on track was Tony Stewart, who restarts third. And Boyer, who was running in the 3rd position when that cycle of stops began, restarts in the 6th position. Well, we got a chance to look at Jeff Gordon out front. Picks the inside lane. Haven't seen him there in a while. Team that needs a good break. Opportunity to get it done here. Outside lane, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Didn't work great for him a while ago when he was the race leader. We'll see what he does here as he restarts the runner-up. When the green goes in the air, we complete lap 125. Montoya giving a little shove there to Junior, who goes around Gordon on the outside. Boyer getting aggressive in the outside lane. Oh, there's Joey Logano around. Hard into the wall in the back straightaway. Casey Kane, David Gilliland among those that got damage.
Wow. Hard to tell where that started at. You just saw the 20 car come back across the racetrack the wrong way.
Yeah, you don't know if he got tagged or not, but wow. Look at the damage on that.
Logano trying to drive it, and he's going right into the wall with that damage he's got. Casey Kane able to drive away, but for the second consecutive week, he's going to experience disappointment. Top middle of your screen, Joey Logano, the orange car.
Comes up off the corner.
He just turned down to avoid the 38 car, and when he did, it just got loose on him.
It got loose, and then he overcorrected right around the 38. I mean,
yeah, that was
like he was going
to the 38 car.
Like he was going to slap the 38 with his right rear, and then drove right around the front of the 38.
Gilliland got way up in the racetrack, and he just Logano just went down to avoid him. And cold tires, you know, new tires.
It's like Joey spins himself trying to keep from hitting somebody.
Yeah.
2 of the last 3 drivers to win in Sprint Cup competition involved in this accident. Logano last week at Pocono, a few weeks ago. Casey Kane in the Coke 600.
And that 38 obviously pushed up the racetrack, just like Wally said. As he was on the high side, he really let off because those cars were really streaming by him on the inside there.
On board here with Ryan Newman.
Bottom of 3, tight. 2 wide outside, tight. Slow car up top. Go low, go low, go low. The wrecking over there. Stay with it, stay with it. Inside, 1 back, clear.
You see the 38 get a little loose, slip up the racetrack. He's sideways right there. Joey tries to avoid him, thinking he might come back.
At the worst part to do that, because you got so much steering wheel already turned into it.
Joey Logano tried to drive his car away to no avail. He did climb from his machine, go to the ambulance. He'll make the ride to the infield care center. Talked as we opened up our show today about how wild things have gotten in the wild card standings. Let's stir it up a little bit more. Jeff Gordon running inside the top 5. A win would get him involved in the wild card conversation, and 2 drivers that already have victories inside the top 20, Casey Kane and Joey Logano, having problems here today, Larry.
Hey, Adam, you might have a hard time convincing Joey Logano, Casey Kane, or David Gilliland because it obviously didn't work out for them. But think about those other 18 drivers that took a wave around. That's exactly what they needed right there. In fact, a lot of them, I think, will come to pit road like Brad Keselowski. Remember, he hadn't been on pit road since lap 109 with a blistered tire.
Yeah, he's the big beneficiary, Larry, because he pitted under green earlier than most drivers. There's a lot of drivers that were in that cycle of green flag stops that weren't too far off everyone else. BK getting a huge break here. Tough times for Joey Logano, David Gilliland, and Casey Kane. It's off to the garage for them. Welcome back to Michigan International Speedway, where 4 of the last 8 races have been won on fuel mileage at this 2-mile oval. So let the strategy begin. Lap 128, number of drivers coming down, topping off the fuel tank. Among them, Brad Keselowski, Ryan Newman, Jamie McMurray, Eric Almirola, Bobby Labonte, David Reagan, all coming down for service there at lap 128. And of the drivers that stayed on track, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, Juan Pablo Montoya, Clint Boyer, and Tony Stewart. When you see those guys that staying out, look what they're doing. Yeah, playing the fuel mileage game. Shut off the engine and save some fuel.
I'd be saving some tires. However you do that.
How you going to do that, man? That's good.
129 of 200 complete today in the Quicken Loans 400 in Michigan. 131 of 200 laps complete this afternoon in the Quicken Loans 400 for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Under caution for the 7th time today. Joey Logano, David Gilliland, Casey Kane, all involved in an accident on the back straightaway. Logano went to the infield care center. He has been checked out and released. Good news there. And now we update our AT&T Fastest Driver Challenge. Greg Biffle running 7th right now as the fastest time so far of those drivers that qualified in the top 4. Sign up next week by texting FAST to 34763 or visit attfastestdriver.com. AT&T, rethink possible. Chris?
Well, Jeff Gordon having a good run, sitting second right now. Just checked in with crew chief Alan Gustafson. He said they can do it in one more stop and no issue with tires on that car. They've looked good coming off the 24 all day. The 16 back in 7th. They can also do it in one more stop, but they are concerned about tires. Matt?
Ryan Newman back in 15th. They topped off on lap 128. At this juncture, they are good to go on one more stop. The question on the previous run, he had a blistered right rear when we had that segment, Marty, where we had sun and shade.
We wanted to show you the blistered right rear from Brad Keselowski, Matt, and we said it wasn't too bad, but we didn't see what was on the bottom. A huge blister that came off a couple of stops ago. The common thread we found, these are all sticker tires that have been blistered, so this may be a race of tires to the end. Adam?
We'll complete lap 132, Marty, when the green flag goes back in the air. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, teammates at Hendrick Motorsports sharing the front row, and Tony Stewart getting out of line early as we go down into turn 1. They're going to be 3 wide. Stewart able to drive around Montoya, and it's Dale Jr. who grabs the point off of turn 2. Greg Biffle in that mix.
These cars are really slipping and sliding.
Oh, here we go.
See Montoya up
and there goes Denny Hamlin down on the apron into the grass. Big damage for the 11. Caution is out for the 8th time today.
Oh. And I was just getting ready to say these cars are really slipping and sliding on new tires. They go down in the corner and go straight up the racetrack. It just looks like a slide job.
Yes. On top of it.
It's incredible.
He was running in the 14th position when he got sideways off the corner. Hamlin has won the last 2 races here in June, and that thing's on fire.
Yeah, he's going to probably want to get out of that pretty quick.
I'd say real quick. There's a great onboard shot.
Find the fireman.
So you got Kyle Busch, who went to the garage area with engine troubles. He's back out and running, but more than 40 laps down. Joey Logano in the garage, and now you got Denny Hamlin climbing out with big problems to his
race car. You get so much stuff hooked to your helmet and everything these days. It takes a little time.
And they sprayed so much of that fire extinguisher in there, he probably couldn't breathe because it's just being sucked up into the car with him. He wasn't as concerned about the fire as he was the extinguisher.
Hamlin walked away fine. Crew members there to help him out. Looked like, yeah, it's good to see. Some of the other crew guys from Kyle Busch's group over to help Denny get out. Here's the replay on the inside of Truex. Harvick to the outside, Newman to the inside.
They just ran out of room down there. Yeah. Just look. Did he get tagged by the 39?
I don't think he got tagged. Look at the 39. I don't know. Look at the 56. Watch in front of this accident. The 56 all of a sudden goes up the racetrack. I don't know that it's almost like he was like the 22. You see right here, he's down on the inside. Or
I think the 39
the 39's right there.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, the 39 was loose, and he corrected, and
I think he got into the 56. You see the 56 wobble and get into the car in front of him. You see that one puff of smoke. That might have been the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
Probably lucky we didn't have more guys involved in that accident.
That was like they're 4 wide and all 4 cars touch. That's what it almost looks like. You see it.
This will be a good shot right here. See, left right there is right.
Bottom of 4.
Yeah, right there.
4.
You got him.
Back to 2 now. 1 bumper tight, clear high, clear high. Come on.
He's
still
okay.
Green. Come on, still green. Come on.
But a scary ride for Denny Hamlin, Matt.
And he is catching his breath. A lot of fire retardant stuff going off. Are you okay first?
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of good safety stuff, and I think all the crew guys that hauled ass over there and got me out. So it was just a tough day. We just didn't have the track position. Got caught twice with those cautions when we pitted, and just a tough day for our FedEx office car. But I thought we had a car that could run top 3 or 4 times at times, but just didn't have a great day. And this is on fire is not a good way to end it.
All right, when you're inside that car and the fire's going on, the extinguishers are going off, and you're trying to compartmentalize and get that car to a stop, what's it like inside that car?
Well, I'd actually never been in that position before. I'd seen it with other guys, but I've known what it's actually like. But it gets hot. I thought for a second there I was okay. It was just in the back, and then something exploded in the front and caught on fire. But thankfully we got everything that we have safety-wise, and messed up the 16s pit box. But just one of those days. Be glad to get out of Michigan.
Another example of NASCAR safety innovations throughout the years.
So what it looked like inside the cockpit. Here's the onboard camera with Denny Hamlin.
Make sure you got brakes here. Stop right here and get some fire. Get out of it.
That's out the back.
Get out. Get out.
It feels like an eternity.
Yes.
When you're trying to get out of a car that's on fire.
And you're trying to find your radio cords and everything else to just get out.
And we told you it's been a tough day for Joe Gibbs Racing. Joey Logano has come from the Care Center, Ralph.
Yeah, he is, and he's been patiently waiting for us here. Joey, so much great success last couple of weeks today, the other side of the racing game. Tell us what happened.
Not really sure. I haven't seen a replay of it, but we were just restarting there. I was on the outside behind the 17. It looked like we were going to be all right, and it was a slower car on the outside, and I was trying to turn down underneath them, and I think I just got loose or I got tapped from behind. I'm not really sure, and then overcorrected and got in the fence there. So, a little frustrating for us. We had a top 10, maybe a top 5 car there. We're really making improvements with our Home Depot car. So, we're not going to let this get us down. We've been on a roll lately, and we're going to keep that going next week in Sonoma.
That's not going to dent the confidence he's had lately, that's for sure.
And they're speaking out on Twitter about the rough day for Joe Gibbs Racing. Just one dog left in the fight. Now that dog is spinning, referring to Denny Hamlin. You can be involved in the conversation. It's twitter.com/#NASCAR. Back to Michigan after a break. Week 3 on TNT, going to be a fun one. Next Sunday, we head west to wine country for some road racing in Sonoma. Our coverage begins 2 p.m. Eastern time with Countdown to Green, followed by the Toyota Save Mart 350. It is without a doubt one of the best dates on the NASCAR calendar.
It's been a good race for the last couple of years.
Denny Hamlin's car caught on fire, came down pit road. They extinguished that, and a number of teams having to work on their pit areas to make sure all the debris and liquid is gone. Larry?
Adam, let's go into Larry Mack's toolbox and let's take a look at Carl Edwards, the 99 Cars Day. Remember, he started back in the 40th position. Get our old touchscreen to work here. And he came in here outside the top 10 in points, but as you can see, he started making gains throughout the day. Now, they have made 4 pit stops, but the key pit stop was right in here about lap 52 when they went with 2 tires. But the real key was right here on about lap 120 when, just remember, all drivers except Montoya and Carl Edwards had made their green flag pit stops, and now Carl Edwards has cracked the top 10, but the big deal, guys, right there, 10th in the points. That's going to be huge for Carl Edwards if he can stay up there.
That is a nice circle, Larry. That was very nice.
I think he does it as maps of the state.
Yeah, that was. That graph looks.
Michigan.
Yeah,
it was Michigan.
That graph looks about like my stomach. I've been about. It's just gradually gotten hungrier and hungrier.
Well, you got to give a nod to the guys over in the 99 bunch, and a special thanks to Bob Osborne, Carl, and that entire crew for letting us ride along today via Inside Tracks. It's always great to be able to go on board with them. Here's Paul Menard getting set for the restart. Dale Earnhardt Jr. leading. He's led more laps than anybody today. 41 of the 138 complete. Next on that list, Greg Biffle at 35. There you see Jeff Gordon in second, right in front of this guy, Clint Boyer. Now we look at Tony Stewart. All these guys inside the top 5. There's Greg Biffle in the 5th position. And there's the guy that's pulling them all around, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Another great day this afternoon. Tony Stewart started 8th today. Spent some time out front. In fact, Smoke has led 18 laps this afternoon and probably feeling pretty good right now, Marty.
Yeah, Adam, remember we talked about at the beginning of the day, he was worried about these new tires, kind of threw this team for a loop, but we finally figured out why Tony is so good today. Take a listen.
Aren't you glad you took that second nap today?
You what, bud?
Said, aren't you glad you got that second nap in today?
Yeah. Amazing what that extra hour and a half did for me.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what got Tony so good. Adam, I thought the key for our broadcast today was when Wally slept from lap 0 to about 100. I thought that was a big key for Wally today. Don't you agree, Adam?
And not to mention the 2 hours when it was raining before we went on the air.
What did you do while that rain delay was going on,
That was a
Wally?
good nap. There was a lot of peace up here in the booth, wasn't there, Wally?
Great booth time.
He slept from the start of the race, lap 100. He's been eating French fries since lap 125.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
He's not the only pea in that pod. We're getting down to it here at Michigan. Been an interesting day. Rain delay of a couple hours earlier this afternoon. All the weather is gone. Sunshine, gorgeous Father's Day here in the Irish Hills of Michigan. And if you are just joining us, so glad you were here. And you may see the big one for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Hasn't won in 4 years, but he's out front right now. Going to choose the outside lane on the restart. Jeff Gordon inside of him. Clint Boyer, Tony Stewart, Greg Biffle, Juan Pablo Montoya, the front 3 rows. Larry talked about Carl Edwards' day. He restarts alongside his teammate and the championship leader coming in, Matt Kenseth. 60 laps to go when we go green. And that's right now. Dale Jr. grabs the point on the restart, and Tony Stewart strong again. Look at Jimmy Johnson moving out of line, trying to get inside of Ambrose.
Yeah, that's nice.
And he does it successfully.
Oh.
Yeah, Carl and Mad About got together in front of him. And I think it may have killed their momentum because Johnson's looking for more.
Yeah, it definitely killed the 99 of Carl Edwards. Definitely killed his momentum.
How about Jimmy Johnson? Started this day at the tail of the field with an engine change. They worked hard all day to get to the front. And right now, he's scored in the 8th position. Johnson never won here at Michigan, one of 5 tracks where he's yet to go to victory lane. Got to give a call to Montoya, who's 6th.
And he has been in the top 10 most of the day. I mean, they've just kind of hung in there. And we've documented over the last, couple of weeks, but even on doing other stuff, how the Ganassi teams just have not performed this year like they have in the past.
Teammate Jamie McMurray back in the 13th position right now. 6 of the top 10 in this race represented by Hendrick Motorsports and Roush Fenway. Dale Jr. leading the way. Teammate Jeff Gordon is 3rd. Jimmy Johnson is 8th. Roush Fenway organization has Greg Biffle running 5th, Matt Kenseth 7th, and Carl Edwards in the 9th position. If you look at the aforementioned Jamie McMurray, who's looking for a top 10 finish. Taya Harvick had all those problems with his race car earlier, and he's knocking on the door of the top 10 right now.
Yeah, earlier we thought he was making some major adjustments. He was not making adjustments at that point in time. They had that dust cap cover. That was an issue, and that got him way out of track position, and it's taken him a little while of passing cars and working through the cycles to get back up to be a top 10 or 15 car.
Saw Matt Kenseth go around Juan Pablo Montoya. Jimmy Johnson looking for his chance as they come off turn 4. After Denny Hamlin talked to our Matt Yoakum a moment ago on pit road, he did have to go to the infield care center. He's gotten checked out and been released. Closing on the 3/4 mark in today's event here in Michigan. Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's led more laps than anyone, has a 0.2 of a second advantage over Tony Stewart. Jeff Gordon 1.3 seconds behind his teammate. Gordon in 3rd. Boyer and Biffle complete the top 5. And behind them, there's the battle. Kenseth, Montoya, and Johnson, 6th, 7th, and 8th right now. You know, Marcus Ambrose, he's a road course guy. There's no doubt. When we go to Sonoma next week, he'll be one of the drivers everybody's got their eye on. He's one at Watkins Glen, so we know how strong he is. But started on the pole today, and he's been in the top 10 most of the afternoon until right now. That's Mark Martin going around for the final spot in the top 10.
You know, Ambrose has run good on a lot of ovals. I mean, he's runs really good at Bristol. He's run great at Martinsville. You know, they keep putting runs like this together. He's going to get an oval win.
Yes, he is. And, you know, his cars seem to be better on a longer run. We saw it early on. He wasn't good the first 5 or 6 laps. Biffle just makes a power move on the 15 car of Clint Boyer. But I'm impressed with Clint. When you go down the list and you look at it with Michael Waltrip Racing, it's a Toyota in the top 5, and it's Michael Waltrip Racing, which is pretty big. Clint, some of these places Clint just latched onto, and Michigan was one of those places. Really, when you start looking at it from when he came here, he liked this place.
Working with a new crew chief, with a new team in 2012. Top 10 in points, have been very consistent, although Boyer did just lose 4th to Greg Biffle. And that last time around, Biffle found himself 2.9 seconds behind the race leader, and that is Dale Earnhardt Jr. Just over 50 laps to go at Michigan. Well, let's take an inside look and get unlimited access to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, brought to you by the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile app and truly unlimited data on the Sprint Cup network. Fastest 4-tire pit stop today, Tony Stewart's bunch, 12.4 seconds. Get live in-car audio and real-time stats on the NASCAR Sprint Cup mobile Android app, only from Sprint. Learn more at sprint.com/speed. 17 lead changes today among 10 different leaders. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is the man in charge right now. He's led more laps than any other. 55 circuits he has been out front this afternoon.
Yeah, but he's checking his mirror quite a bit right now because he's looking at that 14 up in the mirror. He's not pulling away from it as he was earlier.
Last time around, he was 0.3 of a second in front of Tony Stewart. As we close on the end of this one, let's go through the field, presented by McDonald's.
Adam, not a lot of breathing room, as you mentioned, from Dale Earnhardt Jr. back to second to Tony Stewart. Jr. says the car barely too snug in the middle of the corners at both ends of the racetrack. Over the past 142 races since his last win, he's finished second 6 different times. Maybe today is the day he revisits victory lane. Marty?
Matt, I would say Tony Stewart is stalking back there. He just said on the radio to his team, he ain't going anywhere, talking about Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's hanging right where he wants him to be. Probably about 10 laps or so from a stop. Stewart riding the momentum of 4 straight Michigan top 10s, trying to make it 5 in a row and get a win, Chris.
Well, Jeff Gordon trying to get that monkey off his back today. They look to be in pretty good shape. That team has not had any problems with tires all day long. They'll be coming in for a pit stop probably in the next 10 laps. The 16 car, they had issues early. They put a spring rubber in the left rear. That car working a lot better now. And that team really prepping the pit box down here for that final pit stop, because this is exactly where that 11 car caught on fire.
This is what it's all about, the spotter and the driver. The spotter telling the driver, just keep hitting your marks. That's what the word is to Clint Boyer right now. After we get 10 to 15 laps in, you're going to start to pull away. He's encouraging his driver, and he's telling him to just stay the course. Do what we're telling you and save fuel. We got a fast race car. As far as the 17, all is quiet for Matt Kenseth. He, too, is feeling pretty good about his race car. He also needs just one more stop for fuel, Chris, and the 17 can go to the end.
Jimmy Johnson had to start at the back today, but he's marched his way all the way up into the top 10, sitting 7th right now. But we have seen tires wish this car throughout the day. Right now, Chad Knaus taught him, take it easy on the tires, especially on that last stop. Jimmy Johnson saying the tires just aren't digging into the track the way they should. Marty?
Because 5 years ago today, Carl Edwards won this race. Today started 42nd, currently running 8th. He said when he gets back to the gas, the car snaps loose now. They also have a little bit of paper on the right side of the grill. That's a little bit of a concern with oil and water temperature, Ralph.
This is the 53rd Michigan start for Mark Martin in car 55. He's won here 5 times, and he's got a good enough race car to get the job done today, Matt. He also only needs one more stop for fuel. His balance is good.
Juan Pablo Montoya just trying to hold on to a top 10 finish at this point. His car is on the free side. No change in the last stop. They plan on making their last scheduled stop on lap 164, Larry Mack.
Yeah, Matt, we call him Mr. Where Did He Come From? Kevin Harvick in that 29 car sat on the outside of the front row, but remember, Ralph reported on that first competition cost at lap 25, they had to come back to pit road 3 times to replace that front hubcap, but now Kevin Harvick here with 43 laps to go, sitting in the 12th position.
Yeah, Larry, he's a driver that has overcome adversity today, and the big mover early in this race was Ryan Newman. Right now, the Rocket Man back in the 15th position. Well, you look at where some of the top runners are in regard to their strategy. Dale Jr. last pitted lap 118. Stewart a couple of laps before that. Gordon at 119. Biffle and Boyer both at lap 122. And you heard our pit reporters talking about the various strategies. And Larry, what are your observations as we close on the last 40 laps?
Well, Tony Stewart would be the one that should have to hit pit road first, and he's sitting there running in second. He pitted last on lap 116. We noted the fuel window is somewhere between lap 32 and 38 laps, but remember, guys, since all these leaders pitted, we have had 20 caution laps. I have to believe what these guys are going to try to do is go 3 or 4 more laps. That would make it where they can make it to the end after this next green flag stop.
Boy, this is, especially with the front 2 guys, you've got to get everything you can to that first pit lane because they're so close right now. I mean, positions could swap right here on these pit stops, and a lot of us got to do not only with the pit stop, but getting to your pit box and then getting back up to speed.
The lead
if it's, of course, a green flag pit stop.
The advantage for Junior last time around 0.3 of a second. Certainly we'll monitor where they are in that regard prior to the pit stop so we can follow up after they make green flag pit stops, unless we were to get a caution between now and then. I'll tell you, 2 weeks in a row for the 48 team. Last week, caught speeding on pit road twice, went a lap down deep in the field, rallied through for a top 5. Today, that lost engine, start at the back and come all the way through, and well, he's 7th right now. Could get Boyer for 6th, and don't rule him out before this day is over.
Which you totally expect from this team all the time with 48 guys. I mean, they'll have problems, but these guys always seem to fight their way back into the top 7 or top 10, no matter what goes wrong during the race.
Talked earlier about Montoya. They had a little strategy play early with 2 tires, as many other drivers did. Gained 12 positions to put him in the top 10. They've been there all day. He's 10th right now.
You see, it just doesn't seem like the 48 can get out of a certain. He's got his line he runs, and if he gets out of that line, he slips.
Yeah, he rolls in pretty good and picks up the gas pretty good, but he needs the rest of the racetrack to be able to go where to use it. You see him right there. Well, here's coming in pits.
Jimmy Johnson, last time he came down pit road, lap 117. Scheduled green flag service for the 5-time champ, Chris.
Yeah, he's going to have to make one more stop after this. Some of these teams were hoping to stretch it 40 laps. Obviously, Jimmy Johnson not going to be able to do that. It's going to be interesting if he's going to do 2 tires or 4 tires here. Right now, right side tires looks like going to do a chassis adjustment at the right rear on that car. Looks to me like we're only going to do right side tires and pack that car full of fuel on this stop.
Pit stop for Johnson, lap 162. And here come the top 2. Dale Earnhardt Jr. gives up the race lead. Right behind him, Tony Stewart. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to close the deal. Scores first win in 4 years in the black 88 car. Now, you heard him say we're doing her through the field. I told you the junior sit in the car just a touch tight at both ends of the racetrack. The right side tires going on. Ralph, they are good to go at this juncture, even on a green-white checker finish.
Matt, it was just 2 tires for the 17 of Matt Kenseth and a full load of fuel. He should be good, Marty.
Tony Stewart a little bit loose off the corner. They waited on the fuel to make sure they got it full. He's a little bit loose, so they went down half around on the track car. He loses a little bit of ground, apparently, to Dale Earnhardt Jr. sitting here on pit road.
And the 88 bunch definitely had a little bit better stop.
Carl Edwards has gotten his service, as has Kevin Harvick. Martin Truex Jr. was in for a green flag stop. Not sure if we touched on Jeff Gordon. Marcus Ambrose, the pole sitter's been inside the top 12 most of the day. Here he comes at lap 164, Marty.
The 39 of Ryan Newman said his car is the tightest it's been all day. They noticed some trash in the grill. They also told Ryan, do not slide your tires. Right sides, Hardy.
Marcos Ambrose had been begging to come to pit road. He said that set of tires really bad for his chassis. It's going to be 2 tires. He was extremely tight. Had a bad vibration the whole run. Just 2 tires full of fuel, Chris.
Matt Hughes telling Greg Biffle, don't slide the tires coming into pit lane. There's a little bit of a worry because of all that oil and fuel that was down because of the 11 car, but they're just going to do 2 tires, trying to tighten this car up a little bit. But real quick stop here, Matt.
And Pablo Montoya just trying to end the day with a solid finish score, his second top 10 finish of 2012. Just trying to tweak the balance. Slight air pressure change. The second can of fuel, like so many others, just trying to keep the cycle of tires. Rights only for the 42, Ralph.
He's on pit lane. Here he comes, Clint Boyer down pit road. This is going to be gas only for the 15 as they talk him into the box. Crew is ready to go. They hand him a drink bottle. No changes to the car. They clean the grill. 1 can is in. Here comes the second one. Got to pack it all in there. It puts the fuel out. He's away.
Mark Martin, running inside the top 10, has also made his pit stop for service at lap 166. Austin Dillon doing a great job this afternoon in the 33 car for Richard Childress Racing, making a green flag stop here as we close on the latter stages at Michigan. Jamie McMurray, the race leader, after everyone else had pitted. Now he will give up the top spot and come to pit road. Dale Jr. has cycled back up to 8th in the running order. Here comes McMurray, Marty.
Yeah, they've had a pretty good day, Adam. McMurray told me before the race started that the new tire really helped out their chassis, set up a bunch. They had a loose car for much of the first half of the race, but it's been better here in the second half of the race for McMurray, running around the 12th position for much of this run. It'll be right side tires for McMurray and full of fuel. They tried to clean the grill. They have a little bit of debris there. They didn't get all of the debris off that grill, Adam.
Brad Keselowski, Jeff Burton, the only 2 drivers that have not pitted in this exchange under green. Dale Earnhardt Jr. back up now, running in the 3rd position as things continue to cycle through. And once Brad and Jeff Burton make their stops, it will be Jr., Stewart, Biffle, Kenseth, and Jimmy Johnson, the top 5. And based on the numbers we're seeing right now, Johnson would have picked up 2 positions in this exchange of stops. Brad leading at his home track, but he's going to have to pit in a moment. Back to Michigan after a break.
The Quicken Loans 400 on TNT is presented by Quicken Loans, engineered to amaze, and brought to you in part by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. By The Amazing Spider-Man, in theaters July 3rd. By 5-Hour Energy, hours and hours of energy. By Coca-Cola, it's time to refuel. Coca-Cola, open happiness. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible.
When we went to break here in Michigan, Brad Keselowski, Jeff Burton running 1-2. They have made their scheduled green flag pit stops. And that puts Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in the race lead with 27 laps to go. When the cycle of stops began, he was 0.8 of a second in front of Tony Stewart. He now has a 2.5 lead.
And he's actually gained a little bit of that in the last 3 or 4 laps. When they came out, he was about a second ahead of Stewart. And like you said, now he's the 2.5.
He's the only driver this season, Wally, to complete every lap. He's got 11 top 10 finishes in 14 races. He hasn't won since we were here 4 years ago.
That top stat, only driver all year with the stat. That's an impressive stat. That truly is.
Because the 2 of you know how difficult it is to bring it every week.
Yes.
And we talked about earlier at Pocono that you keep putting those runs together, you're going to win a race eventually.
Ooh. Matt Kenseth out of shape, opens the door for Jimmy Johnson. This is the battle for 4th.
Jimmy come up at him, and it just, that 17 got free.
Johnson grabs the position.
And Jimmy's a little faster right here. The 17, as we noticed earlier, had worked his way around Juan. Then the 48 had to work his way, and there was a huge separation. The 48 had run the 17 back down.
They want to confirm for Jimmy Johnson fans, he made that pit stop at lap 162 under green. He is good to go the distance on fuel. I tell you can't say enough about that, the way that team battles through adversity. We touched on the top 5. Earnhardt, Stewart, Biffle, Johnson, and Kenseth. Clint Boyer now in the 8th position, Ralph.
Well, getting enough fuel in the car is one thing. Getting the driver comfortable is another. Clint Boyer wanted tires on that last stop. Brian Patty didn't want to waste the time. Boyer's not happy about it. Listen to the radio conversation, because at some time it's the crew chief that just has to make the call.
Finally, 6-2. Roulette with tires. Focus out front. We made an adjustment. I didn't want to get too tight. I ain't too tight. I'm loose. Loose.
And that's loose when a driver sounds like that.
When he sounds like that.
Yeah.
Boyer is hanging on to 8th right now, but he's working for every bit of it. 23 laps to go, and Junior is the man on point at Michigan. $19 laps remain. NASCAR on TNT, live at Michigan International Speedway. And you're watching live coverage of the Quicken Loans 400. And as we count down the laps, we reflect back to what happened here 4 years ago. The last time that Dale Earnhardt Jr. went to victory lane in Sprint Cup Series competition. His only win for Hendrick Motorsports. Been a while for his crew chief, Steve Letarte, since he's won a race.
And I'm going to tell you, though, man, this thing is on a rail. He's got to keep it on a rail for 18 more laps, but it has been, they've built to this all year long. I don't care. This has been building since they left Daytona. It really has. They've had solid runs, solid weeks, week in and week out. And last week at Pocono, Larry said it on the countdown the green. That was the first time Larry really felt like that was a place that they were just going to dominate. They made that call at the end, and that's the way it was. But this is 2 weeks in a row that he has had one of the dominant cars.
Here's what has impressed me, though, throughout 2012 for Dale Jr., and we had another case of it this weekend. When things haven't been good, they have fought through the hard times and made them better. Case in point, fast on Thursday in the test session, fast on Friday in practice, decent qualifying effort. They changed left side tires. He was unhappy in the practice last night. Weren't great early, as far as back as 37th in the running order, and here he is, Wally.
Like Kyle said, if you watch this car through the corners right now, it's just solid.
Yes.
And they haven't had any tire issues today, which is a big bonus. Stewart's been really, really fast, but those guys have been blistering tires. So, I mean, like you said, Kyle, all he's got to do is keep clicking off these laps, and he's going to get it.
Yeah, we talk about the 88 and how impressive that team's been. I think I've been more impressed with Junior this year. His head has been in the game all year long. From the time they got to Daytona, I mean, he was committed to winning races and committed to taking this team to another place. And he's been doing it week in and week out. He's just been there, and he's been disappointed. It's good to see him when a race was over with, when he run fourth. Be mad because he run fourth, and that was really big. And I think it has shown more and more and more, and you see it today.
I mean, he's right now at least just over 2 miles per hour faster than the second place car of Tony Stewart. I mean, he is flying right now.
Dale Jr.'s led over 200 laps in 2012, 80 of them coming here today. That's the most he's led in a season since back in 2008 when he won right here at Michigan.
And you can hear when he rolls out of the throttle, he gets right back in that throttle, nice and smooth. You don't hear him floating the throttle like we've heard other guys earlier today. That's when you know a race car's working. Just listen to that throttle and how he's working it.
Yeah, we heard Biffle earlier. You listen right here. He rolls out. Right back to it. He's wide open right here.
Yeah.
And that car is sticking, and he's just driving. And then, we heard Biffle earlier go to it, come off of it, go to it, come off of it early in the race. But as this racetrack has changed, and they've kept up, Stevie Letarte has done a great job of keeping up with the adjustments. We saw him heard and was documented. They put the rubber in the left rear early in the race, and when they put that rubber in the left rear, this car came to life, and it's been just right there, rock steady ever since, while other guys have come and gone.
13 laps to go. And his advantage over Tony Stewart, 4.6 seconds. He's not just leading, he is absolutely pulling away from the runner-up smoke. Jimmy Johnson, the next guy in line in the 3rd position. Matt Kenseth and Greg Biffle, the 2 drivers out of the Roush Fenway organization, complete the top 5. Montoya and Ambrose have spent a lot of time inside the top 10 today. They've got the final 2 spots there right now. Ambrose in the 10th position, and you see Montoya right in front of him in 9th. Casey Kane involved in that accident. He's back out and running now. He's 42 laps down, but you take him out of the equation, and he'd been pretty strong. You got Gordon, Johnson, and Jr. all out of the Hendrick stables running inside the top 6.
Good race here for 9th and 10th, excuse me.
I think we talked about earlier. I think Ambrose's car just works better behind somebody else's car.
Yeah, it seems to. It was that way in the beginning, and he's worked a little bit better on longer runs. He's come from farther back and moves up 3 or 4 positions every time we've had a caution.
Coming to 10 laps to go here this afternoon, Larry.
Well, just looking at Dale Earnhardt Jr., what a difference a year has made with this 88 team and driver Earnhardt, because we talked about what he did at Pocono. If he can lead these last 11 laps, in those 2 races alone, he would have led 131 laps. He only led 52 laps total last year, and if he can close it out with a top 10 finish today, and it looks like he will, he'll match his top 10's total from 2011.
Big championship implications here. Dale Earnhardt Jr. entered today, 10 points behind Matt Kenseth for the championship lead, and he gets that victory, which means bonus points when we come toward the chase.
Yeah, but here's the championship implications. The championship implications are he can win races and win a championship. You know, I mean, everybody's talked about it. Can he? We know he can make points. We've seen him make points. We've seen him do that for the last couple of years to be in the chase. But he needed to step over that broom into that area where you say, yeah, I can win races and win them on a regular basis. He could have theoretically be sitting here going for his 2nd win in a row.
Well, he's finished 2nd 7 times since he last won here 4 seasons ago. And you think about some of the moments. Last year's Coca-Cola 600, coming to turn 4, runs out of gas. Martinsville, when Kevin Harvick got him in the closing laps. He smelled the front, just hasn't been able to get there. And there's a pass for position. Matt Kenseth driving to the inside of Jimmy Johnson to grab the 3rd spot on track.
These 2 guys have gone at it for about the past 25 laps. They've not let each other get more than about a car length or 2 from each other.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. down at turn 1. Some lap traffic there to the inside of Travis Kvapil.
That thing just rotates.
I think it's on a rail.
Yeah, it just rotates through the center. When he picks up the gas, it changes directions. It changes directions, and it just drives up off the ground.
Yeah, and sticks.
It sticks. Yes.
So when you get on the gas, you want the thing to definitely stick. And like you said, it drives straight off the corner.
Yeah, you look at him. He's right off that bottom line, about a car length and a half. We just saw Jimmy Johnson in the 17 race, and they go in and let him slide up a little bit and then get it gathered up and go again. And it only takes that split second to gather it up and go again. But Junior's car has rotated through the center of the corner. He and Tony Stewart, we spoke of it earlier, right here when it changes direction. Yeah. Their 2 cars were the better cars.
There's Steve Letarte. He plays a couple of roles. Sometimes the calming influence. Other times he's the cheerleader. And as Jimmy Johnson loses another position, that's Greg Biffle getting by for 4th in the running order.
Jimmy's got to
just lost it or something.
Either that or he's worried about his tires. With 6 or 7 laps to go, he may be feeling something in his tires that he's just trying to bring it home.
Dale Jr. across the start-finish line. 6 laps remaining to his first win in 143 starts. And when you think about Dale Earnhardt Jr. and what he's meant to the sport over the years, today his 450th start in NASCAR's Top Series. He's been around a good while. Dale Earnhardt Jr. very much aware of the fact that he hasn't won in a while as he comes around here and sees 5 laps remaining. How's he feeling inside the race car, Wally?
Well, I got over 5 seconds, so that's easier. 5 more.
That right there is what you want to hear. I mean, you've got 5 seconds. Your car's working great. You got 5 laps to go. I mean, basically, you're on cruise right here. Just don't make any mistakes. But the biggest thing is he's not being pressured. So,
yeah, if he had someone right in his rearview mirror, you could understand feeling the pressure, thinking about the long winless streak, and maybe having your hand forced into a mistake. When you got a big lead, that's got to help.
Yeah, but I don't think Junior's ever really thought about the long winless streak. He just thought about winning the race and getting to where he's at. You know, he's always played it off, and I don't think he played it off as much as he truly felt that and believed that he was going to win again.
Junior off of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. When he comes around this time, it will be 3 laps remaining.
I know what he doesn't want to see is a caution right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just looking to see where Jimmy Johnson was to see if he was having an issue, but he's kind of fell in to a pretty good rhythm, and Jimmy's trying to stay ahead of the 24 car of Jeff Gordon.
But he's way off the pace he's running. He's running. Last lap was 184. 2-3 laps ago, he's running 188.
Now Jimmy Johnson changed engines, came from the back to the 5th position. Ryan Newman did the same. He's 1 lap down in 17th. And Carl Edwards, who had to start at the rear of the field after qualifying problems yesterday, finds himself 11th in the latter stages.
I hate they paved Michigan, to be honest with you, because these fans are going to burn this place down when we get to that point. It was just going to be a big old waste of money. But Junior has, I mean, this has been a great day for these guys.
No, it has. They have dominated. This will be the 93rd lap he has led as we get 2 to go in the Quicken Loans 400. You're on board with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Look at how that steering wheel, how steady that is.
Yeah. Coming to the white, he just needs to get back to this.
And then it won't matter if we get a caution, because the green-white checker situation will be out the window once Dale Earnhardt Jr. gets the white flag. And he sees it right now.
There you go, buddy. White flag. Take a one more time,
2 more miles to victory for Dale Earnhardt Jr. as the crowd stands and cheers here at Michigan.
Oh, my God. I wish people at home could be here to see these people in the grandstands and to hear them. We're up here in the TV booth, and you can hear these people.
Junior down the back straightaway and into turn 3 for the final time. There is going to be a party in Junior Nation tonight.
35 wins, boy. Hell yeah.
The streak is over. Dale Earnhardt Jr. back to victory lane in Michigan.
Thanks. I don't want to say. Yeah, I double-checked it wasn't the 500. We really won it. All right. Hey, good job, man. I know you guys are been waiting on that one. I know I have.
See that monkey fly off his back when he took the checkered flag?
You know, but I think his voice said it all when he said, I really don't know what to say. After all that time, listen to the crowd. After all that time, he expected it. And I think that said it all.
He hadn't been able to celebrate in a while. He's going to make this one last. Burn it down, Dale Jr. After 143 races without a win, he's making the donuts on the front straightaway. Popular win for the driver, and I'm sure the crew chief is smiling as well. Let's check in downstairs.
Well, Adam, there's hugs, there's tears down here and everything. And Stevie, a lot of big wins in your career. Where does this one rank among them?
This one's up there a long ways. That's one thing. Everyone involved, Diamond Mountain Dew, Chevrolet, National Guard. We couldn't do it without them. But HMS, Dale Jr., he drove a great race, and this crew, it's been a long time since they've won. They really deserve it.
I know it's hard not to be emotional. When you think about the emotion, is it all the work that went into it that makes you emotional?
Yeah, a lot of close calls, a lot of seconds. Good to finally win one. Now this one's off our back. Looking forward to the chase.
You weren't planning on using that engine again, were you?
No, I can't thank Hendrick Engines enough. We ran way over our limit in practice. And, man, that was 200 beautiful laps. Their engines are unbelievable.
How happy are you for him?
I can't say enough. He's done everything I've asked him to do. I know he's taken a lot of criticism in his career, but I've never seen 1 ounce of criticism he deserves from me. He's driven the wheels off at every lap, and it's just been fun. It's been a lot of fun.
The days you wondered if this would ever happen?
Yeah, I'm sure there was, but these guys kept my heads up. My wife, my family, Mr. Hendrick, they always keep you pointed in the right direction.
I believe we're about to have a celebration, Adam. What do you think?
I think it's on, Marty. It is well underway in the grandstand. And when Dale Earnhardt Jr. climbs from that race car, his team going to celebrate with him. They've been close so many times. You heard Steve Letarte talk about the runner-up finishes. Today, they definitely received the fruits of their labor. And this is the second consecutive week we've seen a long winless streak come to an end. Joey Logano got it done last week at Pocono. Today, it's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Let's go to Victory Lane and Matt Yoakum.
And over the past 4 years, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has finished second 7 different occasions. This year they said they were going to take it to a whole new level. And right now he's on the phone talking to the boss man, Mr. H, Rick Hendrick. Special day for the entire organization. Long time coming. And what a party it's going to be for Junior Nation. Special colors this weekend that he helped design. And fitting end. Drive them to Victory Lane. And here he comes. Dominating day. Junior, welcome home to Victory Lane. What the boss, Mr. H, have to say?
Oh, he's just upset he couldn't be here. That's a great race. I want to thank my sponsors, National Guard, Diet Mountain Dew. Great to have the Batman on the car today. We just had a really good car, and Chevrolet was real fast. Just pretty amazing. Those last 15 laps are the longest laps ever, and I don't know what to think about it just yet, you know what I mean?
Junior, it's been 4 years. Your fans have stuck behind you. This guy right here, Steve Letarte, stuck behind you. What's the most satisfying part of this victory?
To do it for my fans. They stuck behind me for all these years, and I know exactly what they've been thinking about and how long they've been wanting us to get to Victory Lane. And so this was for them. Appreciate their loyalty and their support, and we wouldn't have made it back to Victory Lane without it. So that's who we got to give all the credit to.
You look at today, it posed so many challenges. New track surface, the tire change, the weather itself. What was the biggest difference? Was it the change that Stevie made on the second stop with the spring rubber?
Yeah, we changed. Well, yeah, I don't know what all he did, but he made it right, and I think it was real fast. I want to also thank Sprint. They do a good job supporting our sport. Don't get enough credit for it. I appreciate what they do. The track surface was great today. The tire was a tough one, a little bit of curveball, but we didn't have any trouble. We got to put on a race, and I think NASCAR and Goodyear for the work they did.
Like those prolific poets from England once said, the new boss looks a lot like the old boss. Dale Jr. back in Victory Lane.
You get the feeling now that he's won one, the floodgates could open?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, he could be, after last week, he could be sitting here 2 in a row.
And
like those prolific poets from England said. Could
What
be
did they
2 in a
say
row.
again?
I don't know. It was something that he said.
Finally, the wait is over. Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in victory lane. We continue with our post-race coverage on TNT after a break. Welcome back to the NASCAR on TNT post-race show. Reminder, coming up at 6:30 here on TNT, it's Sherlock Holmes. And make sure you're with us at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight on TNT. It's a special 2-hour season premiere of Falling Skies. Again, that's at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. celebrating in victory lane, receiving congratulations from a number of drivers. The man who finished right behind him today, Ralph Shaheen with Tony Stewart.
Tony Stewart getting a quick drink of Coke here. Boy, from where you guys were yesterday, working to get the car to second here today, was a monumental effort. Tell me about that run.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, we were 27th quick on the sheet yesterday, so, you know, we had a lot of curveballs thrown our way, but I was really proud of Steve Addington and these guys. It's, man, it's amazing what one night and those guys thinking what they came up with. It just was a totally different race car today. I'm really proud of them.
Well, Matt Kenseth made a nice run there at the end. You got around Johnson. You almost got to Stewart. How close were you to getting around him?
I just couldn't quite get around him. He was tight, so he was running low, so I couldn't get any air underneath him. And I was too loose to run down lower on that less banking and too tight to run behind him. So, but it was a good day for the 17 car. We were able to work our way back up through traffic and finish third. And congratulations, Dale Jr. They've just been running awesome this year, and nice to see him stand over there in victory lane.
Congratulations on a nice top 5.
Thanks.
Well, Jeff Gordon finished the 6th today, and Jeff, that middle part of the race, you looked so strong, and there weren't tire issues with the 24. I just looked at the right rear corner, and you got some blisters.
I knew something happened there in that last run. We took off there, and it was really good, and boy, it just went away fast. Got really, really loose. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. Man, what a great day for Hendrick Motorsports and Junior and Stevie and all those guys on that 88 team. So proud of them. Proud of my guys, too. I mean, we fought hard to come from 28th. It was not easy. And, you know, we had a really good race car today. So happy Father's Day. I know to Rick especially, happy Father's Day to you, Rick. I know that was a great Father's Day gift. And, you know, I'm just glad we had a solid day as well, something to build on.
Craig Biffle, you had a fast race car today. Why couldn't you get it to the front?
Yeah, I just couldn't use the pedal on the right. You know, I couldn't use any more gas. We were chunking right rears. And, you know, I had my car a little bit too free, I guess. And, you know, I could run fast lap times, but the right rear would come apart. So I just had to pace myself, kind of like I had to do at Indy a few years back. You know, just I couldn't drive it any harder than, you know, so hard. But I want to say happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, including mine. And, you know, I'm very excited for Junior. What a great day for him to win on. There's been a lot of pressure on him, and he's a great driver. I'm so glad he won.
Persistence paid off for Greg Doe. He gets a 4th. That's good points.
Well, Jimmy Johnson hangs on. I mean, hangs on for a 5th place finish today. Man, that looked like a rough ride on that last run.
And we were coming. We were really flying, and then I blistered the right rear again and had to just hang on and let some guys go. And then I ran out of fuel going into turn 3 and coasted around and made it to the finish line. So, you know, just a tough day, but a good finish, so we'll take that. And I just couldn't be more happy for my teammate. Junior's been chipping away at it. It's been so close to victory. And I'm real happy for him and for Stevie. And what we have going on in Hendrick Motorsports, especially inside the 4888 shop, is really special. And I couldn't be more proud of everybody involved.
Yeah, we're doing the interview from Victory Lane because you bolted straight over here to say congratulations.
Yeah, I had to get over here quick. This is I know how hard he's been working on this, how bad he's wanted it, and how good this is going to make him feel, and the confidence it's going to give he and that race team for the rest of the year and for time to come. So just super stoked for him.
Considering all he went through, I would say 5th. Not bad for Jimmy Johnson.
And Jimmy Johnson in the top 5, but it's his teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr., who gets the trophy. 19th win of Dale Jr.'s career in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. So what did that do to the driver standings? Kens is still on top, but Dale Jr. cut 6 points out of his lead. He's 4 behind with 15 races complete. Greg Biffle stayed 3rd. Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin complete the top 5. Tony Stewart, solid day, 74 points out of the lead, back in 8th. Brad Keselowski stayed in the top 10. Now the wild card picture. Carl Edwards still 11th, 2 behind the top 10. Kyle Busch has wild card position number 1. Ryan Newman, the 2nd wild card spot. Joey Logano, Casey Kane, 15th and 16th respectively. Both drivers have a win in 2012 and certainly a part of the wild card equation. It's been a long day for all of us here at NASCAR on TNT. Special thanks to our producer, Jeff Randolph, our director, Mike Wells. For Larry McReynolds, Kyle Petty, and Wally Dallenbach, I'm Adam Alexander. Next Sunday, NASCAR on TNT heads out west to Sonoma. Coverage begins at 2 p.m. Eastern Time with Countdown to Green, followed by the Toyota Save Mart 350. Tonight at 9 p.m. on TNT, it's the 2-hour season premiere of Falling Skies. Coming up next at 6:30 on TNT, it's Sherlock Holmes. Head over to NASCAR.com now for the NASCAR on TNT post-race show. Congratulations to Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's a winner again in the Sprint Cup Series.